compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas.
Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional. Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos. Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Compartamos lecciones aprendidas. Aprendamos buenas prácticas. Integrémonos en red. Conozcamos sobre distintas formas de justicia. Aquí está la oportunidad del diálogo. Los micrófonos están abiertos para escucharte. Bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia.
Welcome to the first International Forum, Justice, Innovation.
Bienvenidas y bienvenidos al primer Foro Internacional, la Innovación.
Preparada, ya estamos haciendo una presentación general y vamos contigo.
Y ponentes de numerosos países, exploraremos las rutas deseables y las rutas posibles de la procuración y la impartición de justicia a mitad de un mundo en constante cambio que se reinventa aceleradamente. Por medio de conferencias magistrales, paneles y charlas de café, conoceremos proyectos innovadores desarrollados tanto por organizaciones como por autoridades y tomadores de decisión que representan avances en la resolución de conflictos, soluciones en los sistemas de justicia y construcción de herramientas para la paz. Cada día tendrá una temática distinta. Este lunes 23 hablaremos sobre la simplificación de la justicia. El martes 24 Mañana sobre la modernización de la justicia y el miércoles 25 tocaremos temas de justicia digital. Este foro es convocado por México Evalúa y la Fundación Friedrich Naumann para la Libertad, junto con otras organizaciones como la Fundación para el Debido Proceso, la Barra Mexicana de Abogados, el Instituto de Investigaciones Jurídicas de la UNAM, el Centro de Estudios de Justicia para las Américas, el Instituto para el Fortalecimiento del Estado de Derecho y la Iniciativa de Transparencia y Anticorrupción de la Escuela de Gobierno y Transformación Pública del Tecnológico de Monterrey. A continuación, Edna Jaime, directora de México Evalúa, y Sabine Leuschenhardt-Schnarrenberg, ex ministra de Justicia de Alemania y vicepresidenta de la Junta Ejecutiva de la Fundación Friedrich Naumann, también darán unas palabras de bienvenida. Tendremos unas palabras también de José Ramón Cosío, exministro de la Suprema Corte de Justicia de la Nación y director del Instituto para el Fortalecimiento del Estado de Derecho. Sin más, los dejo con Edna Jaime. Bienvenidos.
Sean muy bienvenidas todas y todos a este primer Foro Internacional, la Innovación en la Justicia. Este foro está organizado por México Evalúa y la Fundación Friedrich Naumann.
This forum has been by the Naumann Foundation, who I want to thank for not for this forum, but for committed in a generous way to this agenda of ours, which is the transformation of justice in Mexico. For this forum, we have the support of the Research Judicial Institute of the UNAM, the French Embassy in Mexico, Mexican Lawyers Bar Association, the IFET, Transparency Initiative and Anti-Corruption Initiative from the Tec de Monterrey, due process of the Foundation, and the Study Center for Justice of the Americas from the FAO. This forum is a first effort to debate on the importance of modernizing justice and finding new ways in which we can solve human conflict, both at a social and individual level, and in the public and private spheres. This beginning of the 21st century have seen a maelstrom of technological advancement that has posed several challenges, like the pandemic we're going through. This juxtaposition that is so complex has forced us to reflect jointly on the new ways in which we can incorporate technology for justice, for regular justice, daily dispatchment of justice, new ways in which we can deal with conflict and make sure that justice can go near the regular citizen and be open to public scrutiny. This is what we want to achieve, and in this very first forum, we have the participation of over 60 people from 19 countries, speakers from all over, from Africa, Asia, Europe, and the Americas. We have El Salvador, Peru, Argentina, Colombia, the United States, Canada, France, the UK, Holland, Germany, Belgium, Spain, Kyrgyzstan, Kenya, Sierra Leone, and South Africa, and of course Mexico. In all of these countries, we can see a lot of innovation. We have things to share. In these 3 days, we will get to see these things. Plurality of realities, as well as the diverse profile of our participants, will provide an enriching experience to this forum and will allow us to see an important amount of experience, contexts, and ways in which we can approach the challenges that we have today when we are dispatching justice around the world. What we're looking for is to find new ways in which we can bring justice to the people, to modernize and make justice more transparent through the incorporation of the tools that we have technologically, and to discover how we have solved a readily and easy access to justice for the people within this context. This is an invitation to think outside of the box. and for Mexicans to rest in our laurels. This forum will speak about technological innovation, its implications and applications for justice at large, the different experiences that we have in terms of building peace, AI and dispatching of justice, innovation in trials for gender violence, transparency for justice, making sure that justice can reach all communities, and many other topics. Let me tell you that this event, you can follow it through all of our social media, Mexico Valua, and our YouTube channel, and as well as our landing page, in which we will concentrate everything related to the forum, www.mexicovalua.org/Innovación en la Justicia. The presence of everybody. Innovation of justice will be very important to us all. I would like to have you build this. For me, it is an honor to give the floor to Sabine. Lord Hase Schnarrenberg, which is a former Justice of Germany and the Council of the Frederick Foundation. It is an honor to have her here. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, dear Mrs. Zaim, Mr. Cosio, ladies and gentlemen. I am very pleased to welcome you today on behalf of the Friedrich Naumann Foundation for Freedom to the opening of the first International Forum on Justice Innovation. The history of humankind is a permanent struggle for justice. Today, we have come together because of this ongoing fight for justice, because of the search for truth and the request of victims to be heard, and because of the ongoing fight against impunity. The access to justice is a fundamental obligation of any government. Guidelines for any political action have to be universal human rights and constitutions that respect, protect, and guarantee human rights. How can we assure that every citizen gets access to justice, despite of the social situation and other circumstances? One of the most important requirements are strong institutions dedicated to strengthen the rule of law, independent of the legal system and irrespective of the democratic constitutional setup. These institutions include always independent judiciary, independent prosecutors, independent lawyers, civil society organizations, and free and independent media. No democracy can prosper without having independent courts guaranteeing the protection of fundamental rights and social liberties. Only with the support of these independent institutions, we can ensure that all public powers are forced to act within the constitutional limitations. Only with a strong legal framework and strong institutions, abuses of power by public authorities can be avoided. On top of this, we need strong institutions to hold politicians to account. If only one of the mentioned institutions fails because its independence is not assured anymore, the promise of any liberal democracy, civil rights, for every citizen is endangered. As the Liberal Foundation, we support those institutions around the globe. Our experiences in more than 60 countries have confirmed repeatedly that if we want to establish freedom and dignity for all people in all areas of a society, we need to promote a rule of law culture. Today's opening of the first International Forum on Justice Innovation offers an opportunity to take a huge step forward for the improvement of justice. Digitalization offers a new space and new technological possibilities to improve the system of justice as a whole. It also offers opportunities to provide people with some form of legal education. People have to be aware of legal remedies. The lack of information about legal options must be addressed urgently. Citizens need to understand the legal system, the legal processes, and they have to be educated about their rights in order to be capable to defend them. Increased awareness about their rights will help to curb corruption and abuse of power. There are plenty of opportunities to spread information in a more understandable way using digital platforms. We should use technology to empower citizens and to provide tools to demand justice in an easy and effective way. High levels of impunity in many countries result, amongst political reasons, from ineffective, inefficient, and non-transparent legal systems. Studies have shown that it is not the fear of obtaining the most severe penalty that inhibits someone from committing a crime. Instead, it is the actual risk of being punished. An efficient penal system is therefore essential for the functioning of justice. The abundant possibilities that digitalization offers to deliver justice for victims are reflected in the impressive program of this event over many days. This conference is an inspiring example of improving justice by facilitating the exchange of knowledge based on innovative and successful projects and insights from experts around the world. You mentioned it, Edna. Perhaps not all best practices are applicable in the context of each country, but they all provide us with a set of ideas and a possible starting point to think about innovation in justice. I would like to thank our partner, Mexico Evalua, for giving us the opportunity to host and support today's important event. It is a wonderful opportunity to learn more about innovative approaches to improve access to justice for every citizen in the world. I wish you fruitful and inspiring discussions during this forum. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, ministra, por
Thank
sus...
you very much, Justice, for your very interesting and very profound words. I want to tell you that I'm so inspired by you. You have a very rich trajectory, a history, a professional history in promoting the state of law and access to justice and defense for the human rights. In the end, it is all inspiring to me. In Mexico Evalúa, we feel so grateful for your participation and for the support of the Neumann Foundation. As the former justice said, this is part of the council that is part of us. So in us, you have an obsessed counterpart that is obsessed with justice. We're obsessed with justice. And for us in Mexico, we want to achieve better practices to make sure that access to justice becomes an actual reality, and that in strengthening the state of law can strengthen in turn our democracy. Thank you, Justice, for your kind words. Now I will have a chance to look into the message that was sent to us by José Román Cosío, former justice, who is also president of the Institute for Strengthening the State of Law in Mexico, the IFET, this institution which co-organized the event. So we will now have the video of my former Justice Cosío.
¿Estamos listas con el video?
Are we set with the video?
Edna, ¿vamos a regresar contigo o después
We're gonna go back to you, Edna.
Conmigo.
Ok,
And you come back to me. Okay,
te hago
perfect.
conteo.
De impartir justicia que estábamos acostumbrados a ver antes de COVID-19, con la situación que desde luego muy dolorosa para muchas personas, muchas familias, muchos países, muchas instituciones, nos va a dejar esta pandemia. Desde hace tiempo se viene hablando de la necesidad de que la justicia sea más accesible, que más conflictos humanos puedan ser resueltos mediante mecanismos electrónicos, pero desafortunadamente esto pues se ha hecho de una forma muy incipiente, países que han avanzado, órganos que han avanzado, jurisdicciones, materias, pero esto desafortunadamente, insisto, no se ha logrado generalizar. Tener la oportunidad de reunirnos en este foro internacional, con todo el apoyo que está dando la Fundación Aumann, con todo el material que ha puesto México Evalúa a través de un trabajo muy importante sobre las mejores prácticas, de verdad creo que es muy de destacar. Creo que la humanidad va a salir distinta después de la pandemia, creo que vamos a tener formas muy diversas de convivencia y de civilidad, y una que no puede faltar en modo alguno es lo que tiene que ver con la justicia. Pensemos el número de familias que van a quedar lastimadas por decesos, por lesiones entre sus integrantes, el número de personas que van a perder su empleo, la fractura de cadenas de producción, es decir, una enorme cantidad de fenómenos y de problemas, de procesos individuales, colectivos, sociales, políticos, religiosos, culturales, de una enorme magnitud que se van a presentar. Si no somos capaces como sociedades de generar mecanismos rápidos y eficientes para resolver los conflictos que históricamente se producen, más todos aquellos que se van a generar por COVID, me parece que estaríamos cumpliendo muy mal nuestro papel histórico. Es por ello que felicito a los organizadores, ojalá que este trabajo no solo discuta los temas en abstracto, sino llegue a la identificación, como ya lo ha hecho México Evalúa, de mejores prácticas, para que en el futuro podamos entre todos empujar su implementación y así hacer que el derecho siga siendo el medio por excelencia de resolución de conflictos sociales y mantenimiento de la paz social. Muchas gracias, muchas felicitaciones, muy buenos deseos para los trabajos y sus muy importantes resultados.
Pues ahora sí, siendo la
It is now 10:27 on a Monday, 23rd of November in 2020. I formally open this International Forum for Innovation and Justice.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
All right, I'm in.
Muy bien, y con este llamado a luchar por un acceso pleno a la justicia universal, con respeto a los derechos humanos, se da por inaugurado nuestro primer Foro Internacional, la Innovación en la Justicia. A continuación, me resulta muy placentero informarles que se llevará a cabo la conferencia magistral de Netzaí Sandoval Ballesteros, titular del Instituto Federal de la Defensoría Pública de México. Y quien va a presentar a Netzaí es Cristel Rosales, investigadora senior de justicia del programa de justicia de México Evalúa. Déjenme contarles un poco más de Cristel. Ella es investigadora, como digo, de este programa y tiene experiencia en derechos humanos, justicia transicional y transparencia. Ha colaborado en el sector público, academia, organismos internacionales y sociedad civil, desarrollando metodologías de evaluación, investigación aplicada e implementación de políticas públicas. Así que con esta muy promisoria conferencia magistral, los dejo con Cristel Rosales. Muchas gracias.
Perfecto. Hola, buenos días, buenas tardes a todas y a todos los que nos acompañan. La verdad es que es un gran placer iniciar esta conversación sobre innovación en la justicia y empezamos hablando sobre un tema sumamente importante.
Begin with a very important topic regarding rights, and that is defense. Defense is integrated by lawyers, men and women, who are defenders per se. These lawyers are the legal representatives of those who are charged with a crime in order to provide legal consulting, guarantee appropriate defense, and the exercise of their rights. That is why it is of the utmost importance to begin talking about the problems and issues they face, what their main challenges are, and what are the solutions that are being implemented to deal with them. Today, we begin this talk with Isaí Sandoval Ballesteros. Netzaí Sandoval is the director of the Federal Institute of Public Defenders since 2019, January. He is a lawyer by the National Autonomous University of Mexico and a professor of law at that same university, as well as a professor of law by the Complutense University in Madrid. He is an expert in international law for human rights.
De amparo en la Universidad Iberoamericana de la Ciudad de México.
The University of Mexico.
Bienvenido seas.
Welcome.
Bienvenidos sean todos.
To each and every one of you.
Hola, muy buenas tardes. Muchísimas gracias, Cristel, por la presentación y muchísimas gracias por la invitación a este importante evento. Me da mucho gusto compartir con todas y con todos ustedes esta mañana. Nos convocan a platicar sobre la innovación en temas de justicia. Nosotros desde la Defensoría Pública creemos que justo la innovación puede ser no solamente tecnológica, pero pues que tiene naturalmente un componente de renovación, de mejora del servicio para las personas.
And improvement in our services for those who need public defenders. And it is my opportunity to head this institution at the federal level. It's the largest law firm in the country, and it is the institution that have the most litigating lawyers in the country. And they are there to serve people who cannot afford to pay a lawyer. During this administration, as many of you know, the institution for the public defender depends on the federation. of the nation. We have a new president in the Federation, Minister or Justice Arturo Saldívar, who has a deep commitment to defending human rights. And he has asked us and proffered support here at the Public Defenders Institution to strengthen our services. I am going to show you a brief presentation on some of the changes that we have implemented. But before beginning, if you will give me just a second, before beginning, I would like to share with you some thoughts. The Federal Public Defender's Office has the mission of contrasting its criminal justice work, and we litigate in many different, but in criminal justice, we have the duty of offering appropriate defense for persons who are in the most vulnerable of situations, those who cannot pay for private services. And we must contrast our work with the office of the General Attorney of the nation. So this is what we have done through most of our work. We have tried to make valid the principle of our Constitution, principles enshrined in our Constitution, and we have implemented many, many changes at the Public Defenders Institution. We have driven litigation by our high command, the Office of the Attorney General. The Office of the Attorney General also has its highest officers litigating because they are public defenders and can be in charge of cases. This tool was not in place formally. It only had the defenders, the base of our structure, litigating. But the higher command, the senior officers were in admin positions. They were not actually litigating. We changed that. And now everybody at the institution can be involved in litigation because these are some of our most experienced lawyers who can handle extremely complex cases. We are also implementing changes in giving them sufficient time to study the cases, which translates into two concrete actions. One, all matters are taken by the same lawyers from beginning to end. We have the same defender. In the past, we had a different lawyer working with each phase of the case. And they had to learn from the backwork of others and start from scratch pretty much each time. Now, in addition, the lawyers have time for study and preparation for each one of the hearings. For the initial hearing, they have a free day. It's not a rest day, it's a day for study. They have 3 days to prepare a mid-hearing, 5 days for a trial. And we are implementing other very important aspects, litigation, and legitimizing the public defense so that our lawyers can have access without having to proffer notices to the prison authorities. And we are also having new laws that allow the public defender to come in with their cell phone to represent a person who is being held already in prison. This was not the case in the past. They had to come in with a piece of paper and a pen to try to take notes and understand the facts, but they couldn't record or take photographs or anything. And we are working to make sure this is changing. These are some of the improvements that I wanted to share with you. And I think that they are of the utmost importance. Very well, let's now move in to my presentation where we are summarizing some of the changes and improvements that we have been able to implement in this less than 2 years that we have been I have been heading this institution. It's very important because there are new departments that didn't exist. For example, the Strategic Litigation for Human Rights Unit is a new creation that we have driven based on of work by Minister Saldívar. Justice Saldívar, who talked at the Supreme Court and said that we needed a unit for strategic litigation and human rights. In the same manner, we propose the creation of a technical secretariat to counter torture, cruel, and inhuman treatment. In Mexico, there has been a history of many problems with torture, and the rapporteur Juan Mendez came to our country and he indicated that there was a problem of torture in our country, systematic for self-blame, leading to self-blame. So we have a team of lawyers that counter this, and it's to denounce and prevent this type of problem. Let's move to the next slide. We have here the creation of the new departments in the states of the country. There were only 27 states that had a presence of the delegation of the Public Defender's Institution. In criminal matters, we can defend everybody, and we could do so even prior to the changes, but there was another major area of work. We also litigate in civil, mercantile, administrative, labor, fiscal aspects, and migration too. For people to be able to approach the Public Defender's Institution, for us to be able to have a social worker that determines if the person needs a free access to a lawyer or not, we had to have an office where people could come and contact the lawyers. In criminal matters, perhaps it's not that imperative because any process, whether it comes to the public defender or to the judge, they notify us, and we have lawyers present in all of the states where there is a criminal justice or a federal public defender. But in other aspects, it was imperative to have delegations or departments. And so this effort that Justice has created, we've created the remaining 5 that were missing to have all 32 states included in this service. We are supposed to have one for each justice circuit, but for many years there were missing ones, and this has come full circle now. Here we can see some of the results of the defenders, and here we can see the new system of adversarial justice, criminal justice. In recent years, in 2018, 2019, and 2020, we have seen some improvements. Our results, initially, we've been able to improve them with favorable options to 49%. The first one, 44 to 53, and the Second Circuit maintained at 1/3 in favorable results for defense. The next slide. Here we can see the results in the traditional criminal justice system, the system that is on its way out in our country because it is more of a mixed system or tending to be more of an investigative criminal justice system, a traditional one, and has now been raised to 86%. What the chart says is we see a smaller number of cases. This is due to the fact that increasingly we have fewer matters in the traditional criminal justice system. And we have 35 to 42%, and this was maintained above 80%. Let's move to the next one, please. The results index in other subjects, such as the ability to litigate in other areas or fields. And this is interesting because in some defenders of the region or the country, they only litigate in criminal justice. This is true in Chile and in other places as well, where the defenders are the only ones in charge. We also are involved in other matters. In truth, there are multiple terms that we can work with regarding children, boys, girls, adolescents, and we assign lawyers that are specialized in minors. And here what we see is above 80%. Our lawyers have favorable solutions in the First Circuit in more than 80% of the cases. There are many, many matters that are of the utmost importance, and the public defender assigns lawyers to cases, and the cases become renowned. Let me tell you two of these very quickly, but we don't always know that these are the public defenders that were in charge of these matters. And I'll tell you a little bit more about it when we get to the next slide. What we can see here is the number of crimes that we are representing and what they are linked to. Here we can observe very clearly that there is a strong linkage to the federal fire, explosives, and weapons law. And we're talking about 80% of crimes related to this. That is drug trafficking, narco trafficking, and people bearing arms. I think this is indicative and deserves much thought. I would say that if we cross the border and say go to the United States, 56% of our criminal activities would no longer be considered such if we change the approach on how we judge these in our country. In many places around the world, crimes against health or narco or drug trafficking in some places is also regulated and legalized to a certain degree. What I think is in this data indicates, and I'd like to underscore this, is facing the criminal phenomenon in our country, not just at the public defender's office, but we're facing crime that is targeting the lowest of levels in society, drug traffickers, dealers, those who bear arms. But if you analyze this graph, we don't see money laundering here or operations with funds from illegal sources. And we can't see bank crime here, white-collar crime, and mechanisms for protection, criminal structures, and even with the participation of civil servants. That doesn't appear here. We're stopping people on roadblocks and on the streets and working in a surface manner regarding these criminal behaviors, and we're not countering and combating what lies behind the operation of the funds, money laundering, and more. We have not tackled that yet. There's another interesting situation. We defend people of foreign origin, not just Mexican. Anyone who is accused of a crime, a federal crime, and who cannot pay a lawyer can approach the services of a public defender's institution. So this chart is very important because it shows that in Mexico there is prejudice, and in many places around the world, regrettably, that has to do with migration, waves of migration. People think that migrants are dangerous. People think that they come to a country to commit crimes. In our case, we have migration, particularly from Central and South America. And most of the media disseminate an image of this migration as though it were a matter of criminality, as though they were coming here to commit crimes in our country. And this is utterly false. 45% of the cases, crime cases that we have defended are from the United States. I'm not saying that they have come here from the United States. I'm saying that they are of United States citizenship. Guatemala, which is very far with 15%, or Honduras with 11%. These other nationalities, which are the second and third place, are well down on the list. What we see is people who are coming into the country legally, because we don't request visas from citizens of the United States, and they come and commit crimes in Mexico. This makes sense because in the United States, and there's a series of problems because these are coming into our country from the north of the border. There is a stereotype because we hear talk about gangs and criminal groups that come from the south. Because in truth, the hard facts do away with this type of myth or prejudice against migration. Most of the federal crimes come from those who come from the north of our country, not from the south of our country. The adversarial system is a restorative justice mechanism, and we have to go back to preparatory crimes and suspend the process.
That prevent us from getting to a trial, an actual trial. So this image is quite alarming. As you can see, the number of problems that we can see from through plea bargains don't even represent about 1% of actual finalized matters in penal laws, and this is of trouble because that means that the General Attorney's Office is not using a plea bargain in a massive way. So that means that they're not turning detainees into informants. They're not using this legal tool that already exists in the penal code so that a person can obtain a benefit. And they don't have to go through the actual legal system, but that they are committed to know of the process and to denounce others within the structure
Obviamente esto es un problema
of the penal system. And of course, this is a problem that is not only present since 2018. This is a phenomenon that has occurred since the onset of the adversarial system. That means that our Attorney General's office is still thinking of providing results that translate in having a lot of people being in prison, but not in dismantling these criminal organizations. So let's go to the next image. Here we can see one of the main innovations that the Public Defender's Office has implemented. We created a group of experts. As I told you, we were very committed to the principle of equality of arms. The defensorship should have the same capabilities of the accusatory party in order to prove and to demonstrate the innocence of a person, or at least to combat the accusation of the state, to question the evidence, the data, the information that is being offered by the prosecutor's office. And this didn't exist before because when before we arrived, there was no area of experts. There were no experts. The public defenders would have to go beg to academia for them to provide free services and to provide them with actual expert services for trials. And in most institutions would actually say no because they have a lot of work that is focused mostly on research, forensic science, not in trying to prove facts with a judge. So it was up to us to create, with the support of Justice Saldivar, this department we call forensic science, and we hired 10 experts, and in 2020 we hired up to 30 specialists and forensic scientists who are more than capable of offering scientific evidence and to question the evidence offered by the other parties in terms of things that are very precise in genetics and social anthropology,
indígenas, en fotografía, en toxicología, en química forense.
In forensics chemistry, in psychology, in medicine, in criminalistics, orthodontology. We have a very valuable team that has allowed us so that the defensorship is no longer just on the aspect of knowing just law. In order to have a true defense, you have to provide arguments for the facts. So here we will see that our institution, it has been improving in this logic of offering facts and data to the judge, because we have worked in having actual data per se. We've returned our public defenders who, for instance, or even our factotums who actually just used their time to only take notes and make copies and to print things out and put things in a file and file things in general. We have changed that because we're now litigating electronically, and we have changed the logic. We say we have implemented a policy that we call zero paper. So we're using electronic and digital technology. We have the amparo procedure, the habeas corpus online. We have different formats and forms for our judiciary office in digitized version. And because our lawyers are no longer functioning in this logic of having files and paper here and there, that has translated into savings as well. And the defender's office has changed things and the way their lawyers work. And our factotums can actually go there and provide and have information per se. So some of their tasks include search of information, search of data, specific documents that could be of use to the judges, interviews, updating of maybe a map, or looking for cameras or photographs, things that you can get not only from public institutions, but from like maybe businesses and the neighboring areas even. So this has become an important task of the defender's office. We are implementing a sort of a research police for the defense. We can't call it that per se. That's not its formal name, because the investigation police can actually do official research, official investigation, and they do what we call a summons, for instance. They can even intervene communications and jam communications and do things that we can't do. But it's not like we have an actual police department, but we do are trying to give them a more robust set of tasks in data search efforts, so that we can go and see the actual truth of a specific case. So this next image tells us of what we have created, which is a defense hotel, a defense phone line that has provided services now that we have the pandemic. It is a call center, but it is a call center that is being attended to by lawyers. It is a 24-hour service too, and it works on a yearly basis every single day. It is important because you can have an emergency and you might require a free legal services, especially in penal matters. But we can now provide services to a person that has been detained due to aspects of maybe migration that have to do with migration or something of a like. So you can call us at any time of the day or night, and we will provide you with free services through this phone line. And if that is the case, we can assign you to a lawyer that can represent you legally. Now we'll go to the next image. We can see how we have improved our systems of attention. When we created this public defender's office, we interrupted this. We had a sort of a fragmented schedule because, for instance, where we had our meal times, we wouldn't attend to anybody. But now, because we have this new system, we can attend to anybody's needs at any time of the day. And we have created an appointment system that has allowed us to provide people appointments in a specific date and time, so that people no longer have to wait for their services. And this has been very important to us, because in just 1 year, we can talk about more than 25,000 appointments in which you have the people coming in time and you have the lawyer attending to their needs. And and we no longer have to have these big, huge lines in which you had to wait for over 2 hours even. We have also encouraged our lawyers to visit the prisons and the detention centers, and we see a number of brigades and groups that have been detained over the past few years. And this is important because before, brigades would have to ask the penal authority so that our lawyers could come in. But now we just give them a notice 2 days in advance, for instance, and the penitentiary authorities have to allow our lawyers to go in. And when we have a brigade or a group, a big group, when we have our lawyers individually, they can go in there with without any type of notification, in advance. But if they do that in groups, they have to. And this is important because the authorities in jails and prisons didn't like for us to come in these brigades without appropriate notifications. There were even instances in which we were not allowed to go in, but through two amparo procedures, we managed to have managed to force the authorities in prisons to allow us to go in. This is a right that prisoners have, and we no longer have to ask for permission or provide maybe notice in very much advance, to the prison or jail that we're going to visit. This is something we call an instrumental litigious procedure in order to provide the rights to the actual people that have them. Well, no, carry on, please. So I'm leading up to my conclusions. An improvement that we've had over the past few years has to do with tele appointments, long distance appointments. You now can have video conferences through a dialogue that like the one we're having right now, through the internet, through encrypted platform where you can have feedback and you can have the physical conditions even of a person. And this implies a modernization of what we're doing. And I want to share with you that we're improving our translation capabilities. We have a multicultural country, and we only had translations for only 138 linguistic variants, and we have that for over 138 of those. And we are educating our lawyers with the INALI, which is the Indigenous Language Institute. We have the specialties that are undertaken by our lawyers. We have training for people with different capabilities, for international law. So if you have any interest in studying these cases in the Q&A session, I can actually talk to you about the cases we've had over the years. And to conclude, you can see in the electronic signature that the Public Defender's Office has improved its litigating capabilities. We no longer do this through packaging, through paper, through files. Our promotions, our claims and suits go through digitalization process. We have actually saved a lot so that the defender's office can be better. And we actually went from over 3,000 signed copies of documents to over 40,000 in just this year through digitalization. There's so many things I would like to talk to you about, but as our organizers have asked, we have also we also must allow people to have a feedback and time for the Q&A session. Thank you, Netzaid. It was a very interesting presentation. What you're doing from the Defender's Office is also very interesting. We are actually going against time, unfortunately. We are out of time, but I would like to at least you to field two of the questions that we have received from the audience. We, of course, got a few other ones, but we will share those with you later on. Now, the first question has to do with that reality that we have with the country. This country that is so heterogeneous, so different, and it has such a wide and ample geographic scope. And we have so many marginalized peoples who face different circumstances. So how can a public institution face in an operative manner the way in which you can provide services to these restricted areas in these populations and places that don't necessarily speak Spanish or have the conditions to, in a way, make use of their rights. And the second question is, well, that in the country we have seen from the past years actually a wave of legislative reforms that in a way attempt at increasing the punishing powers of the state. They have increased the catalog of crimes that are considered serious and crimes that automatically mean that people would go to preemptive jail or prison. So how is it that you cope with this from your defender's office, in facing this policy of the state that is punitive in nature? This is something that is going to you're going to have to face directly, and we don't know if through this increase of the people without sentences that you have that are no longer free, what is the capability that the institute is going to face? Well, first off, the first question, how are we going to make sure that people can access justice through a public defender's office? Well, first off, it has to do with what I talked to you about using technology, using communication through the internet, in the pandemic, well, these types of instruments were amazing, were fundamental. Like, for instance, the tele appointments, the long distance appointments, and the calls that we've had through the internet, so that our lawyers can continue to represent their clients. But it is also important to have our lawyers get out of the offices. Our lawyers now are going to where the people might need them. For instance, because we deal with migration issues, we go to their people's to the stations where they hold these people, the immigrants, where they are detained, or maybe the shelters where we have the immigrants. We have also established a few agreements and collaboration efforts with organizations, like, for instance, the Human Rights Commission or the NGOs that provide services to people who are facing migrational issues. It's not that they're waiting for us to come. We actually go to them, to the people that actually need. I mean, give you further examples of this, but I'm trying to synthesize or be as succinct as possible. Now, when it comes to the politics vision of our country, I can tell you that this is not just a problem in Mexico. I believe this is a worldwide problem. This punitive approach is easy to sell to the masses, and it provides in people a feeling that things are being done in terms of mitigating violence. However, it's just an easy way out. And what we're trying to litigate with, however, and I'm going to give you two concrete examples, we're trying to make our justice system more rational. That is, in terms of preemptive imprisonment. For instance, we have a sentence from that I believe is groundbreaking because it is important. We were represented the case of a woman that had an infant with her in jail. She was in preemptive jail, and the judges considered that there was nothing to be done for her because she had been accused, even though she had not yet been officially sentenced. She had been accused of committing a federal crime, a felony. So we asked the judge to look into what was going to be done to her. And the Constitution forces us to, tells us that this type of unofficial imprisonment can only be sentenced before the trial, at the beginning of a trial. But at any point during the trial, this preemptive measure precautionary measure can be analyzed. That means so that the authority that issued it can check it again, can revise it. And there was no restriction. If you were to read the Constitution, there's no restriction. There's no place that tells you that precautionary measures cannot be stopped at any time during the due process. The Constitution tells us that actually there's a maximum duration of 2 years, but it also doesn't force us to reach these 2 years. So at any time in the due process, you can revise the precautionary measures. So what I asked the judge to do is to revise it, and the judge told us that there was no way this could happen, that it was completely absurd, and that it couldn't just happen, that he wasn't even going to go through the audience, through this next step of the trial, that there was no way in which this part of the process would actually happen, that it wouldn't be. So we actually had to initiate an amparo procedure, and we won that. And what federal justice tells us is that we can actually go and look into the precautionary measure. Of course, we can analyze the instances of, like maybe, for instance, preemptive incarceration, but what you do now is that you have a corpus of information in which you can give to the judge, telling him, well, this person is not dangerous, this person represents no danger to herself or others, and this makes it so that we can rationalize our system. I can even tell you that the public defender's office is actually going into international instances. We are litigating with arbitrary measurements that allowed us to have a historic sentence. And this is something that was released on the media, but this is not something that people know. We actually stewarded. The United Nations task force established that Mexico had been abusing of unofficial incarceration, and that prolonged its time, and that there were cases that actually went over the legal frame of unofficial imprisonment. And this had to do with a human rights issue. The task force asked the Mexican state to reform its preemptive incarceration system, and this is something that our system is going to come through with. Thank you, Said, for this intervention. I believe that we took so much from you, a lot of learning experiences and lessons that, and of course, we will later on have this opportunity to continue the conversation. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, Netzaí Sandoval y Cristel Rosales. A continuación, tendremos la conferencia magistral de Maike de Langen. Ella es directora de investigación de justicia del Centro de Cooperación Internacional, y la encargada de presentarla como es debido es Alejandra Gasca, directora de observación de la Autoridad en México Unido contra la Delincuencia. Gracias a las dos. Adelante. Gracias a todos por su paciencia. Estamos ajustando algunos asuntos técnicos para que muy brevemente, en muy poco tiempo, ustedes puedan disfrutar de la conferencia magistral de Maike de Langen.
Buenos días a todos los que nos acompañan. Es un placer para mí presentar esta segunda conferencia magistral, que en esta ocasión estará a cargo de Mike de Langen. Les voy a platicar un poquito acerca de Mike de Langen para que sepan quién va a estar en esta segunda conferencia magistral. Actualmente es jefa de investigación del Grupo de Trabajo de Justicia en el Centro de Cooperación Internacional de la Universidad de Nueva York, Estados Unidos. Organización que trabaja para fortalecer enfoques cooperativos entre gobiernos nacionales, organizaciones internacionales y la comunidad política en general para promover la paz, la justicia y la inclusión. Mike tiene más de 15 años de experiencia liderando programas y equipos nacionales e internacionales en las áreas de gobernabilidad, Estado de Derecho y empoderamiento legal. Bienvenida, Mike. Ella nos va a presentar la ponencia magistral Justicia para todas y todos, innovando para optimizar la resolución y prevención de problemas de las personas sobre justicia. Vamos a escucharla.
Thank you very much, Alejandra.
Muchísimas gracias, Alejandra. Gracias a los organizadores del evento. Es un placer hablar con ustedes. Estoy desde Nueva York.
So let me share my screen, the presentation that I have prepared for you. Let me see. So I will focus on putting people at the center of justice innovation. And I will talk to you a little bit about the global movement that is currently gaining strength on putting people at the center of justice. And that started, well, it didn't really start. There's, of course, many preparatory phases, but a big turning point for people-centered justice was when the United Nations and all the members of the United Nations adopted SDG 16, Global Goal 16, which promises to provide equal access to justice for all. This was in 2015, and a number of countries came together once the goal was adopted to really discuss and work together on how they can take it forward. And one of the first things they did was create the Task Force on Justice. So I was meant to go to my next slide. Yes, there we go. The Task Force on Justice. So this was organized by the Pathfinders for Peaceful, Just and Inclusive Societies, which is where I work, the Pathfinders based at NYU. But they created a separate task force, which was led by ministers from Argentina, the Netherlands, Sierra Leone, together with the elders. And the task force had as its task to really look at this promise of providing people-centered justice, providing justice for all by 2030. And it wasn't just the task force and its members, but a whole set of organizations, you can see all the logos here at the bottom, that came together to work on this important task. This was mainly in 2018 and 2019, and it resulted in these reports, Justice for All, as the overall report, which is also available in Spanish. And I do apologize that my slides are in English, but anything that I have on, most of the things I have on my slide, you will be able to find in the Spanish report, which is available on our website. And as you see here, the Justice for All report was the overall outcome, but we worked with all our partners and many different actors on separate reports that were actually inputs to this overall narrative and this overall approach on how we are going to achieve justice for all by 2030. And the one I wanted to point out for this audience in particular is the one that you see there in the middle, Innovating Justice, Needed and Possible. So we have a separate report on justice innovations that really is an important resource if you want to get inspiration for all kinds of different innovations that are taking place across the world. It is it has a number of a lot of examples and also links where you can find more information. So please have a look at our website to find that report. What we did in this report is not just publish a report, but it's really bring together evidence and experiences from around the world to help us find the evidence and the data that we need to be able to provide justice for all by 2030. And we also strengthened the political leadership and the mobilization and bringing everyone together. And one of the key things we did is to really shift the thinking from, is it access to the justice system as it is, or is it a whole different way of thinking about what the justice system really is and should be providing to people? And we did that with three main focus areas. So the first question we answered is, why do we need justice for all? And what needs to be done between when we adopted Goal 16 and 2030, which is the end deadline of the 2030 agenda. We call that the global justice gap, the gap between the justice that people want and need and the justice that systems currently provide. Now, the global justice gap, you may have heard this number in other presentations, is 5.1 billion people who are deprived of justice. And this has different categories of people that we then combine to reach this overall number. So 4.5 billion people across the world are excluded from social, economic, and political opportunities because they do not have the papers, they do not have the identity documents, they do not have a contract for their work or for their house. And so with that, they have already difficulty to have access to justice. 1.5 billion people have a criminal, civil, or administrative justice problem they cannot resolve. And that is based on data from the World Justice Project, which has done surveys across the world to find this number. And then there's a smaller group, but very significant group of people, 253 million people, who live in extreme conditions of injustice without any meaningful legal protections, apologies. And that includes people who are stateless, people who live in modern slavery, and people who live in war zones where there is no justice system to speak of. We also made the financial case or the business case for justice in the report. And what we found, using again data from the World Justice Project and working together with the OECD, is that everyday justice problems, those unresolved justice problems that we mentioned, actually cost countries 0.5 to 3% of their GDP. So leaving all those problems unresolved and not meeting the needs of people in the justice sector is actually a cost to countries and to their economy. We also calculated what it would cost if we wanted to provide access to basic justice services in low, middle, and income countries. So as you can see on this slide, on low income countries, it would cost $20 per person per year to provide access to basic justice services. In middle income countries, $64, and in high income countries, $190. And the differences between those numbers are mostly explained by differences in salary levels. So this is an important piece if we want to say that justice is important, if we want to ask for more investment in justice. These numbers and this analysis is an important part of that discussion. We then focused on improving people's justice journeys, and because of the time, I won't go through all of this because it's it will take me much more time than we have. But just to highlight that if we want to improve people's access to justice, it's really three components of the justice journey that you can focus on: empowering people and communities, providing access to people-centered justice services, and fair outcomes. And in the report, we have combined evidence and examples from around the world on how that can be done, what works to improve people's justice journeys. We had that whole agenda set out, and then of course, as in every sector, everything changed when the pandemic hit. So we did some additional analysis, and I would like to share some of the insight what we saw in 2020. So first, the analysis we did, we focused on justice for all in the public health emergency. And what we saw there, and this was very much in the early stages of the pandemic when there were lockdowns and when country after country was going through this phase of, making decisions and trying to limit the impact of the pandemic. Firstly, we saw that justice actors were suddenly on the front line of the coronavirus pandemic. So a lot of attention actually went to the health sector. But in reality, justice actors, the police, judges, paralegals, lawyers, they had a very important role to play because all these decisions were being taken. There was suddenly a change in the way the whole sector operated. And of course, there was the shadow pandemic, as UN Women calls it, the increase in violence against women that was seen across the board, and also the need for different ways to respond to that. So that is the public health emergency and how justice actors had to play a role in that, and we provide some advice on that. And interestingly, in that report, and again, this was early April, so it was very early days for the pandemic. We had the chair of our task force, Hina Jilani, who is a human rights lawyer from Pakistan, help us write the foreword to this report. And she wrote, and it was early days, so I think it's much more common now, but she wrote that it's not just a health pandemic, it is also a pandemic of human rights. It is a crisis of human rights, and all kinds of people's rights have been shifted, actors have a different role to play. So I think that's a very important piece to keep in mind. We also looked at the economic crisis. This came a little bit later, this report we published in July. And there we went through, we know from the Justice for All report that there are people face a common justice problem. So while every legal system is different, the problems that people face are actually quite shared across countries. Everywhere there's debts, there's divorce, there's bankruptcies, there's evictions, there's access to public services. Every system has different rules and regulations, but everywhere people face those similar problems. And so you can learn from each other and collaborate. So the three things we've seen actually in 2020 that are relevant, I think, for our sector is one, innovation. Of course, that's what this whole conference is about, that I hope many of you who are listening are working on justice innovation. And it's actually interesting how in many legal systems, in many courts, in many lawyers, in many paralegal organizations, many legal aid providers, they had small innovation projects already going on for years, and there were pilots and there were experiments, but it was never really hit. It never really hit the mainstream. And I think because of the pandemic, that has been really thrust forward, and we have much more progress than we've had for many years. And I heard somebody say in a meeting, actually in April, I think, very early days, that the justice system was sort of thrown straight from the 19th century into the 21st century because of the pandemic. Suddenly there couldn't be in-person cases, so everything had to go digital, and all those innovations that had been kept at a very small scale or even resisted became much more common and much more seemed possible just because we had to find solutions. So that's the second point. The creativity that was shown, I think, in 2020 is much larger than it has been for many years, simply because the situation required everybody to look at what was possible. How can we continue? The way we've always worked doesn't work anymore. We have to rethink our procedures and our work. And then the third point on justice in a pandemic is collaboration. Again, because of the tremendous changes and the tremendous challenges, there was suddenly much more room for collaboration between different actors. I've mentioned them before. You have the police, you have the courts, the lawyers, the paralegals, the legal aid providers. All those actors had to be creative and work together. So I think there's been an increase in collaboration. That's not to say that the pandemic was a good thing, of course, even apart from the terrible health impacts, the many people who have died, and the economic crisis. Also for our sector, I do see some of those positive developments that I've mentioned, but I also think we are in a difficult situation. We've called this the triple crunch. On the one hand, there's more justice problems in the economic crisis, and my sense is, and our shared sense is, that is actually going to keep increasing over the coming month, because people's reserves are running thin, people's financial possibilities are being exhausted, companies are going bankrupt. So there's a wave of justice problems that is building. At the same time, the restrictions on operations caused by the pandemic are still in effect. We are not out of the woods. We have some positive news about vaccines. I think everybody is hoping that will come sooner rather than later. But the reality is, for at least the coming half year, maybe longer, the restrictions on our operations will still be in place. And then public funding for justice is under pressure. Public funding in general is under pressure. And that will impact the justice sector too. In short, we will have to do more with less. Now, for people interested in justice innovation, I think that is also, again, in a way, good news, because the only way to do more with less is when you innovate. And I think people who are willing to find solutions and able to produce solutions and to innovate will have a good environment for those ideas and those projects. So let me turn then to the last slide that I have, and some key points that I think are important if we talk about people-centered justice innovation. The first is put people at the center. That is, as you've seen, the core of our approach. And that means to look at different groups of people, to look at where people are, what their capabilities are, making a difference between adults and children, making a difference if you want to reach men or women, looking at specific groups who are in a situation of vulnerability, and tailoring your approaches to what they can, how you communicate with them. It means putting a focus on people's lives and enabling them to get on with their lives, to solve those justice problems. And it means also, very important in the 2030 agenda, to leave no one behind. 2 is to focus on resolving justice problems. So that requires not just taking a narrow justice focus of what is the issue at hand, but taking a broader perspective. What are the underlying problems? If you look, for example, at divorce or at inheritance, or problems between landlords and tenants, the relationship always focuses on a specific item of conflict, but our approach needs to be conflict sensitive, needs to be take a broader perspective and really try to address those underlying issues as well. And there are possibilities to do that. For example, if you create a platform for dispute resolution, you can design that in a way that it encourages people to actually resolve those problems. The third is to create better justice journeys. And you've seen the slide that I had on about those different components of the justice journey. The critical part, I think, is not to digitalize the process as we know it. And this is sort of what is often done. We know how the process runs and we make every step digital. But I would challenge everyone to really use this opportunity to rethink the process. I use as an example when you look at your iPhone, you have the little icon to make a phone call. And it's actually a horn of an old phone, the one that you used to pick up and then make the phone call. My daughters have no idea what that icon is for, where it comes from. They have never seen an actual physical phone the way we had them before we had our mobile phone. So you have to, digitalize the process. Improve the process while you're digitalizing it, and not digitalizing the existing process, because we have seen that those don't work. The fourth point to keep in mind, and I think this links to what I've said earlier, open up to different actors. Many people in the justice sector are used to working in silos and with fixed roles. I think some of that has been shifting in the past year because of the situation we were in. But encourage those collaborations, try to work together between different actors and also from different sectors. So if there's a health problem, work together with health providers, create those legal medical partnerships that are springing up in different countries, create multidisciplinary teams to also include social workers, for example, if you talk about accessing public services. Another important one, especially for innovation, again, is to create standard solutions with individual escape routes. I said earlier, we need to do more with less, and one way of doing that is standardizing. Of course, there are many cases that are comparable, and you can have some economies of scale if you standardize solutions. However, because we are working in the justice sector and often as public sector providers, we need to make sure that we have the right balance between standardizing the solutions that can be scaled up and be more efficient with individual escape routes. Because if somebody is in a process that is digitalized, or that is one of those standard trajectories, there may be situations where that are different. So people have to be able to either appeal or find a way out, reach out to someone, not get stuck in the standard solution. I think finding the right balance is very critical to justice innovation. collect data, learn and improve. I think this is more natural to innovators than it is to many other justice actors. Those are focused on innovation know that you can start with something and then collect the data and improve it as you go along. In collecting that data, of course, it is again important to take the people-centered perspective, not only take data from the system, but ask people for feedback. What are their perspectives on the process, on the outcome, on the fairness that is created. So collecting that data, collecting justice data, both from inside but also from people through surveys is quite critical, and then learn and improve as you go along. And that links actually quite nicely to my last point, which is if we want to prevent justice problems from happening, we need to get to structural improvements. And we can do that by learning from individual cases. So whenever you design, whether it's a database or a platform, whatever innovation you are working on, make sure you keep in mind that in the design, you set it up in a way that the information from those individual cases can be brought together so that you can make structural improvements. You can learn from those individual cases, and you can actually improve the process of public sector services or justice delivery as you go along. So I feel like I've been talking for a long time. I would be very happy to answer some of the questions that may be coming from the audience. And let me stop sharing my screen. Muchas gracias. That's about as far as my Spanish goes, unfortunately. But thank you for your attention, and I look forward to answering some of your questions.
Muchas gracias, Mikey. Sí, por supuesto que los temas que acabas de abordar.
Thank you, Mike. I believe that the topics you touched upon are very important, especially for those of us who deal with justice. When it comes to justice for the pandemic, access to justice, the people that have to do with innovation, rethinking justice in these times. These are all very important aspects. But to me, what catches my eye, and this is something that I would like to focus on when if you would like to field a few questions. Well, first off, justice for everybody is a priority. And I would like to ask you, when you talk about empowering people and communities, and you tell us that you have registered information and collected information and data around the world on this, please tell us about the experiences that you've had regarding how can we encourage people to participate in justice, and maybe the scope of this topic is too broad, but how can we increase the understanding of law in people at large, in the public at large?
Thank you. Yeah, that's a very interesting question. I mean, I think there are a number of ways. One is, I mentioned and I showed you some of the data, and that is data collection. So justice needs surveys. We have two partners who do a lot of work on justice data. That is the World Justice Project and HIL, HIIL. That is an institute that does justice needs and satisfaction surveys. So going out and asking people what their justice problems are and whether they are satisfied with the way they are resolved is an important part of that. And some good news actually just on the justice data very quickly is that just in March, a new indicator was adopted, which sounds a bit technical, but a new indicator to actually measure progress against SDG 16 was adopted, which will take that data from legal needs surveys, which is going out to people and asking what they need from the justice sector. And it is UNDP, UNODC, and the OECD who are working together to promote those kind of surveys. That's just collecting the data. Another important part is I mentioned different actors. So I think paralegals, community organizations, there are many organizations, whether they are government driven or whether they are from the civil society or grassroots organizations that are really based in the community. So they know where the people are, they know what people's problems are, and finding the ways to connect that information to feed up into the justice system is an important aspect to get people's participation, if not directly, then at least indirectly. Of course, people themselves are increasingly able to orient themselves on what's available in terms of laws with online platforms. So I think there's a lot is possible, but it does require engagement from citizens, and often these intermediaries. I know in some Latin American countries there are facilitadores or justice facilitators. There's all kinds of shapes of people who make that connection between people's daily lives and the justice system. Back over to you, Alejandra.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. We have another question, and I believe this is the last one we're going to field because we are running out of time, unfortunately. Are there examples of practices in this crisis of justice that we're living through, specifically in the case of women?
Yes, there are some examples, and it is of course, as I mentioned, UN Women has drawn attention to the shadow pandemic of violence against women, and there have been a whole series on our website. There's a collection of responses, but just to give you a few, I mean, in the early stages of the pandemic, some countries actually created new safe houses in hotel rooms that were available, or they have created pop-up centers so that women who were going out to do shopping could actually also get information about a situation of vulnerability or violence that they wanted to escape. Many paralegal organizations have started phone lines and hotlines that people can call, and there's several code words that have been developed in different countries if women wanted to signal that they were in a situation of danger. The other thing, which is more of the longer term perspective, I guess, on protecting women from violence, is empowerment, also financial and economic empowerment. I think in some countries there's still progress to be made on allowing women to participate fully in the economy, and empowering them economically will also empower them and allow them to better stand up for themselves. And legal empowerment, of course, by knowing what the situations are and knowing where they can find support if they need it.
Muchas gracias, Mikey.
Thank you very much, Mikey. This information, when it comes to access to justice and making sure that justice reaches as many people as possible, and all communities will always represent a challenge. This is something that we have to work on. And now that we have the pandemic, that adds up to the number of problems and challenges that we have to face. But when it comes to justice for everybody, we have to thank you profusely for the work you do, because it is so necessary to attend to the needs of victims that we have, not only here in Mexico, but in the rest of the world. Thank you very much for your participation. We're so happy to have you here in this very first forum for justice. And the only thing that I have left is to thank you and all the people that are watching us and the participants. Once more, thank you for your attention.
It was my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Una experiencia muy motivadora, no solo para los que participamos como voluntarios, sino también para las personas del barrio, porque tal vez es la primera oportunidad que ellos tienen de tener contacto directamente con información precisa respecto de sus derechos y sus posibilidades de acceder al servicio de justicia.
Con más de 50 voluntarios y voluntarias, creamos un ciclo de charlas sobre derechos humanos. Trabajamos los derechos de ciudadanía, los derechos de las personas migrantes, los derechos de las personas con discapacidad, los derechos de género, de infancia. Y poco a poco construimos un espacio de trabajo donde se genera la confianza de unos con otros.
Cuando se inició, los voluntarios éramos muy pocos, pero me sumé con la idea de romper con la rigidez y el formalismo de la justicia tradicional y mostrar el espíritu de la justicia de esta ciudad de Buenos Aires, que es de relajar las formas y que los jueces seamos los protagonistas de la resolución de los conflictos.
Después de una charla o un encuentro, cuando uno vuelve a su oficina, nada es igual, indudablemente. La perspectiva sobre las personas cambia, se corre del papel a la persona con su problema, con las cuestiones cotidianas que también nos permite a nosotros, desde nuestro fuero interno, permitir tener otra perspectiva, la posibilidad de otra mirada.
Súper gratificante volver de un lugar como son las villas, habiendo podido dar algo a la gente que, como te digo, tiene una necesidad increíble y también es duro, ¿no? Porque uno se encuentra con realidades muy difíciles que le pasa a la gente que está en la villa.
Lo que a mí me incentivó mucho del programa fue de que se acerca a esos lugares y va directamente hacia la problemática y no esperar que uno pueda tener tiempo o quizás el conocimiento o cómo saber cómo llegar a las oficinas.
Sentí, por un lado, el agradecimiento de la gente que nunca había pensado que un juez iba a acercar al lugar donde ellos vivían, con mucha vulnerabilidad y pobreza. Pero por otro lado, desde lo personal, sentí que mi participación en este programa era una especie de obligación para devolver a esa gente todo lo que la justicia me había dado.
Cada momento que voy, vuelvo con una enseñanza mucho mayor de la que yo le puedo dar a ellos. Entonces, es como que vuelvo sabiendo mucho.
Esto a un funcionario hay que reconocerle que te da fuerzas para seguir trabajando y focalizar el esfuerzo en estos problemas que son problemas de verdad.
Es como una doble mirada. Cuando uno regresa a trabajar a su despacho, a su oficina, el haber tenido contacto directo con las personas que ustedes escuchan, que estamos escuchando en el barrio en esta misma filmación, es bastante distinta a la mirada que uno tiene del expediente en frío. Es una persona, y esta persona con la que hemos hablado, que nos ha contado su historia, nos humaniza de un modo diferente. Y me parece que esto implica una mejor calidad del servicio de justicia.
Uno se siente parte de la justicia hace muchos años, pero siempre la justicia está mal vista, tiene una mala imagen y en realidad lo del programa es como que uno se siente que aporta un grano de arena en serio para tratar de mejorar eso y devolverle algo a los ciudadanos, que en realidad nosotros trabajamos para ellos.
Creemos firmemente en el acceso comunitario a la justicia porque estamos convencidas de que la transformación es posible en el barrio y es posible que el Poder Judicial también actúe de una manera con conocimiento de lo que a la gente le sucede, lo que la gente necesita y cuál es el cambio que hay que hacer al interior del propio Poder Judicial.
Amigas y amigos, aquí estamos de regreso. Esperamos que este par de conferencias magistrales hayan resultado de provecho para ustedes. Ya se acerca, ya se va a llevar a cabo el primer panel del día. Sus temas, justicia restaurativa y justicia cívica. Los panelistas son Antoine Brossier, director gerente de WAG, una organización de Hannover, Alemania. Violeta Maltos, directora del Instituto Internacional de Justicia Restaurativa y Derecho. Y Bernardo León Olea, abogado y consultor en temas de seguridad y justicia penal. La moderadora será Lilian Chapa. Lilian es analista en políticas de seguridad pública con experiencia en México, Honduras y Colombia. Ustedes saben que actualmente es investigadora senior del World Justice Project y editora del blog sobre política de seguridad y justicia de la revista Nexos. Les doy la bienvenida a los 4. Continuamos. Gracias.
Gracias, Pablo.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Muy buenos días a quienes nos acompañan en este foro.
Hello there, good morning to those of you who have joined us. Welcome to this panel in which we're going to talk about restorative justice and civic justice. With us we have 3 very important speakers. Bernardo León Olea, who is a lawyer in penal justice affairs. Violeta Matos, who is director of the Restorative Justice and Law Institute in Mexico, and Antoine Brossier, who is the director of WAG Hannover. Well, this aspect is crucial when it comes to innovation. For many of the people who join us from other countries that are not Mexico, maybe this is no innovation per se to you. But it is, however, to us. Especially when it comes to public safety and justice, it is important for us to have 3 people who have operated within these types of systems in justice in different contexts, very different contexts. And this is why I'm so happy to have them here with us. As a starting point, I would say that it is a bit problematic to me to conceive civil justice and restorative justice as informal aspects of justice, or they're informal systems of justice, but I believe that is not the case. When we talk about this in particular, we in a way are bringing down the potential that it could have, that these tools could have in the future, so that they can actually provide solutions in justice affairs. And now in our society, there's an inclination in having everything that deals with public security and bringing that up to the penal system, and that unfortunately has yet to be fruitful, because our communities are no longer just or fair, and problems have yet to be mitigated. So it is important to explore how these types of tools have worked and how they have been implemented in different contexts, and that in the end they are everything but informal in nature. So Bernardo, if you will, in 10 minutes, please explain how you have implemented civic justice. What is it that it does? And thinking of people that can actually take this or these concepts to any city, municipality, or what have you. How does it work, and what has it worked on? Thank you, Lydia. Thank you, Edna, and our organizers. I'm going to share with you a brief presentation to delve into this topic, and I'm going to talk to you from my own experience. First off, I want to say that when we went to Morelia, the city of Morelia, and we started to explore civic justice, and we discovered through polls that at least a third of adults in Mexico had had problems with their neighbors, for instance, or people within their communities. In 17 cities that we polled, about 40% had conflicts, and in other cities, about 60%. And one of these cities we worked on was the city of Morelia in the state of Michoacan. And most of the problems or claims they had was, problems with parking, noise, domestic animals, problems with that, things of that nature. And from these problems, about 50% had solved that through dialogue, but about a third of those people had managed to solve it through insults and shouting and doing things that were not correct. So what we had, the only solution that we had with the people, with the police, was to detain or arrest these people, and that they would pay a fine of 35 pesos and they would be free. And in these cases, these 35 pesos were given directly to the officers, or they would spend a 36 hours under arrest. And what happens with these hours of arrest? Well, they just stay there in jail, and then they leave and they go back to their wrongdoings. And that didn't solve the problem, and it generated a lot of corruption in turn. And another aspect of these problems was traffic fines. And it was very problematic to see, like, for instance, an officer actually taking the plates off of a car, because in order to force people to pay their fines, so the people who would actually do something wrong in transit, they would the officers would take off their plates, or even in some cases their car. So what would happen? Well, you either had to go pay the 35 pesos or spend in jail, and this is one aspect, or on the other aspect, they would have an administrative punishment, if you will. And what would happen in the end is that you wouldn't solve the big problem. And in a way, it provided a disadvantage to certain groups, because the people who actually had a lot of money would pay the fine, and those who didn't have it or couldn't afford it, they wouldn't. So we actually had a defender's office in the administrative justice departments. So people would come to us, and we would have to give them whatever we took from them, in this case, the plates or what have you, and they would end up not paying their fines. Sometimes in such cases, people wouldn't even go collect their plates, and we had storages, warehouses full of these plates, and so we had to amend things. So we went to Article 21 of the Constitution, who provided from 2018 the possibility of fining people and arresting them temporarily. But we also had public work and public service. And so how could we do it in order to implement restorative processes that would include public service from the people that committed a misdemeanor? So we had to change all sorts of guidelines and rule books that we had, primers even in transit. So everybody would have to be included. We even had about 170 hearings or depositions for, claims such as transit fines, traffic fines, and what have you. So we had to privilege community work, so that people would actually pay their sentence, and we would no longer take plates off. And in the end, we managed to come to a point in which these things would work. If there was no way in which they would have their car sequestered or their plates taken off, then we would force people to pay through community service. And we have to point out that civil justice and restorative justice did not start within the people or the offices. It began within the police officers and the police department. It started with people who would go and lay a claim with the police department, and then the police officers themselves would take these things into their hands and reach an agreement with the people or the offenders. And then that led us to create a new system. So we began building the civil justice offices, and people think that it is expensive to have these types of offices. And we actually began with an abandoned warehouse that had no luxuries in it. It was very simple, very humble. We just adapted it to attend to these types of civil claims and begin a process of governance so that people would actually feel that they were going to an authority and that authority would, in a peaceful way, solve their claims. And this improved. It actually took traction. It started to take traction, and we worked with a foundation called Renace, and this foundation helped us in not providing us only with a possibility of community service. You know, for instance, if you would have a youth committing a crime, they would do community service through the Renace foundation, but it also provided therapy services. We found that some of the youth would have psychological problems. So these foundations would provide even psychological services to them so that they would not be recidivists. And we were so happy with this because everything started to work itself out properly. We saw that prevalence and recidivism would go down, and we went from being the first city with the most cases of neighbor conflict to being one of the ones that had the least. And suddenly, however, we hit a wall. We saw an increase in homicides. So they had decreased substantially, but at some point they grew again. So what we saw was that some people had approached civil justice and had been attendant to the needs in civil justice, but there's also a border in a way that is not so apparent between civil justice and actual law. So we'd have people or women mostly that would come to us so that they would lay a claim on violence, and we realized that that was not in the ballpark of civic justice, and we would send them elsewhere. And at some point, we had the homicide of a woman that we actually had told to go elsewhere. And sometimes we saw people and bodies appearing here and there. That you saw usually them would see them usually in the morning. That is bodies of people who had gone through the channel of civil justice and had not been attended to or channeled to where they should have been sent to. And well, we saw that this was a problem. So of course this is a matter of municipal improvement, but also at a larger scale. So we found what we had to renovate. First off, the Article 187 of the Penal Code said that the public defender's office could reach agreements in misdemeanors or in patrimonial crimes that are usually small claims that have to do sometimes with a fee or sometimes with a transit incident that would take time off that is precious off of the defender's office. So but these are aspects that probably civil justice could not attend to. And of course, these have to do as well with violence. So in this sense, the Public Attorney General's office would dedicate over 80% of their time to attend to the needs of these problems and not the larger ones. So here you can see a small comparative image based on the polls that we conducted and other documents for justice. And we can see that out of the 33 million crimes committed in Mexico, about 3 million of them are laid claimed on, and only 1 million of them are truly investigated. But the important aspect here is that the General Attorney's Office only solves 237,000 of these compared to the 25,000 sentences that reach a trial. We can say without a question that the General Attorney's Office is a great judge of this country, and that means that society, however, no longer wants these offices to be the judges. They want to be only administrative, and that the tool for civic justice will not only attend to these 237,000, but many other misdemeanors or administrative crimes, if you will, that need to be attended to. So we have realized that civil justice does work, in restorative justice, and they do work for both the public at large and police departments. But we also realize that the great civic judge is the general attorney's office, and society no longer wants that. So we have to provide the general attorney's office only an investigation for the larger crimes and not the small claims. So in this sense, it is important to take a next step. We have reached the limit of time. So this is my last image. I just want to say quickly that we have to make our civil justice systems and departments evolve. We have an initiative that has been prepared, and hopefully we have the conditions so that we can push it, so that we can reach centers like justice centers like they have in New York or in the UK, so that these civil claims centers can truly attend to the needs of communities, and so that the state general attorney's office can attend to the needs of more impactful crimes. Thank you, Bernardo, for your intervention. I believe it was very clear to us that, and I believe there's a consensus on this as to, for those of us who come to these types of forums, that penal justice has its limits, its limitations, and that are very clear in terms of solving problems, and that civil justice can help societies and cities in solving conflict in a more streamlined manner and more fruitful manner, even in some cases, that through resources like a therapeutic attention, for instance, and that it is still a system that coexists and that should be linked in a way with the penal justice system. Now, Violeta Maltos, who is the general director of the International Institute of Restorative Justice and Law. Violeta, I would like to know if you know something about restorative justice in Mexico compared to what we should know, what should we offer to the populace in terms of services. For restorative justice, maybe we know even less than regular justice systems. So in broader terms, please talk to us about your experience, and if it is correct to say that restorative justice is a mechanism that could help us in building fairer cities and societies. This has nothing to do with actual security, but with building a fairer society. Thank you, Lilian. And thank you, Edna, and Mexico Evalua team, who I admire very much. Thank you for not only giving me this opportunity, but for considering restorative justice in such an important forum. And dear friends and colleagues at the panel, well, regarding restorative justice, we don't know a lot. We don't have a lot of information because there's a lot of regulation for penal justice and juvenile justice. There's a lot of regulation in that, in restorative justice as well. But the problem is that we have put a lot of effort in implementing that, but we have yet to achieve it. We've made a lot of effort in implementing solutions to the penal system, to the juvenile penal system, and execution of sentences. But that has created something. In 2008, we found that the majority of the cases in which we had a first intervention from the police or from a municipal force, and they could have offered a service like this one in time, we would not attend to these homicides or these maybe lesions or any type of bodily harm that come to people in terms of a crime that was committed against them. So what exactly is restorative justice? Well, there are different instruments that come from the UN for restorative justice, and has conceptualized it as a paradigm of justice that not only opposes the punitive system per se, but it has different ways in which things can be solved. Instead of being based in actual punishment, which is what our systems are based on, not only justice, but also rules in your own house, in communities and schools, instead of basing that on punishing, finding who the culpable was and punishing them. If you have a person who committed a misdemeanor, you take off their plates and you put them in jail. But however, for restorative justice is needs. That is the most important aspect. That is finding the people that need this type of justice, that no longer have to do with actual encounters against the one party or the other, which is an important part of restorative justice, because people usually think that, well, you're going to confront one people with the other in order to reach an agreement, and that is not the case. This is the least restorative thing that you can do in some cases. So we have to identify who are the people that are involved in a particular misdemeanor, what types of institutions of the state are not doing the job they're supposed to be doing, and that are indirectly or sometimes directly provoking these types of conflicts or affectations or problems. So in this very first mapping of sorts, you have to identify how the persons were affected by this misdemeanor, what necessities or urgencies have to be met, or and were attacked in this particular problem. And I believe that initiative that has been presented should take hold. And but you also have to assume who has to be accountable, has to be held accountable, not so that they can be giving the label of being a thief or a bad neighbor, like most punishing systems do, but to identify the causes and tackle those directly. And what Bernardo said was very significant, because this foundation that Renace does, this psychological help that they provide, is linked to restoration, because they identify the causes of the offense so that they can tackle it directly. It has to do with mental health. It has to do with the social constructs that we have for men and women, especially when they would derive in violence when, let's say, a woman would go out of their way to do things, which is wrong, of course. So, and we also have codependence of people and addictions as well, or whether you identify if it is a psychological issue or maybe the lack of employment. So what they would do is they would try to solve the causes. So when it comes to restorative justice, it implies everything, a wide scope, a wide array of approachments that identify the offense and the crimes, and identify, however, also the needs and the things that force them to commit a crime and attend those things. So we have two lines of work that we can tackle directly. That one has to do with civil justice, and the other has to do with any space of human interaction. Schools, churches, the whole household, and the other aspect has to do with the universe of contact with other people. That is, I have yet to see somebody that has implemented these two aspects at 100%, but at least in tits and bits, and a few experiences that we have achieved from that. Now, first off, one, the decision-making process that is focused on restorative issues, that is, it should lead to a civil judge, and this decision that should be taken has to do with perspective of gender, focus on transversal human rights, and identifying all these aspects and these needs and causes, and finding a way in which we can attend to the needs to and channel them to proper means of justice. And also the restorative process per se, or a conflict resolution through conciliation, mediation, that are not restorative, but they have their own measures and methods and solutions. And through these processes, whether we involve both parties directly, or sometimes there are methods in which you can involve even the families. There are methods in which, other than people and families and neighbors and schoolmates or organizations from civil society, you can have institutions from the state that can become involved, even though the state is a little bit sneaky in being held accountable and actually taking a seat. I'll give you an example. You can have a neighbor and that you have conflict maybe for the trash bin collection, or things. Maybe they let their trash outside and they usually leave them out for days, but nobody goes and tells that the municipal service for waste collection has yet to pass for over a month. So these are the types of problems that maybe a neighbor or other neighbor can go and go into a particular institute in the area of the municipality or the public institutions that are necessary, so that you can have the people there sitting and people from civil society that actually have the expertise to provide us with help with their knowledge and know-how, and sometimes with the implementation of programs that can generate programs of dialogue and attention to the needs of the people that actually might need them. So I still have 3 minutes. So there are many ways in which you can do this. And what does it have to do with civic justice? One of the components of civic justice, even though maybe Hernando can correct me because he's the expert, but it has to do mostly with solution of conflict. In this model, this is a very important component of it, not only because we have to innovate, but also because it is necessary in the end. We can channel people so that they can have better services, but if we do not establish spaces of communication or spaces of responsibility, and if we do not think of restorative processes in such a way that they are pedagogical in nature, if we not modulate communication, model it in such a way that we can change our even community spaces, we will continue to have even more saturation in our penal systems, regardless of the reforms we implement. So, way in which we can teach people to communicate with one another and to avoid labeling people, to treat people with respect, to generate empathy, and to be held accountable, not from the point of view of being a bad person, of who actually is guilty, or that they should be excluded or ostracized, but finding a way and amending ways so that they can know that their decision that they made affected other people and find solutions from that decision. But we do not have to relegate or stigmatize people. This is what restorative justice is aiming at, applying it in such a way that it can be restorative, so that the decision of a civic judge that sees people and the consequences and causes and in function of that they resolve, or maybe it can be a process of approaching one people or other through a facilitator, for instance, that has the training and the profile for that, so that they can apply different methods of justice. So the possibilities are have yet to be explored entirely. Morelia is one of these forefronts in this type of exploration, and thank you to Bernardo because he opened up the doors for Europe at the time, and we managed to have this know-how or knowledge shared to us, because we think that maybe people would actually look for only revenge, or we judge people, we have our prejudices with people, and you might end up ostracizing a person that that made the wrong decision. So these spaces of approaching from a point, from a place of empathy, because there are many vehicles for restorative justice. There are even many ways in which you can attend to the needs of through partial interventions or individualized. And sometimes we think that, well, this happened to a police officer in Morelia, maybe this can apply to other one. That is not the case. Actually, there was a neighbor that was usually the victim of theft. At the end of one of her conferences, one of the people there showed a few pictures of what happened to her apartment. She told us that everything had been stolen from them, and she had a few neighbors that had been stolen from, and others that hadn't been, and problems with even other neighbors. But there was no way in which the police department from Morelia would attend to the needs, because they only thought that it had to go with the general attorney's office directly. So if we as a police officer couldn't catch them, well, nothing to happen to them, and then the general attorney's office would take the case and prosecute them. So how could we attend to the needs of people who have been affected if we don't have the police in the forefront? You can, of course, approach them, and there are methods to do that. There are civic methods to do that. Maybe a space in which people can talk and maybe blow off of some steam and obtain information from the police departments to, and them themselves can obtain information from the victims, so they can create databases that can be trustworthy, that would end up in the arrest of a person or an investigation. And they can also have this approaching to people, create this empathy with the places that have these problems, so that we can find solutions jointly through the municipality and the police department, so that we can work together. I believe that I already used my time, and the time's up. I hope I was clear enough, because that is a rather ample universe that is kind of complicated. Thank you, Violeta. And our third panelist, Antoine Brossier. I believe that in his presentation, he points out something rather important, which we from our directorial offices appreciate. The offices from Rosier offer mediation and support in solving conflicts that can be personal, of course, but also things that are larger in scope. So I would like to hear from you, how do you translate restorative justice and mediation in the context of from which your own organization operates?
Good afternoon, everybody. Good morning for some of you. I want to thank you for the invitation, and I want to first to introduce the Waage in Hanover. Basically, I will switch to English because I hear the Spanish version right now. Okay, can you hear me? Yes. Okay, we deal with the Waage in Hanover, we deal with more or less 500 mediation yearly in the area of so-called victim offenders mediation. All for that is in the domestic violence area, and some of them is what we call the restorative justice. The first question about what is the complementation of restorative justice or mediation with the justice system? I would say that the justice is not really here to solve the conflict, or it's not really here to enable the victim to explain the pain that it has, or for the offender to take the responsibility of the act. That means the justice is mostly here to say, okay, you are guilty or you are not guilty. To have a judgment to say you will be punished or you will be not punished. To say you will have to pay a reparation or you have no to pay any reparation to the victim. So, and it's only part of the system, let's say, and it is important. It is why we are dealing with mediation in Hanover. We see that as a good complement to the justice and to a good help to enable a conflict resolution. The mediation, for some of you perhaps who don't really know how it works, is a very structured process. That means, first of all, you have the victim and the offender together in a room. We start always with the victim. First, we ask the victim if the victim wants to have a mediation. After that, if the victim wants to have it, we speak with the offenders and we have another separate discussion with the offender to prepare for the mediation. And then we put both of them in the room and we start with the mediation. We compile the topics, we compile all of the issues that the victims may want to address to the offender. And then we deep into the conflict with each of the topics that they want to deal with. After that, we make, for each of the conflict position, we make an agreement. At the end of the day, we make a global agreement about the victim offenders mediation. I would say the big advantage of the mediation, in addition to the justice, or instead of the justice action, is sustainability. If I may want to resume the mediation in victim offender area, I will say sustainability is really the key topic, the key point. It means you have a solution between victim and offenders for the conflict and the act that they have, which is they work it out together. It enables to the victim to clarify, to make clear to the offenders, what did you do to me? Which pain did I get? When you attacked me, perhaps, what was the feeling that I had? So it enables for the victim to address to the offender all of the type of issues and suffering that the victim had in the context, and it enables again the offender from this part to take the full responsibility and to take the full, to be capable to recognize the impact of his action, and then together to find how can we, victim and offender, together find a way out of this conflict. How can we avoid this conflict to come back again? How can we make sure that we have a sustainable, agreed way out of this conflict? And it helps a lot, in addition to the justice, to avoid that after some times you again find the same conflict between the same victim and the same offender. So it's a very sustainable way of addressing the issue. Working with justice on that, and it is what we do. It enables to relieve the justice, because we avoid again the same conflict to come again and again, and it avoids to have some case coming back to the justice 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. In addition, and it is really key, it enables the victim to explain her feelings, to make sure and to explain to the offender the impact that they had. And it enables both parties to agree on reparation for both of them. So it is mostly what I will say the victim-offender mediation. And then if I go to restorative justice, it is victim-offender mediation plus the community. I have no nice presentation, but perhaps you can find that. You can read it. It is the mediation, the classical mediation in victim-offender mediation is you have an offender, you have a victim, you sit together, you make the mediation, and you find some sustainable way out of this conflict. If you go to the restorative justice, in addition to that, you have the community. You have the family, you have the friends, and all of the people involved in the conflict, but people who are not directly the victim or the offender. That means we enlarge the situation, and we enlarge the issue and the conflict resolution, not only victim offender, but as well with the community. If I may, I would like to give you 2 examples of projects that we do. One is very nice to speak about. It is about football. So I don't know, I suppose in each of the countries in the world, you have the same issue. Every weekend, you hear about conflict on a football, on a soccer place, with all the attack of the referee, or attack between 2 teams in the football area, or even the public running into the game place to beat all of the people, etc. So, and we have it in Germany as well. So that means every weekend in Germany, in our region, we have at least 1 or 2 cases of football games which came into a big battle or a fight between the people. So what happens that in such case you stop the game, and in such case after the game you have a court, a so-called sport court in Germany, which is dealing with the 2 parties. And it is always the same. The court said it is like the justice. You did it bad. You attack the other one. You will have no possibility anymore to play for the next 10 games in your team, etc. So you have a judgment. What we do as a VAG in Hanover, in addition to that, we offer and propose a mediation, restorative justice mediation. That means we sit together with a few persons from one team and the other person of the other teams, depending of if it was 2 teams, if it is a referee with the referee and the team or some players, if public people came into the game to fight each other or to aggress people or players, they sit with us as well. And then we try to find a sustainable way together how to get out of the conflict. Because in a soccer game, normally a few months later, the same teams will play against. And most of the case, the players of the teams are living in the same city. So if you don't address the conflict, if you just do a judgment, you were good, you were bad, you have to pay that or whatever, you don't solve the problem of the conflict. And in the next game, you will have again the same situation. So it is what we do, that we sit together, and with both parties or different parties, we try to find a way out of the conflict. For an example, it could be a reparation of the conflict. It could be we discuss how to avoid a new escalation, how to prevent for the next time, for the next game, something to happen like that. And we clarify the responsibilities. And for example, we had a situation, a restorative justice mediation after a game where two teams fight each other. You had in the public some children of the players who were absolutely afraid about what their father did on the game's place. And at the end of the day, both teams agreed that they will have a new game, a friendly game. They mix the teams. That means some people of the team A come into the team B, some of the team B in the team A. Some children were always on the place to play together, and they made a game to show to the children and to the community that they were able to have a fair game together without any attack on the fight and fight on the place. So, and it is what you reach with restorative justice or with mediation in victim offender mediation. It is that you manage to get a sustainable solution. You manage to get out of the conflict and to avoid that the conflict is coming back again. Lilian, I don't know how many time I have, but I have another example, but it could be for later if you wish.
Muchas gracias, Antoine.
Thank you, Antoine. And from this intervention, there is much that we have learned and gleaned. For example, how this type of tool can adapt to resolve conflicts, the common ones and those that affect each one of the cities. Could be in some city every weekend that there are football conflicts. And so I think this is something that's going to have to be dynamic and not something fixed. And we heard Antoine talk about mediations in domestic violence cases too, something that in Mexico is unthinkable. And perhaps it is something that we could innovate when we start asking ourselves if we should not perhaps ask ourselves the questions of why we consider this a crime that is not for mediation. So in the next interventions, perhaps we could touch on these topics. We're in a forum on innovation and justice. And I would like to ask Bernardo at this second round, which is even shorter, it's a 5-minute round, to talk about very specific topics on how we have come full circle with innovation and sometimes political considerations, not just in Mexico, are very weighty. And problems in impunity and high levels of dissatisfaction on behalf of citizens regarding the justice system. And so sometimes it's hard to promote these systems. Bernardo, what do you think in 5 minutes are the key aspects so that in the city of Morelia, you are able to drive forward with civic justice? Look, what I might say here is what you just said is quite true. The problems are real. Family violence is real. Community problems are real. In effect, all of this is transpiring. It's happening. On the other side, the capacity of the system to respond to these problems and to try to ensure that they don't become more serious. In the case of Morelia, at least as concerns the restorative and civic justice processes, there are others, not just Morelia, but what we have seen is that the legal system, the legal apparatus, does generate restrictions regarding the evolution of restorative justice and civic processes. For example, in Morelia, what we did was find a route. Violeta came, she worked with the police, and they were able to resolve a huge number of problems, deaths and fights and rent and family violence and more. But then they started to settle murder problems of murder, not with the victim, of course, but with studying the root causes of these murders. And almost 100% of the people, and we studied 140 murders, were people that had been through civil justice, and we had been unable to generate restorative processes prior to their being murdered, or generate the right kind of therapy, or do something to help these people. The most serious one we faced was when a woman was murdered, and it's truly paradigmatic. A woman who came to the police in Morelia 3 different times and sought service. We were able to provide service, but we had to take her to the public defender precisely because of what you just mentioned, that it is not something that we can mediate on, and the civil justice doesn't deal with it. They did not take care of her at the public defenders, and one day we had to go and pick up her body. She was killed with a machete by her own husband in front of their children. So the issue at stake here is a great number of issues can be settled and resolved. Yes, they can, in such a way that you can know where the problem is stemming from, why there are people who are aggressive, what is the mechanism and the background that leads to murder. It's very rare to find a case without some background. So, in the case of Morelia and in Escobedo, Mexicali, Colima, these other cities where these processes are underway as well, it works from the standpoint of traffic problems, from the standpoint of administrative sanctions. But I do believe, and I would reiterate this, that the legal framework is hindering us. We have found ourselves at a bottleneck here, and that is the possibility of a public defender without a judicial sanction of any kind take care of these processes and generate reparations and make it mandatory. But on the other hand, the capacity, the ability of the public defender that should be used for other cases are used 85% of the personnel at these offices are working on these, and there are heinous cases, very serious ones. So I would ask how it is that all of these municipalities that are generating civil and restorative processes, how all of these police that carry out these restorative processes might have the legal capacity to do so with greater strength. I do believe that we need to make adjustments in our legislation so that we can grant legal security to people, and on the other hand, realize that a good part of the problem of security, safety in Mexico begins because at the municipal levels, we are not sufficiently taking care of people with restorative processes and grappling with family violence and other processes that are generated, the sale and consumption of drugs, which is of the most frequency, but there are other crimes and problems as well. In this regard, note that once the authority handles the case, settles it, then there are processes of governance that come into play where the municipalities not only manage the conflict, but they govern and resolve the conflict. And that's when you see the statistics with the line heading downwards in murders and without necessarily the criminal justice system having to come into play for these most serious crimes. Thank you, Bernardo. Violeta, I would ask the same question of you in your experience. What has had to be changed? What type of movement have you had to do, or arguments have you had to put forth? How do you convince an authority to incorporate a politician or to incorporate restorative justice as a solution? How do you achieve this progress in innovation in your experience? This process is not just one of one side or one person. It's a set of issues here. Civil society organizations, starting with the penal justice restorative system, there was a handful of people who worked and achieved the changing system and convincing the government, but the arguments that are of the greatest impact is that of cost. We believe that there is a great number of costs to implement it, but the truth of the matter is that at the municipal level, I don't know of anyone who has had to do this, but Mexico now evaluates, as we heard a moment ago, the costs of carrying out a process to make a difference with what Antoine said, but the situation here is somewhat different. But the costs of carrying out a process for a dispute settlement or restorative processes, the difference is from 1,500 pesos up to 30,000 pesos, or how to determine that an alternate solution might be used before going into a legal expense of up to 15,000 pesos, rather than just the 1,500 pesos that a restorative process might cost. Bernardo, who lived in Morelia, who lives there, saw it come down, the index. And he said something very interesting regarding the perception of conflict. The statistics have shown, and he knows that this is clear in Morelia, from being in the first place in disputes between in society, and not just civil and restorative justice, but also these processes are great, but if the entire apparatus that we can channel people to handle their needs and understand the causes, the underlying causes, the process is very good, but it falls short. The same with civil justice, and we heard this a while ago. Without the support of restorative processes, that would be like involving people, but not making them or us responsible for resolving their issues. So it would have to be jointly. Now, regarding the costs, I mentioned this first. Secondly, we want to avoid escalation in the conflict. And not just what they did in Morelia, they dropped the perception 26%. I forget the exact figure, but Bernardo, but the different quarters measured by the National Institute of Statistics, not just reducing the scale of conflict, but reducing the cost and reducing the negative perception that citizens hold their police forces in. My first two professors in restorative justice were police. One was British and the other was Australian. But here our perception of the police is very different, and that's regrettable. Because in order to reduce escalation of violence, the response would have to be municipal, and it would have to lie in the hands of police. So we need to change that mindset, that perception. I think that those are benefits that we can find through applying restorative justice. It's a matter of culture as well, and not just something that can be done from one moment or 1 year to the next, or from one political administration to the next. This demands continuity, and that is one of the problems that you can start implementing, but if the next presidential or municipal administration doesn't follow through, then the work is cut short. And I don't know if I answered your question, but this is an endeavor, not just of one person. These are my main arguments. It has to be joint between civil society What happened in Morelia when Bernardo left, it was civil society. It was a business cupola that demanded that we not let that new process fall by the wayside, but proper continuity. And so it's an effort between government and citizens become involved in restorative processes, not just through mediation, but the statute or the bylaw of the European Union, as it is regulated in the standardized model that we have here, is not just exactly that, but we have two people who have co-built a conflict. We sit them down, both of them share responsibility, and they work on reparation mutually. At least in the clear model of the European Union, we have the offender, one person, being responsible for harm or damage caused to another. And I hope that I can touch on the last one. What about family violence? Family violence, at least as it is typified in our law, not only has to do with gender issues. When it's not gender, then the prohibition of, it's not even established as a restorative process, but rather it doesn't seem to make sense because there is no danger. It's like any other conflict. But when there are gender reasons in place, then there are restorative processes. And there is the Center for Justice for Women in Hidalgo, and that has had 3 years. Mediation is prohibited by law. And but we are working in the best way possible. We're talking about possibility of risk. We're talking about cultural issues here that the victim and the family of the victim sometimes don't even, sometimes they justify these criminal actions. And it ends up like the case that Bernardo talked about, the murder of a woman who sought justice 3 times. We have to carry out an analysis from the very beginning to understand what is the proper restorative process to use. What are the first and most important conditions of safety for the victim? Because not all of the gender crimes are against women, but we need to ensure the victim that there will be peace of mind and that there is safety before sitting them down at the table and across from their aggressor, their attacker. They can go to victims assistance programs. There are restorative programs for those who generate violence as well. There are very many different ways of working. You can have cycles and circles with victims and their families. The cases are all tailored to each specific situation. The ideology here is different, but one case is not handled the same way as the next, although it might be similar to one that I saw yesterday. Each one is analyzed concretely and we generate interventions, and that is not always enough. But yes, you can carry out restorative actions as long as there is an understanding of what is at stake and what the issue in truth is. Thank you very much, Lilian. Fortunately, your answers and those from Bernardo as well answer to the questions from the audience. And Antoine, we would like to hear from you, your closing round here. And this is the question that is arising from the audience, and we would like to hear in your audience, in your voice, Antoine, what are the mediation issues that you face in the context in which you implement this type of mediation? When are there cases that can no longer be handled through mediation but have to go through to criminal justice? When is mediation no longer possible? And with this, Antoine, we would close with about 2 minutes. I'm sorry, it's a very important question. We have very little time left, Antoine.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure I understood really all of the question, but if I may first comment on Bernardo and Violeta intervention. The issue that you have is that the police and the justice in Germany and everywhere, they have no possibility really to be active before the crime is occurred. That means in this context, it is where you need the prevention, and you get that with restorative justice. I would say as well that restorative justice or mediation is a way of reduce the cost for the justice, because after you have a mediation and after you come to a sustainable solution via the mediation, you avoid the crime to come back again. And what happens in Germany, every fourth of the women is victim of domestic violence. If you are able to intervene first before the final crime occurs, means before the woman is killed by a man or person living with her, you avoid, of course, a lot of cost, and you avoid the crime to take place. And it is why it is so important not to have only the police and the justice, but to have as well the way of mediation. What we do with the Waage as well, we train the police, we train some jail and prison employees in order to enable them to have the focus on the victim, and in order to prepare as well for the prisoner when they come back into the society. They are able to have some mediation with the victim, so that you avoid that they come back into this schema of conflict and of violence. I don't know if it is really the response to your questions, but I did not really hear perfectly the question.
Sí, entonces creo que, o sea, en tu experiencia...
In your experience, then, there's mediation, or these processes, they include, or they're carried out before the crime is committed, but the question that is open, and there are several questions that the audience has, and I think that I will be able to send them to you as speakers for subsequent study. But once the crime has been committed, can you carry out a mediation process when domestic violence crime has taken place?
If you have already after the crime, you are able to deal with the mediation, to enable the victim to work on that, to make sure that the offenders take the responsibility of the crime, and to make sure that you find a sustainable way out of this conflict, and enable the person to meet again, perhaps without coming back into this situation. So does that mean, yes, the mediation, even after a crime, is enable you to find a way out of the conflict, out of the situation between the two parties, and to find a way which is enabling people to live together again.
Muchas gracias, Antoine. Y pues se nos ha acabado el tiempo.
Thank you, Antoine, and we have now run out of time. And for those who have submitted questions in writing, we will make sure that we send them to you.
If somebody has other questions, you can give the person my emails, and I'm happy to go into contact with the person.
Okay.
Very well. Thank you so much for that. And I thank you all for your kind attention. And we are now closing this Civil and Restorative Justice panel. Thank you all. Thank you.
Representación de Álvaro Namen Vargas, el presidente del Consejo de Estado de Colombia, que por un impedimento de último minuto no puede estar acá. También participa, por último, Audrey Prendé, es comandante de policía, jefa de la sección de asistencia a las víctimas de la Dirección Central de Seguridad Pública de Francia. Ellos hablarán moderados por Irene Tello, que ustedes la conocen, es directora ejecutiva de Impunidad Cero. La pueden leer regularmente en Universal y en la revista Este País. Bienvenidos, gracias por su participación. Adelante. Queridos participantes, estamos ajustando los requerimientos técnicos para hacer una traducción simultánea, no solo del inglés al castellano, sino también del francés al castellano. Esperemos unos segundos. Agradecemos su participación de nuevo.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Muy buenas tardes a todos. Quiero
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank Mexico and Friedrich Naumann Foundation for inviting us to this International Forum on Innovation and Justice. I'm very happy. My name is Irene Teorista. I am the Executive Director of a Mexican civil society organization that analyzes and measures and renders visible this information. I have found no better way to participate than begin by talking a little bit about what it entails to carry out innovation in justice, to work closely with communities. We do have to make these central themes, because if we don't start thinking about what it means for communities to have access to justice, there are many other topics that we will not be able to consolidate in a rule of law in our countries. I would like to introduce our panel this afternoon. I'm very happy to share with you. And first, I'll begin with Ivan Barrera, the Undersecretary for Justice for the State of Mexico. And he is a lawyer by the University of Tepeyac and the International Free School of Law. He has specialized in legislative techniques. And in his professional experience, he is the Assistant Director for liaison with the Ministry of the Interior and the lower chamber of the Congress. He has participated in various panels as a speaker regarding justice, everyday justice, civil justice, and access to justice. I would like to introduce Martin Shortchate. He is the higher officer for the National Justice for Open Society Justice Initiative. I'm going to read, and I hope I'm pronouncing your name properly. Martin is a senior advisor for Open Society Justice Initiative, and he analyzes in South Africa legislation establishes the importance of police in the community and proposes challenges on building justice. He has worked in various countries and regions, specializing in precautionary measures and more. In Mexico, he designed precautionary measures for the state of Morelos and has incorporated these in the legislative framework. Thank you, Martin. I would like to introduce Álvaro Naumann Vargas. He is the chair of the Council for the State of Colombia. He is from the External University of Colombia and holds a degree from that university in Colombia and is a specialist in administrative law and has broad experience in the public sector, where he has executed work as legal advisor for banks and corporations for the bank superintendency. He is also the Director for Legal Policy and Legislative Development and Secretary General for the Ministry of Justice and Law. He is the Assistant Director of Administrative and Financial Law for the Greater Township of Bogota. He is the Secretary General and National Registrar for Civil Matters. Since 2006-2013, he held the position as ancillary magistrate in one of the circuits. Now, Pilar Castro is with us in the place of Alvaro, and she's the leader of transparency in the state of Peru. And I would like to introduce Audrey Prendes, who is a police commander, head of the Victim Assistance Program for the Central Department of Public Security. She is a commander in the Division for Victim Assistance and for Central and Public Security. Thank you, Audrey. Again, I would like for the first round that we touched on to talk a little bit about why it's important to have innovation to bring justice to communities. I would like to know more about your thoughts on this important matter and a little bit on how from your spheres and circles you have brought in innovation to bring justice to communities. Let's begin with the same order. Ivan, I remind you all that you have 10 minutes for this round, and then we'll go on to the second one for questions later. Thank you. Thank you, Irene, and a good day to all of you. I send you warm greetings from the Minister of Justice and Human Rights from the state government of the state of Mexico. It is for me a pleasure, Irene, to share this table with specialists from other countries and other latitudes, where today we can talk a little bit about the different projects in technological innovation to bring justice to communities and make justice for every day more accessible, and certainly share the experience that we've had in the state of Mexico as of the governorship of Alfredo del Mazo. Also, we are innovating technology. We're implementing a project called Caravans for Everyday Justice. If you would so allow me, I would like to share with the audience a presentation. It's very brief regarding this project, and it might give us a little bit of context regarding what we're doing, what the main challenges we face are, and what the windows of opportunity are since we started last October 9, 2019 with this project. Caravans for Everyday Justice. And first, let me tell you that this is a project headed by the Secretariat of Justice and Human Rights. It was recently created, and it was created in the state of Mexico this past September 13, 2017. It was created to design and coordinate legal policy and access to justice in the state of Mexico, but also with itinerant justice. What this means is that it has become important because as of February 2017, through a series of reforms, precisely in everyday justice, we incorporated concepts that grant attributes for general matters. One has to do with dispute settlement and the other with civil justice. The government of the state of Mexico has complied with these constitutional foundations, and in the court we have talked about the possibility of the states implementing these mechanisms, even though in the state of Mexico we are taking initial steps to foster these mechanisms, not just for dispute settlement, but to bring justice close to people. This past October 2019, we created the Caravans, itinerant justice, to eliminate barriers to access to justice and bring bureaucratic proceedings to people, and what's most important, to generate savings in the cost of transfers, travel, and the cost of these. Not just in the territory, but we are 18 million people that live in the state of Mexico, and we're the third economy in the country of Mexico. And we have a population similar to Chile, just to give you a little bit of context, to bring this challenge to all of the people that live in the different municipalities of our state. What we have achieved here is to bring together a joint effort of 22 institutions, not just the executive power, but also the judicial branch, through restorative justice and arbitration, universities and members of academia, including the Autonomous University of the State of Mexico, the Intercultural University that is very present in the state, and brings interpreters and translators to the forefront there too, and particularly regarding the different languages spoken in our state. And the Institute of Transparency, the Commission on Human Rights, and other decentralized agencies of the executive branch, such as the Executive Committee for Service to Victims, the Ministry of Women, the Ministry of Health, the Tech de Monterrey University and the Toluca campus, and through a series of others, we have been able to merge these 22 institutions and move from the central offices out into the communities where it's difficult to find these 22 institutions together. And we're granting a great number of bureaucratic proceedings and paperwork through this itinerant caravan. The state government now moves through the 125 municipalities, and we are using a great deal of technology because it's just as though the government offices left their buildings and went out into the field and reached the community out there through technology. Naturally, this has to do with the patrimonial rights and certified civil registry documents and many other types of documents. We have managed through this experience giving identity and registration to people who were over the age of 70 and had never had a birth certificate, or correcting mistakes in birth certificates and other documents, or because they were not done properly or there was an annotation missing. We are correcting these civil registry certificates. Everyday things that are changing the lives of people. We proffer consulting in legal aspects, practically every type of legal aspect within the framework of the law, and every citizen of the state of Mexico can just about take a lawyer home. We're representing them in all matters. And in those which, because of state competency, it's not possible for us to represent them, we are in direct, we liaise directly with other authorities at a higher level to proffer them what they need. But we are also talking about restorative proceedings and conciliation. We have facilitators in these caravans, and many of the conflicts that citizens will be talking about will be able to resolve directly in the caravans, or at least begin kick them off and provide as much service as possible. And the authorities take care of these through the proper documentation, and then they can be continued in the local offices. We handle human rights violations and those who have been victims of crime as well, because we have psychologists and social workers in our caravans, and we are able to have notary publics. Practically every caravan has at least one notary public working with us and a civil registrar. And so for those of us who are resolving these conflicts, we have all of the necessary tools at hand. We offer more than 70 proceedings and legal services. There are 130 civil servants who work from Wednesday through Sunday installed in a community where otherwise they would be unable to have this type of service. This is a broad service, and we place a lot of faith in technology, and we're able to share with each one of them these different elements. We have 2 trailer trucks, 3 satellite antennas, 22 desks, 5 trucks, 1 bus, computer equipment, access to information systems and databases for each and every institution. That is what we are doing. As I said from the beginning of my intervention, we literally are taking civil servants out of their offices, taking them in a caravan, setting up business in a given community on a different day, and offer these 70 different proceedings and legal services from Wednesdays through Fridays, thinking very often that people on Saturdays and Sundays have time to take care of their business proceedings, and the offices are usually closed. So we have designed this itinerary so that the weekend is available to them as well. Here are some of the photographs that I'd like to show you so that we can have an idea of the infrastructure that we're using in the state of Mexico. Before the pandemic, we had 130 or more people covering it that we handled every day, reaching 1,500 people in the municipalities. And we would carry out almost all of the services and proceedings free of charge. Only some notary services have a cost because of their very nature. Some kind of tax must be paid sometimes. You have 2 minutes left if you want to show us your video as well. I close by talking about the digital legal file. We designed a digital legal file that we call a ID that contains the personal documents of all people in the state of Mexico. What does this file contain? Well, we created a technological platform where each proceeding that we offer service for, the document is filed through a QR code, and we can carry out these services with this type of ID card. I could close now, and I would ask the production team to please show you a video that will show what we have designed in our caravans, and it will give you a little more information. I'll talk more about the file, the digital file, later. Thank you, Ivan. I would ask our tech team to show the video, please. Well, let me remind you, while we're waiting for the video, what you're talking about, Ivan, is very important. We're going to talk at this table about the importance too. Let's let the video roll. 1.5 minutes, and we'll begin the video.
Irene. Sí. A 1 minuto, Irene. Estamos a 1 minuto.
1 minute, please. I'm not exactly sure what's going on, says Irene.
Segundos, Irene. Estamos en
30 seconds, and we'll roll the video.
Entramos en 10, 9, 8,
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, Q. Thank you so much, Ivan, for your participation. And we will ask Martín Schentijk, the Higher Office of Open Society Justice Initiative. Thank you, Martín.
Thank you very much, Irene, for the introduction, and also thank you very much for being invited to this event. I'm speaking to you from South Africa, where I'm working with the National Prosecutor's Office. South Africa is a country of some 60 million people and has got very high levels of crime. Homicide, for example, about 30 to 35 homicides for every 100,000 people. And violent crime is generally at very high levels, often driven by poverty and inequality, but also by related social problems. Gender-based violence, domestic violence are all forms of crime which are very high. For the last 2 years, I've been seconded to the prosecutor's office to try and establish an innovation unit or office at the prosecutor's office to try and think about innovation in a way which will allow the prosecution service in South Africa to think outside of the box. Prosecutors in South Africa, like in many parts of the world, have tended to do the same things over and over again, and unsurprisingly with very similar results. And it's a kind of thing which one tries to avoid, to come up with new interventions which produce a safer and more secure society. And what I'm going to do today is to speak to you about a particular, which we believe is quite an innovative intervention in South Africa. And that is to try and establish and introduce a concept called community prosecution in the South African criminal justice system. It struck us that prosecutors potentially are extremely influential in the criminal justice process. They are situated in the middle of the criminal justice system. On the one hand, they deal with the police, they guide the police in their investigations. And on the other hand, they work very much with court administrators and with judicial officers to assist courts in coming to a proper adjudication or finding and an appropriate sentence if somebody is convicted in a court of law. So in other words, prosecutors are not just confined to one part of the criminal justice system when thinking about or trying to participate in developing quite imaginative crime control strategies. The problem, however, is that traditionally prosecutors have been inhibited from thinking outside of the box or thinking more boldly about their role because of their very traditional focus on processing cases inside the courtroom, where the goal is primarily to handle each case, one case after the other, in an efficient and equitable manner to try and meet the standards of justice. All noble goals and good aspirations, but often it doesn't allow prosecutors to look at or to try and pursue larger social goals, such as crime control or trying to play a constructive role in preventing domestic violence or trying to make schools safer, for example. And it became obvious to us, at least in South Africa, that the prosecution service, the institution as a whole has some 3,000 lawyers or 3,000 prosecutors. It will never have the capacity to prosecute all offenders, or even the majority of offenders in the country. At the moment, of the roughly 3.5 million serious crimes which are reported every year to the police, the prosecution service at best gets to prosecute about 1 in 10 out of those, maybe 10%. And many of those don't result in a conviction. So there's a high level of impunity and many witnesses who never get the satisfaction, as it were, of seeing their case enrolled in a courtroom and being prosecuted. And of course, that problem has become even worse as a result of the COVID epidemic. It has interrupted the operations of the courts so that the backlog of cases is even higher than before. And the epidemic has aggravated social inequality, unemployment, and other socioeconomic ills in society, which will undoubtedly aggravate many forms of crime in the months and years ahead. And it occurred to us for the prosecutor's office to really make an impact, to try and achieve its vision of making South Africans feel and be safer. They need to add to their tools or to their arsenal of tools to prosecute more smartly and more strategically. And the intervention which we developed out of that thinking, out of that thought process, is to try and think how one can engage prosecutors more effectively with communities and grassroots organizations who deal on a daily basis with lack of safety, insecurity, and other social ills which create problems at the societal level, but at the local level, as it were. So what is community prosecution? At its most basic, community prosecution is a collaborative and solutions-based approach to try and address public safety concerns of local communities. And in that way, the role of a community prosecutor is not limited to the traditional processing of cases through the justice system. So unlike Typical prosecutors who spend most of their time inside an office and typically inside a courtroom to litigate. Community prosecutors extend their work or their mandate to try and assist communities to make their neighborhoods safer by trying to address, which are often quite complex and obstinate forms of serious crime, as well as collaboratively developing crime prevention interventions to try and deal with quality of life crimes, and also delivering public education and information programs to help the public understand in a better way what kind of assistance, what the mandate of the criminal justice system is more generally, but also what kind of support the prosecutor's office can provide in particular. And of course, the benefit is in many ways obvious, because what prosecutors traditionally do, they are reactive. They respond to crime after it has occurred, after somebody has already been victimized. Only after the crime has been reported and investigated, then it's really when the prosecution really gets involved, at least in the South African context. Community prosecution tries to switch that around and tries to give prosecutors a more proactive role, to not wait until after a crime has occurred, when it's really almost too late from the victim's point of view. They've already been victimized. But to try and understand the underlying patterns or causes of crime in local communities, and then work in a collaborative way, not only with those communities, with grassroots organizations, civil society organizations, faith-based organizations, but also importantly with other government agencies which are engaged at the community level, which could be local municipal councillors, Metro Police, for example, the mayor's office, and other state-related institutions which are more engaged at the local level rather than at a more abstract regional, state, or national level. It's somewhat difficult to really give the key characteristics of community prosecutions, because the strength of the approach is that community prosecutions should respond directly to the needs and concerns of specific local communities. There shouldn't be a one-size-fits-all definition of the concept or the approach to the implementation of community prosecutions. Otherwise, it would undermine its kind of innovativeness, its effectiveness, if there was one kind of pattern or one kind of model for community prosecutions throughout the country in South Africa. So each community has its own unique underlying social problems, socioeconomic challenges, drivers or underlying problems of crime. And community prosecutions, if it is to be successful and if it is to succeed, it has to take those local conditions into account. But nevertheless, there are a few key principles which are, I think, fairly common to most community prosecution interventions. Firstly, it has to recognize the community's role in public safety. At the heart of community prosecution is the inclusion and engagement of the community in identifying local problems and public safety concerns. So it's not a top-down approach where the prosecutor's office decides crimes X, Y, and Z are the most important ones to prosecute, but rather it is turned around and the prosecutor's offices, at least in the community prosecution context, listens to local communities of what is of greatest concern to them when it comes to public insecurity and crime. And often those are not the same things. For the prosecutor's office, it might be certain forms of violent crime. It might be the same for communities, but it isn't always the case. Often for communities, it's habitual offenders. This relatively small proportion of the universe of offenders in that community who keep on repeating and committing offenses over and over again, and thereby undermining not only public trust in the criminal justice system, but also the safety and security of those communities. Take into account those concerns of the community. A second characteristic is that a community prosecution initiative should engage in problem solving. It's not about reacting to a crime after it has happened, as I said, but it's really engaging with communities to try and develop solutions for the environment within which individual criminal acts occur. It tries to recognize, for example, that crimes have often a historical context. They have a future trajectory.
También finalizando la participación, que ya se terminó el tiempo. I'm going to say anything.
Sorry, that was
out of time.
I have to pass to the other participation. If you want to close
Okay.
up, please.
Yes, maybe just to make the final point, and that is that community prosecution, at least in the South African context in which we are developing it, it's not only to focus on quality of life crimes and what are often considered minor crimes, but also to focus on the serious and debilitating violent crimes in communities as well, which, as I said, to look at the habitual offenders, to try and identify the organized crime leadership, the kingpins of criminal gangs, and prosecute those more strategically by gathering intelligence from a community perspective on the side of the prosecutor's office. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Martín. Voy a dar
Martin, we thank you. And we will now move into our next presentation, and that would be Pilar Castro, and she is from Transparency for the State of Colombia. And I will let you know, Pilar, in the chat. So please open your chat so that you don't feel uncomfortable. So please watch the chat. Thank you, Irene, and I thank you very especially, all of you, from Dr. Alvaro Vargas, president of our association, and who wasn't able to be with us. But for me, as the State Counsel for the State of Colombia, it's an honor to be here. And we would like to especially thank Lawrence for the Naumann Foundation and others who have made our participation possible here. And let me tell you a little bit about the experience of the State Council in these processes.
Why is innovation important to us to bring justice to the community? Innovation makes it so that justice can respond to the needs of an ever-changing society. As part of the tapestry of society, both the government and society itself cannot be left behind, and as new forms of connectivity and outreach can come in handy. The only way in which we can offer a service that is efficient and prompt to all the groups of interest in society at large is through provide the advantages of a connected world at the service of transparency, connectivity, and the dispatchment of justice. And of course, it will be innovation will be the vehicle for that. We are a court of justice. Council of State is one of the least known high courts in Colombia. The Justice Department and most of the courts in Colombia for the protection of the amparo procedure and others that deal mostly with penal justice usually handle most impactful cases, both for the Justice Departments and the society at large, because Colombia still links law to the penal law in and of itself. So few people know about the other branches of the law. And in the case of here, as a Council of the State, we are a high court of justice that is in charge of resolving the conflicts between public entities and an individual or public entities. We are the head of what in Colombia is known as the jurisdiction of the administrative contentious processes. That is, we provide justice to the people against the abuse of authority or the omission of authority that could impact their rights, both publicly or individually. We are the most ancient court of justice in Colombia, over 300 years, but not a lot of people know of us because they confound us with other institutions and they think we're part of the executive power. And we are, however, judges, and we solve conflicts at large. And we dispute settlements. And part of our jurisdiction and everything that we do is compiling something in particular. We have identified, however, the lack of access of information, the isolation of justice, especially when the high courts are located in the capital of Colombia, and we cannot reach other places, and not a lot of people know of our work in different territories. So the lack of knowledge of the functions we have in justice, for particular as the Council of States, and the difficulties to make sure that there is citizen participation in the processes in which you have justice, taking into account that the judges would make decisions in accordance to the law or the jurisprudence or case law, and they are inclined to concede to the petitions of one of the particular parties. Clearly, there will be a party that would disagree, and this claims would hardly be resolved through citizen participation. So how can we go back to the citizenship with other things than just giving them information? That is through strengthening a dissemination of information due to the lack of information, make it in a way that it is clear and transparent and clear. To strengthen the digital programs in social networks, we are a bicentennial entity, but we know that a judge that works in the back of a community is a judge that does not know his labor. So we keep this idea that it comes to an isolation of justice, there are more spaces for conflict. The lack of knowledge from the citizenship at large should be attacked through the organization of events focalized in territories. We are focusing in virtual events and the construction of strategic alliances with alternative measures of communication with community missions in indigenous areas and areas of farming. We're in an era in which we find a way in which we can change society at large and to legitimize our approaching to society, not only a judicial focus for people to know the parts of our processes, but also to the lawyers that are specialized in these areas of law. But also, we want to assume a function in Colombia that has been ruled upon through the constitution that has been guaranteed to all people, that provides us with a way in which we can provide justice to all people. That is, providing trust to the people so that they can know exactly what we do and they know the decisions are made in order to protect their rights and even to prevent what we call in Colombia the prevention of anti-judicial damage. That is, that allows us to judicialize better certain cases and several recurrent cases that come to us that could be repetitive, especially that we do not provide jurisprudence or case law for these cases so that we can homogenize the whole thing. This is a part of the law what we need to tackle directly. And this even touches upon more routinary and administrative aspects, like, for instance, normal petitions or other rights that would normally be presented to us as the council says, because people think that we are competent to resolve on those issues, but we're not. So at this particular point, I have an anecdote that I can tell you is that we have all social networks in Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube, and through these channels, we receive petitions from the people. We have received a bunch of petitions from several and claims from several Cuban citizens, because I believe that the council state is close to an institution that they have in Cuba. And we have been saturated with these types of claims and petitions coming from Cuban nationals and other countries and affairs that have nothing to do with what we do. You will manage to achieve efficient outreach so that people know what we do and what we don't do. That would reduce the time that we spend in dispatching justice for resolving issues and explaining the users that they have to approach a competent authority, but it also allow the citizen to go specifically to the authority or entity that will resolve their issue. Innovation for us doesn't require exactly a lot of budgeting. It actually requires a lot more political will. That is to have the will, the powers that be work with us, including the Ministry of Technology and Power and Communications of Colombia, that has allowed us to disseminate more information in the efforts that we have engaged into, and to also conduct several polls for citizen perception. We also have to deal with accountability affairs and cooperation with the international affairs, like the one that is being set up by SAID, who has allowed for the creation of the council state in indigenous languages. When we presented this advancement, it looked like it would be amazing, but this is a day in which we have, but we know that we have 68 languages in Colombia. So they haven't recognized as the official languages in Colombia, and we have to attend to the needs of these people. And they're the official languages in each of their territories. There's a lot of effort that we have done in the state, but also in justice to make sure that people know of the content that we are produced in the native languages of the originary peoples of Colombia. We have started with 20 indigenous languages and 2 Afro languages through audio, videos, and photography. The translation, and this is something that we have done this year. This is one of the very first made decisions that we made that has impacted as judges in indigenous communities, and we have translated a briefing of our editions with a text, with a simple language in 12 indigenous languages, so that the communities can truly get to know the decisions that have been made by the judges that impact their rights in their own languages. These have been the main efforts that we have done through the organization throughout the years in order to show what we have done so also online, so you can see that in our website. And I want to show you a little video clip that we have prepared that gives you a briefing of the innovations we have achieved throughout the year, especially with the things we have done against the pandemic in Colombia. As has happened in other countries, in Colombia, we have faced this health emergency. So we have taken extraordinary decisions that we wouldn't take normally, so that they no longer have to be approved by Congress, but by different statutes within the country. So this gives out a consequence, that is, that there is legality to these decisions and they fall within the framework, the legal framework of the state. However, at the beginning of the pandemic, we decreed a suspension of the terms for every single process. So it looks like the productivity in a judicial level would go down. However, the reality has been quite the opposite, because we not only have had to give out dole out different proceedings, but we have increased and strengthened and empowered the people so that they have more access to the internet and more access to their own proceedings, because we understood that there was no attention to the people. These are very extraordinary circumstances, but this video allows you to show what exactly what we have done to mitigate the damages of the pandemic. Thank you. So we will show you a brief clip, or I can also share my screen and I can put the video clip there. However, due to timing issues, we can pass that. We can show that in the next round, please, because we don't have a lot of time. So I will give the last 10 minutes to Audrey. Audrey is an officer at the Victims Detention Center in France. Audrey, you have 10 minutes for your presentation. Thank you very much. Gracias a todos. En primer lugar, gracias a haberme invitado para participar en este debate. De mi parte, puedo decir que yo era oficial y precisamente he venido a hablarles sobre ciertas innovaciones técnicas y tecnológicas
qui veut devenir une police un peu 4.0 pour se rapprocher effectivement de la population en cette situation où effectivement la société est de plus en plus connectée. Mais comme j'essaierai de vous le montrer, cet aspect de plus en plus connecté de la police ne va pas de toute façon sans le contact humain qui demeure en commissariat, et ce qui fait qu'on continue aussi à développer des dispositifs présentiels au sein des commissariats de police. Et je commencerai tout d'abord par ce que nous avons appelé un commissariat numérique qui est très récent puisqu'il a été mis en place en juillet de cette année. C'est-à-dire qu'il s'agit d'un point d'entrée unique via Internet pour la police nationale. Donc, c'est-à-dire que la population, en se connectant, puisqu'il s'agit d'échanges uniquement par chat avec des policiers qui ont été formés pour ça. Donc, la population peut se connecter et poser toutes les questions qu'elle souhaite, bien évidemment concernant la police, mais ça peut aller d'un renseignement pour un dépôt de plainte à une question concernant le recrutement pour devenir policier. Donc, c'est vraiment, vraiment très, très large. Et sur cette plateforme numérique, donc, qui est ouverte 7 jours sur 7, pour l'instant, de 8h du matin à 8h du soir, mais dès janvier, ce sera 24 heures sur 24, les policiers qui répondent donc par chat orientent les personnes, donc soit vers d'autres plateformes numériques policières spécialisées. Donc, on a des plateformes spécialisées dans les contenus illicites sur Internet. On a des plateformes spécialisées pour les escroqueries, par exemple. Donc, on les oriente ou on leur explique quelles peuvent être leurs démarches en allant au commissariat. À terme, puisqu'on est en train de le mettre en place de manière technologique, ce commissariat numérique pourra proposer des rendez-vous aux usagers qui se connectent afin de déposer plainte en commissariat via un agenda numérique. Donc, ça permettra, le jour où la personne vient déposer plainte, d'y être attendue et donc ça permet un accueil personnalisé. Mais comme je vous dis que ce commissariat numérique peut aussi orienter sur des sites spécialisés et ça va aller vers ce que je veux développer un peu plus, c'est-à-dire les victimes de violences conjugales, violences sexuelles, violences sexistes. Le commissariat numérique peut renvoyer sur ce qu'on appelle la plateforme de signalement des violences sexuelles et sexistes, qui, elle, existe depuis le 27 novembre 2018. Donc, cette plateforme, pour le coup, très innovante, ce sont également que des policiers qui répondent par chat à des victimes ou des témoins ou qui fonctionne très très bien depuis qu'elle a été créée, qui a d'autant mieux fonctionné pendant le confinement, puisque les femmes pouvaient de manière discrète sur Internet faire un signalement, voire appeler au secours. Donc, même si normalement ce service n'est pas un service d'urgence, bien évidemment, si une femme se connecte et appelle au secours, on a mis un dispositif derrière pour que les policiers qui répondent sur l'ordinateur par écrit, par chat, puissent contacter leurs collègues à l'endroit où la personne habite pour qu'ils interviennent en urgence. Donc, cette plateforme de signalement permet d'être anonyme, puisqu'on passe par Internet et si à aucun moment la victime ne veut donner son identité, elle n'y est pas obligée. Donc, nous constatons, et nous le savons parce que les victimes nous le disent, que des fois, elles viennent plusieurs fois. Parfois, elles viennent, elles discutent pendant 1 heure, elles sont mises en confiance et c'est qu'au bout de plusieurs fois qu'on réussira à les décider, à les déposer plainte pour ces faits. Donc, soit on peut même l'accompagner dans ce cas-là. Cet échange est envoyé au commissariat où elle souhaitera déposer plainte pour faciliter la prise de plainte, également sous forme de rendez-vous pour un accueil personnalisé. Et en lien donc avec ce que je vous disais comme dispositif sur site, c'est-à-dire que nous avons développé des pôles spécifiques au sein des commissariats qui regroupent policiers spécifiquement formés, psychologues, assistants sociaux,
Psychologists, social assistants, and permanent associations of victims that can be part of the police department. They attend to the needs of the victim, especially in sexual violence. But it's difficult for these cases because these infractions or these crimes have a different kind of difficulty that is penal in nature. So these systems don't allow for the prevalence of justice with these types of problems and saving the victim. They also entail social, judicial, and psychological damage that are not tackled directly by these devices of justice. So the police department has to attend to the needs of the victim, but also attend to the needs of society. So this poses a difficult challenge. In the past few months, we have created departments specialized in creating tasks so that they can in turn provide justice to them. Especially when we have officers that go to the domicile of the victims and ask them what is happening.
Si j'ai encore un petit peu de temps.
I don't know if I still have some time left. Okay, I still have 2 minutes. And what I want to tell you is that the past year, in France, in a place that we call Grenelle, we managed to include all the actors in this place and talk to a specific theme or topic. That is, we talked about conjugal violence and domestic violence, and we provided training to police officers, and we created a system of evaluation with this questionnaire so that we can attend to the needs of the victim when they come to the police department and immediately implement measures of support and create a support to them directly. That is, to identify that they were a victim and make sure that they could receive help, especially if they're having children with them. And we created this through an application that connects the victims with the police departments and in cases of urgency. We can say that effectively, after 3 years, we are still evolving in providing services to victims, especially to those of victims of sexual violence. And this creates a parallel of development of a numeric distribution that could be translated at a larger scales in France. Thank you, Audrey. So for the next round, I would like to take some of the points that you mentioned in this very first intervention that I believe was very important, and also speak that innovation because this is what gathers us on the digital aspect. I believe that thinking about innovation implies talking in a very daily based language so that people can have access to these types of platforms so that they can understand their rights, how these processes work, and think outside of the box, as Martin said. And also to bring people to these tools so that they can have access to everything. This is one of the many things that I draw from the conclusions. And from the second round, I would like to hear from you. What are the main keys of innovation for your projects? I would like of us to remain with these 3 projects so that, and maybe you can highlight something that you have from these projects, because I believe that it is really good to draw conclusions and keep these 3 key aspects that you can conclude from your projects, so that the people that are listening to us not only apply them, but also to try to look for these projects and learn from them. So it is important to leave our area of comfort, for instance, here in Mexico, and try to look for these great experiences outbound. Because of the problems that we've had for the schedule, you're only going to have 4 minutes of intervention to explain this. So let's start with Pilar, let's start with your video, and then the rest of the time we will have Ivan. Please give us these 3 key aspects of innovation that you presented to the government of the state of Mexico. Well, I can tell you the first point that we have is a political will of all the actors that have added themselves to the caravan has been fundamental. We have required only the willpower and the disposition of the citizens and the political sphere in the day-to-day activities of the offices. You talked about more approachable languages. This is something that we're trying to achieve. We have to approach people to create teams with them, task forces with them, to make sure that the daily lives of people can actually be solved in a better way, in a more simple way, in a simpler way, in a more agile way. And the fundamental aspect of this all is that we're trying to avoid thinking of digitalizing bureaucracy. When we think of innovation, it seems as it is more than enough to create a platform and create a PDF, for instance, that you can upload to online so that people can actually print it and present that to the offices. I believe that this digitalization of bureaucracy is something that we do not want to achieve. What we want to try to do, however, is to comply with a constitutional mandate, which is dispute settlements in order to make sure that these conflicts are actually solved. People no longer care what authority has solved that to them, but that the actual conflict or the dispute has been settled. These day-to-day basis conflicts that have to do with maybe the very noisy neighbor or the day-to-day relationships that we foster. Well, this is the kind of things that we know don't want to make bureaucratic in nature, because it has become stuck in every single government. I can tell you that this language of the citizens and this political willpower and trying to avoid resolving conflicts and dispute settlements without bureaucracy are the three fundamental pillars that we're trying to do in the government of the state of Mexico. And I think that this provides an example of willpower within the institutions, that we can actually achieve things together, that regardless of particular interests or political interests, we can actually bring justice to the people. We have put this available for everybody, some of the social networks, so that you can get to know the project and invite the people who are interested in us, so that you can go to our website, caravanas.domex.mx, where you can see the videos and testimonials, and you can see an ABC of the problems that we have, the most concurrent ones that we have settled already. So if you would have any comments or doubts, everything is welcome. And we are here for you to whatever you might need in this topic or any other topic that deals with access to justice in a digital manner. Thank you. Ivan, I think you believe you have touched upon a very important aspect, which is trying to avoid digitalizing bureaucracy. We have to also include the risks that could happen with digitalization, because if we would digitalize everything, that would create even a worse problem for everybody. But the use of the platforms can help everybody in the end. Well, thank you for your kind words. Now I'm going to give the floor to Martin, so that he can delve deeper into the keys of innovation from the project that you have applied in your prosecutor offices in South Africa.
Sure, thank you. So I think the first thing that we needed to do was changing the way we think. South Africa is a middle-income country, so outside of the biggest cities, this country is fairly underdeveloped, so we couldn't overly rely on technology or technological advantages or shortcuts. We really had to try and change the mindsets of the people who are working in the criminal justice system. And that's difficult to do, because until about a generation ago, criminal justice was a state monopoly, a complete state monopoly, at least in South Africa. And it's only more recently where increasingly the private sector, the non-profit sector, and other organizations have carved out for themselves a bit of a space in the criminal justice system in South Africa. And I think getting state officials and bureaucrats to accept that they have to think really boldly and broadly and openly, that the solutions might not just be in terms of what they've done in the past, but might lie outside of the state apparatus, or outside of the criminal justice system. It might lie in academia, it might lie in the for-profit private sector, or in the non-profit sector, or probably in all three of those. And then not only within South Africa, but one has to look broadly, but beyond one's own borders. Look at the region, look internationally at what are interesting and good innovations and practices, and then adopt those. Obviously contextualize them in terms of the local needs and the local requirements, but use what is best from other countries and adopt them to their own situation. So changing the mindset or thought processes, I think, was one important step, and it's obviously an ongoing step. It's a battle which is never completely won. The second crucial aspect of innovation for us is to really think about who is the end user of what we are trying to do. And it isn't the prosecutor or the police officer or the judge. It's a public. It's a victim of crime. It's a witness which has to testify in court, or it's a member of the community. And ask the question from their perspective, what is it that they need to make their life safer and better and more comfortable? And then design innovations around that. And then the third characteristic in terms of our innovation has been to keep on experimenting. You're never going to come to the perfect solution. Experiment, be prepared to fail. One is going to fail a lot. And it's not easy to do for government officials. You have to account to Parliament for the budgets that they use. that they've used some of those budgets, even though they failed in implementing the policies or the ideas that they had. But that kind of willingness to fail, to iterate, to change and improve and learn from one's lessons, I think is crucial to innovate and come to a better solution over the medium to long term. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Martín. Y sí, creo que es
Thank
puntos
you very much. I believe this is an important point. That is going outside of the box, and this is an important point that we have to bring up on the table. In impunity, this happened to us. We created a platform so that people can know how to make a claim. And just the thing that we actually had to geolocalize every single prosecutor's office throughout the country. Well, at first we thought it would be too daunting and maybe even not very worthwhile, but we created a very fruitful platform that was called denuncia.org, and it forced us to think of the people who actually wanted to use it. That is the end user, as you mentioned, who will benefit from this, who will benefit from the tool, so that at the end of the day, we can think of their needs, their problems, and not necessarily on what I believe is what we would do to make this better, but what the actual citizen would need to access justice. And I believe that these are extremely important aspects that we need to keep on tackling, and how innovation will experiment once more and more, because this is a never-ending process that has to have several iterations to reach a product that actually can serve people in accessing justice. Now I'm going to give the floor to Pilar. And before I give the floor to Pilar, could you please put the video that was still pending from the previous round?
Estamos en el video.
We're in the video now. 3 minutes.
Si podemos ir un poco más rápido con el cierre, porque tenemos el otro panel ya listo.
Ahorita nada más falta, Pilar, unas breves palabras, porfa, para cerrar, y le doy la palabra a Audrey y con eso cierro.
De acuerdo. Estamos en 2 minutos.
Pilar, entonces nada, sí te pediría si puedes ser como muy concisa ahorita con tus 3 puntitos, ahorita que regresemos del video.
Claro que sí, por supuesto.
Mil gracias.
Irene, estamos a 1 minuto.
Organizados por USAID Colombia y en diálogo realizado en tiempo real con sus autoridades para explicar las decisiones proferidas que impactan sus derechos. Reorientamos nuestros eventos regionales a jornadas virtuales focalizados por departamentos para abordar las temáticas que más interesan en cada región y que han llegado a contar hasta con 8.900 reproducciones en YouTube y Facebook. Hemos mantenido los diálogos en vivo con el presidente del Consejo de Estado para explicar a la ciudadanía las medidas tomadas contestando preguntas en tiempo real. En el Consejo de Estado cambiamos y nos adaptamos para seguir siendo una justicia abierta que garantiza el derecho al acceso a la información para que otros derechos como el acceso a la justicia, la salud, la dignidad humana y la autodeterminación de los pueblos puedan materializarse. Estemos o no en pandemia, en el Consejo de Estado seguimos trabajando por una justicia de puertas abiertas.
Pilar, solamente si nos puedes ayudar a cerrar con 3 claves de innovación de su proyecto, por favor.
Por supuesto, las claves han sido voluntad política, aliados en cooperación técnica, que no necesariamente es económica, sino que nos enseñen a hacer y a desarrollar, más que entregarnos recursos, y reconocer que llega un punto en que la sola entrega de servicios o de información deja de ser suficiente e invita a una conexión más cercana con las
And you have to provide more connection to the people, and you have to have disposition to listen to people and make decisions through the feedback that you get from the people. That is part of our responsibility in generating a real connection with the people that we serve. Thank you, Pilar. That you mentioned, looking for allies is a central aspect that we have to take into account for innovation, that recognizing that we alone cannot do everything ourselves, especially due to the complexities that we are seeing now as a society. So we truly have to create alliances. And now to close up, we have Audrey. In 4 minutes, could you tell us the 3 keys of innovation that you have in an interesting fashion in the police departments in France? Yes, so I want to recognize what has been said before. They're looking for alliances. I believe that this is a work that we have to do together, and nobody can do things alone because we all have different expertises that we need to exploit, especially when you approach population and the victims, and also innovation and the technical aspect in the service of the people can't be completely done by one single person. Every innovation brings about an equilibrium to make things more efficient for the people at large. Thank you very much, Audrey. And due to time constraints, we won't have the time for the Q&A sessions, but the people who are sending those, keep on doing so. We will provide the questions to our panelists because every single question is very important. And I believe that later on we will have an opportunity in our chats and social networks from Mexico Evalúa and the different organizations that are in cooperation with us to reply to your questions. I want to thank you all. I believe that this is a very passionate topic of mine, and I believe also that we need to look into it in a deeper fashion. We need to guarantee better access to justice to more people, and we can do so through innovation. And I mean innovation per se, thinking outside of the box, bringing these tools to the people, explaining to people what their rights are, making alliances and connections. And I believe, and I'm so happy to moderate this panel. I have a lot of ideas that I can take to the table and I will elaborate further in other media. And I want to thank all 4 of you for joining me and the importance of talking about this, not only the alliance between institutions, but also the alliance of finding better practices in other countries. And I believe that in these times of COVID, this is what these types of bases will allow us to have, destroying these barriers that physical aspects can posit and create new bridges so that a lot of people can have access to justice. I want to thank you all on behalf of Mexico Evalúa and associations. I'm Rete Joarista, and I'm the director of the foundation. And with this, I finish the panel and I give the floor to the next moderator. And I believe we will have just an interesting topic as the ones we touched upon today. Thank you so much.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias a los participantes del anterior panel tan sustancioso. Ahora, con un pequeño cambio de registro, vamos a tener una charla más distendida, más ágil, ligera, si se quiere, la va a llevar nuestra coordinadora del programa de Justicia en México Evalúa, que es Mara Gómez. Es un gusto tenerla Es un gusto tenerla con nosotros y ella va a charlar con Roberto Obando, coordinador de Seguridad Ciudadana en la Fundación Panamericana para el Desarrollo, y con Tomás Darío Nava, director del colectivo Tomate, este casi ya emblemático colectivo creador de los murales de la ciudad, de esta expresión artística que crea tejidos, crea tejido comunitario. Entonces, pues le cedo la palabra a Mara. Muchas gracias, Mara, y muchas gracias a sus entrevistados también. Vamos a tener unos pequeños segundos de transición en lo que ajustamos de nuevo los canales de traducción simultánea. Muchas gracias y adelante.
No oigo nada. Hola, hola, ¿me escuchan? No oigo. Hola, hola, ¿me escuchan? Hola, muy buenas tardes a todas y a todos, a quienes siguen este primer seminario Foro Internacional Innovando en la Justicia, organizado por México Evalúa con la colaboración de la Fundación Friedrich Naumann y 8 organizaciones coorganizadoras. Vamos a iniciar el último panel de la mañana, que en realidad va a ser pues un café. Nos vamos a tomar un cafecito con dos colegas que me voy a permitir presentarles para empezar este panel que se denomina Transformando las sociedades a través de la justicia comunitaria. Me acompañan aquí en este panel pues Tomás Darío, que es director y socio fundador del colectivo Tomate, a través del cual pues ha desarrollado proyectos muy interesantes en materia de justicia comunitaria. Nos va a platicar de ello. Y nos acompaña también Roberto Obando. Él nos acompaña desde Washington, aunque es dominicano originalmente, ya es dominicano-americano. Y él es director de Paz, Justicia y Seguridad de la Fundación Panamericana para el Desarrollo, PADF por sus siglas en inglés, y él también nos va a hablar sobre los proyectos de justicia comunitaria que apoya esta fundación. Pues para empezar, quiero darle la palabra a Tomás. Tomás, por favor, para que nos cuentes cuáles son este proyecto tan interesante que está desarrollando Colectivo Tomate en materia de justicia comunitaria. Adelante, por favor, Tomás.
Muchísimas gracias, Mara, y gracias a México Evalúa y a Friedrich Naumann por la invitación y por generar este foro y a las organizaciones convocantes. Muchísimas gracias. Pues a mí me gustaría platicarles de qué es Colectivo Tomate y el proyecto que ha estado realizando en México, que se llama Ciudad Mural. Colectivo Tomate es una asociación civil que busca conectar a las personas a través del diálogo, la participación y el arte. Y generamos un proyecto que es el que estamos haciendo en distintas ciudades en México, que se llama Ciudad Mural. Y Ciudad Mural de lo que trata es de llegar a una comunidad, invitar a las personas a participar en un proyecto, y en este proyecto lo que vamos a buscar es que se cuenten las historias que son importantes para las personas, las historias que son importantes de lo que han vivido, de este lugar en donde viven específicamente, qué han aprendido, qué historias o leyendas han heredado de sus abuelas y sus abuelos, y estas historias van a ser compartidas hacia la comunidad. La manera en la que lo compartimos es que hacemos, se hace una serie de sesiones. En estas sesiones ofrecemos talleres, y en estos talleres lo que estamos buscando trabajar es en cómo abordamos la comunicación en la comunidad. Entonces, por una parte es la invitación hacia generar un proyecto que va a contar sus historias a través de murales, y en el inter de lo que esto sucede, trabajamos una serie de talleres en donde lo que buscamos es que las personas se conozcan, la comunidad se conozca, se relacionen, y nosotros trabajamos desarrollada por el doctor Marshall Rosenberg, los métodos eligitivos de transformación de conflictos, que es esta propuesta de Jean-Paul Lederach en el tema de manejo de conflictos, y los entendimientos transracionales, que es una propuesta
rational understanding that Dr. Wolfgang Friedrich of the University of Kingston developed. So our approach to people is, let's get to know one another. Let's share sessions in this community, and then we will strengthen relations between people. We're working on effective nonviolent topics, dispute settlement, conflicts, and we hold participatory dialogue so that people can propose community projects that they have discussed amongst themselves and what is important and is of concern to us in this community. Those of us who have worked on topics of justice at the Supreme Court for many long years, we tend to think that justice is in the courts, that only through going to the court can it be resolved. We think about lawyers, we think about justices, and we think about the justice system. And then we start hearing of different mechanisms, such as restorative justice that we discussed in an earlier panel today, and this other kind of justice, well, it doesn't come to mind, says the speaker, but community justice is what we are discussing here. Tell me, does this have to do with preventing conflict? Are you preventing or resolving conflict? We relate to conflict based on the energy of the conflict that can be transformed. If we have a relationship with this conflict and there's energy, we work on this energy at different points in time. So from this perspective, we work on processes. These are processes. That is actually what we're doing. When we discuss topics of violence or lack of safety, then we have decided that to strengthen trust and strengthen relationships is going to give us another way of dealing with the community and relating to the members of the community. You must be able to talk about it and say, I know who this person is now. I know these people. I have met them through this community endeavor. And there was a talk about two neighbors who had a dispute because of the trash depositing. So once I know you, I have been with you in another space, another place, relaxed, and we have had good rapport, then the relationship changes, the dynamics change, the point of tension changes, rather than just two strangers having a dispute over something. Here we have this lack of connection between people, which is what we are grappling with. So this is all about connecting, and where I need to approach the other person, know who that person is, and find our meeting point, what we can share. You said that you had a video that would explain quite clearly what it is that you're doing at Colectivo Tomate. How about if we take a look at your video? Yes, certainly. We have a video and would like to share it with you. So let's look at this video and then give the floor to Roberto. We also want to hear from Roberto. So we'd ask our tech team to please roll the video right now.
A ver, no lo veo todavía. Esperamos que pase. Ahí va.
Siete, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Q.
No solo es, lo estoy viendo todavía, no solo es pintar por pintar.
This is not just painting for the sake of painting. This is really, really wonderful, very cool. What an interesting experience. I would ask you, how did you come up with this idea? Well, this came from peace studies. It's an interdisciplinary blend because you told us a little bit about the background, but how did you come up with the idea and just say, let's start doing this? Well, it was more about connecting. We connected and we launched an invitation to tell our stories and carry out an aesthetic process. And this had never happened before, something that would impact the space. And it was time. It was time. And it was just adding, connecting the dots. Let's talk a little bit more about this. What cities and what parts of Mexico can we see these murals in? But now, let's talk to Roberto a bit. Roberto Obando is a specialist in international development. He has more than 20 years experience in citizen safety, justice, the rule of law. And today, he is the Director of Peace, Justice, and Security for this foundation, the Pan American Foundation for Development. Roberto, thank you so much for being here with us. Can you tell us a little bit about the foundation first, and then talk to us about what citizen justice projects are you supporting at your Fund. Certainly. Good afternoon, everyone, or good morning. I thank you for the invitation on behalf of PADF, the Pan American Foundation, Mexico, and all of the co-organizers of this important effort. Those who are co-sponsoring as well receive warm greetings from us. PADF was created over 55 years ago by the OAS, the Organization of American States. It's a purpose in mind of independently as a foundation, not directly as the OAS, being able to contribute to develop human development, social and institutional processes for all countries in the hemisphere through contributing with private sector, civil society, and governments. A joint endeavor. PADF has 4 thematic lines that it works on: democracy, governance, human rights, and economic opportunities, the environment, and resilience to natural disasters. And the 4th one, which is my honor to preside, is peace, justice, and security. Our thematic line, this latter one, is working and interlinking this with human rights, democracy, and governance. And one is community justice, one of the links. Let me go back to what I said earlier, and that is that those of us who come from legal sciences backgrounds, sometimes we have a bias because of this type of knowledge. And we talk about justice, we tend to think about the judicial power or in legal service, the judicature. And there are several things that we must say here. First, the justice system, in formal terms for dispute settlement, is extremely costly. Let's start from that. Very costly. Secondly, regardless of how efficient it might be, at the worldwide level, it is in general very slow. The wheels are slow in turning. And third, aside from good state coverage, systems face many geographic access barriers to populations who do not live in major urban nuclei. And I'll tell you a story about that in a minute. And lastly, it is a mistake to allocate resources from the financial standpoint and public policy standpoint, a mistake to use such high-level resources to resolve problems that could be settled in a more efficient manner. But it is cheaper than remedy, right? Yes. But to use a judge or a prosecutor in one of our capitals to resolve the issue of the neighbor's dog barking during the night, and that to do that, you have to go through 3 different degrees of jurisdiction and First Circuit Court, and then all the way up to the Supreme Court if you're unlucky. And then, of course, the possibility of focusing on major cases, organized crime, yes, of course, homicide. So at PADF, what we have done in many countries that we have worked in themes of community justice, from school bullying, for example, creating mechanisms so that the police might not be reactive with a youngster who is practicing bullying, but that the same system might have dispute settlement mechanisms at the heart of mediation. Then do you mean between the youngster, the young person, the minor, who is doing the bullying and the recipient of bullying, create a dispute settlement mechanism? Yes, that there could be a dispute settlement mechanism accompanied by psychologists, social workers, teachers, etc. Another mechanism that we have supported the use of is the possibility of reaching where courts, by their very nature, can't reach. And I'll give you an example. at Buenaventura, which is a municipality in the Colombian Pacific, where the same as in other municipalities, there's a court. We carried out a study and we noted that major access barriers in some populations to reach the court, and I'll give you a concrete example, was that when we interviewed one woman who, to be able to access the court, had to travel by river on a raft for 3 hours. This is a riverine community. And the cost of the raft per passenger was approximately $50 each way. So that's $100. Well, impossible, of course, because precisely that generates a lack of access to justice. And after they arrived where the raft was, they would have to get onto a motorcycle and they would take her to the courthouse, and that would be $2 or $3 or $4 more dollars. So what happened there? Once in a while, once they reached the courthouse, they found that the person that she was supposed to meet, or he there, didn't work that day. So when you look at the fact that in the home of that person, average income is $150 or maybe $200, how can they spend all of that on one single outing to try to reach the courthouse? Something else that we have to note here is that, as we have said, no matter how good the coverage of the system may be, you will always find that there are institutions that are better positioned to take care of situations. For example, in another rural area of Colombia, we are working with the Department of Local Rural Security Police, the Carabineros, who come into the family commissars and they have meetings of community action, the Committee for Harmonious Living, for citizen security. What did you do? Let's go back to this woman who had to travel all this. It was so much money and time for her to reach a courthouse in her own municipality, not state, not national, well, federal Colombia and Mexico, national Colombia, federal Mexico. What did you do? What we did there was we worked with coordination mechanisms, interagency coordination mechanisms to achieve dispute settlement mechanisms without the need of the formal justice system stepping in, working with the municipality and the family commissars, local action, and the own police inspector's office. At the same time, we worked with the Ministry of Justice to take itinerant justice, that is on wheels, with fairs for access to justice and mechanisms where we take justice to where the citizen needs it. Let me tell you what happens here. When we talk about community justice, we also note that sometimes to make sure that this actually transpires, you have to create synergy with other departments of social services. What does that entail? Could be the notary public, and health, or workers. So what have you done at, we've carried out drives, unified drives, where the state historically is not present. And so the citizen can perfectly go to visit the tent that the police are at, the municipal one, where they take care of registering land property, for example. But at the same time, there are health drives where there could be dental work being performed, When we talk about community justice, we must not envision this just as the solution of the difference that arises between two parties, but rather justice understood in the broadest of terms as harmonious and peaceful living, and the possibility of these social services reaching the greatest number possible of people who perhaps may not have this guaranteed for them. I would like to delve deeper into community justice and the concept and see if we can talk a little bit more about this. But at the same time, how do you measure what you have done, Roberto? Do you know how much influence you have had? And here is a small pause so that we can go back to Tomas and come back to the questions I had for you, Tomas. Where can we see murals performed by Colectivo Tomate and your beautiful and interesting mural city project throughout Mexico, really? In the states of Puebla, Querétaro, and Mexico City, San Nicolás, Monterrey, Saltillo, Tuxtla Gutiérrez, La Paz, San Cristóbal de las Casas, Sinaloa, Villahermosa, Morelia, Iztapalapa, Campeche, Tlajomulco, Bahía Banderas. And right now in Durango, we are holding a mural festival, and in Mérida that has to do with sustainable mobility. We began the project with Mural City, and we have evolved in our projects because what we do is we deal with different topics. We have worked with the Spotlight UN Women in Ecatepec regarding the murder of women. And we have worked in Zacatecas with the Undersecretariat for Crime Prevention. Those of us who work in Mexico City, just to give you an example, where can we see a mural there locally? In Ixtapalapa, in a province of the delegation of the city, in a precinct, 40 or 50 of them. Is there a mural in particular that moved you or given you a story that you would like to share? Because if in Ixtapalapa alone you have 50 murals, I imagine that there are many more throughout the city, more than 100, 200, 1,227 in Mexico. Yes, we've had 800 artists working with us, and we've been working for 10 years, and the mural that was of great impact to me, and I'd invite you to go take a look, is in the city of Monterrey at Cerro de la Campana. And this was a social process. We had sessions and community workshops to be able to summarize who we have been, who we are, and where we are headed. We created a mural called the Bird of Our Dreams, and the entire hillside was painted with it. So from one perspective, you can see 300 houses painted into a mural. I really recommend the one in Monterrey. Let's go back to basic concepts now, and I'd like to come back to Roberto with this. Let's continue talking, Roberto. Specifically, tell us a little bit more about your experience on community justice. I really like your explanation of the concept. And perhaps then tell us a little bit about how you measure the impact that these projects have and your interesting project in Mexico, Tomas. Go right ahead.
Gracias. Mira, nosotros.
Look, they say that what you don't measure, you don't make. So, and I agree with that. We agree with that statement. We had to be very careful with the measurement of our results. We compared randomly in Trinidad and Tobago, where we compared what happened with violence in 5 neighborhoods that we intervened on versus 5 neighborhoods that were the control group, where there was no intervention from the program. And the evaluation centers gave us a reduction of factors against conviviality in general. That is a reduction of 7% with everything related to the interventions that we had before. It seems maybe our audience might seem that 70% is not a lot, but it's huge. And if I can tell you that a state in Mexico can go just 1% of impunity, to us is a victory. So 70% in the decrease in the index of criminality is more than enough. And I wanted to highlight this in these neighborhoods mostly. And in the case of projects in Colombia, I can show you, I can give you a few indicators. When we bring justice to rural areas in Colombia, we have reached over 170,000 people in the past 7 years. Part of this important aspect is that we provided service to 3,500 women that were the victim of sexual violence and that actually accused the criminal, and they received justice at a 30% of the capacity. We also offered training in mechanisms, in alternative mechanisms of justice to 500 people. Now, when it comes to children and the youth, we reached 2,100 children and youth. And in the same way, when we deal with the cross-cutting aspect of gender, we provided service to 106 people who identify as part of the LGBTI plus community. And did you attend directly to the people, or do you do that through the support of third parties, say NGOs or other associations? Well, we believe in strong ecosystems. In order to have a strong ecosystem, you have to have an empowered civil society baseline community organizations. And what we do with them is we provide technical assistance to them, even funding in some cases, and we even promote citizen cooperation and everything related with the state institutionality, the police department, or the Ministry of Justice. You need to have strength in those aspects, and we work hand in hand with them, shoulder to shoulder, so that the governments in all three levels can be empowered in turn as well. So I want to thank everybody and tell our participants, especially because I see the messages that are here in the chat box, and there's a lot of congratulations in there. So I want to tell you that you have been congratulated profusely through our social networks. If we have other questions, I will continue to make these questions myself. Tomás, tell us more about your project mural study. Any question that might have been left forgotten. Our main what we give the most is how to strengthen our communities. In a project that we recently conducted, a neighbor told us that she thought the other neighbors were like her, that they didn't want to know anything about each other. But after the sessions, she told us that she realized her neighbors were just like her. So this is what's missing, the missing piece. Get to know each other, that it actually can happen. And these projects that we conduct bring about the importance of generating alliances. We have the participation of the Impacto Social program in Con Mexico, and we do this in conjunction with several municipalities. And every single place I've talked to, we done through the city hall or the municipalities, and we create alliances through that. That is How do you see this project in the future? How do you think it will mature, this line of work? Because I believe that Colectivo Tomate has centered mostly in this project, which is Mural City. But are you going to just stay there? Are you going to open up yourselves to the possibility of other projects? Maybe it's still a work in progress.
Y los proyectos consonantes justo buscan esta
Yes, we want to try the principle of resonance. That is to resonate with other projects it might be reverberating with, especially in Merida, for instance, where we're working in how we can make public spaces sustainable, free, and better. We are doing this with the Implan in Merida, and Sedato, and Comex, and other companies. So we have different themes or topics, and through what happens when people connect and how they can strengthen a relation and create a relationship of trust in order to even reverberate and create further projects is something we're working on directly. And you, Roberto, you've told us a few experiences of yourself. You know that Mexico Evalúa is a company that focuses in evaluation, as the name says. So we're focused and obsessed in a way with that. So because in the end it's not only about results but actually see what happens with the results, evaluating them. So what other projects are there about to begin or that you want to boost, because we're about to finish this 2020, this very strange, chaotic, and complicated and challenging year. So the pandemic, however, is still there. We're still going on with it, and we still have a lot of challenges. So in this juxtaposition, in this at this crossroads, how do you think things will happen? Well, we're working with several Latin American countries and in the Caribbean in terms of community justice, in some cases even funded by their governments themselves. In conjunction with secretaries, secretariats, ministries, and municipalities, and sometimes funded by international cooperation, the European Union, under North American government through the USAID or the Department of State. And for us, it is extremely important to build from the base with the working shoulder to shoulder with the people, from the base up, and of course through empirical data. And I'll give you an anecdote. We conducted a profound study of the criminal justice system in rural areas in Colombia. And for that, we wanted to look for dossiers and files of the criminal cases everywhere, and we read them profoundly, not only to understand the sentence to see whether a person was guilty or not, but also to understand the entirety of the context. In a particular case, there was a person that was sentenced to prison for attempted murder against another woman. And in the dossier, in the file, it tells that two women were fighting over a chair, one of those plastic white chairs. They were just fighting over a white chair, and that does not constitute attempted murder, right? So that means that the actual problem was never solved. As Tomas said, these were two people that saw each other as enemies. They didn't recognize each other as human beings. So conflict arises, conflict is afoot, and this in turn entails something that dealt with justice. And because the problem was not truly solved, a judge had to come in, an forensic expert had to come in. So that ended up in prison, for attempted murder. And this is what happens with community justice. These are aspects that we can solve with these approaches, and we can close these problems. And I say closing because people are sending me messages that we need to end this because we began a little late. So we will have new panels in the future. Unfortunately, to me, much to my chagrin, we have to close this panel. I want to thank all the people that are following us, not only in Mexico, but in the other countries that are involved, people that have registered: Colombia, Ecuador, Costa Rica, Peru, the United States, El Salvador. Thank you very much for your presence. We will continue with this very first international forum, which is Innovation in Justice. And I want to thank our two panelists, your disposition to talk about community justice, which is extremely important to us nowadays. And I want to thank you once more for your presence. And with this, we close the panel. Bye-bye. Thank you very much.
Charla Café, la transformación de sociedades a través de la justicia comunitaria. Gracias a Mara, nuestra flamante coordinadora de justicia en México Evalúa, a Roberto y a Tomás, a quien debo una disculpa, por cierto, porque lo presenté con apellidos incorrectos la primera vez. Es Tomás Darío Pérez Vega. Estuvo muy buena esta charla. Si se han dado cuenta, a lo largo de esta primera parte del día hemos tenido un viaje interesantísimo desde los grandes conceptos rectores de la justicia hasta la acción de la justicia a nivel cancha, digamos, a nivel relaciones comunitarias. Aquí acaba la primera parte del día. Vamos a un descanso para regresar a nuestro siguiente panel sobre procesos de construcción de paz. Nuestro descanso es hasta las 3:30 y los esperamos aquí a las 3:30 a todos. De nuevo, muchas gracias por su presencia. Continuamos y nos vemos aquí. Gracias.
Hola, mi nombre es Edna Jaime, soy directora de México Evalúa, un think tank mexicano enfocado a la evaluación y generación de propuestas de política pública. Estamos ante una oportunidad histórica de transformación e innovación para lograr una justicia más sencilla, cercana a las personas y que aproveche la tecnología. Este 23, 24 y 25 de noviembre, únete al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia. Te esperamos en mexicoevalúa.org/Innovación en la Justicia.
Hola, mi nombre es Edna Jaime. Soy directora de México Evalúa, un think tank mexicano enfocado a la evaluación y generación de propuestas de política pública. Queremos invitarlos este 23, 24 y 25 de noviembre al primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia que estamos organizando en alianza con la Fundación Frederick Naumann. Este encuentro reúne a más de 60 ponentes y conferencistas de 19 países. Para México Evalúa y la Fundación Naumann, este primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia es una gran oportunidad de exponer al mundo las prácticas más innovadoras en materia de justicia, que además del aprovechamiento de la tecnología, expondrá experiencias y proyectos exitosos sobre justicia no formal, justicia restaurativa y cívica, justicia con enfoque de género y accesible a grupos vulnerables, justicia y participación comunitaria y justicia transparente. Desde el punto de vista de la innovación tecnológica, la crisis sanitaria actual nos ha llevado en todo el planeta a buscar formas de acercar la justicia a las personas, incluso llevarlas a sus casas. La firma digital, las audiencias en línea, la mediación a través de aplicaciones en diferentes materias son solo algunos ejemplos que se expondrán en este primer foro internacional.
¿Qué tal? Muy buenas tardes, soy José Ramón Cosillo, ministro en retiro de la Suprema Corte, miembro del Colegio Nacional, profesor en la Facultad de Derecho y en el Colegio de México. Me da mucho gusto poderme dirigir a ustedes para invitarlos al foro sobre innovación en la justicia que se llevará a cabo el próximo 23, 24 y 25 de noviembre. Ojalá nos puedan acompañar en este foro tan importante. Saludos afectuosos, por ahí nos vemos. Este es un primer foro internacional de una extraordinaria importancia porque lo que se va a tratar es de establecer cuáles son las posibilidades de mejorar la justicia no solo en tiempos de COVID, sino ahora que COVID termine. En este momento nos parece de extraordinaria preocupación a todos el que tengamos que lograr nuevos mecanismos, nuevas herramientas tecnológicas primordialmente, pero también de distinta naturaleza para que el mayor número de personas pueda acceder a la justicia y además de acceder a la justicia pueda resolver de la mejor manera sus conflictos. El primer foro me parece de una extraordinaria importancia. ¿Por qué? Porque lo que vamos a hacer es poner en el centro de la discusión un tema de verdad muy relevante. Esta es, digamos, la importancia intrínseca. Pero me parece también que en cuanto se refiere a las conversaciones, vamos a tener una gran cantidad de posibilidades de discutir qué cosas se pueden hacer mediante la justicia en términos tecnológicos, qué cosas tienen que ser mediante audiencias presenciales, qué cosas se pueden dar en diversos ámbitos de participación y de realización, cómo se certifican las audiencias, cómo se certifican los expedientes electrónicamente para que garanticemos los derechos humanos de la población.
Muy bien, bienvenidos y bienvenidas todas a la segunda parte del día 1 del primer Foro Internacional La Innovación en la Justicia. Estamos a punto de iniciar el primer panel de la tarde que va a tratar el tema de los procesos de construcción de paz. Los participantes son Carlos Juárez, presidente del Instituto de la Economía y la Paz, Karen Gallego, consultor internacional en temas de construcción de paz y atención a víctimas, Jimena Medellín, investigadora y académica del Centro de Investigación y Docencia Económicas, y Eleanor Thompson, directora de NAMATI, Innovación en Empoderamiento Legal. Ellas van a participar moderados por Daniela Malpica. Daniela Malpica es fundadora de Justicia Transicional en México y directora general en Justicia, Reconciliación y Derechos Humanos. Es licenciada en Derecho por la Universidad Iberoamericana y maestra en Derechos Humanos por la Universidad de Essex, en el Reino Unido. Dentro de su amplia experiencia en el campo de los derechos humanos, ha trabajado en la Secretaría de Gobernación, en la entonces Unidad de Asuntos Jurídicos de la Subsecretaría de Derechos Humanos, en donde desarrolló el área contenciosa y asesoró en temas de diseño de derechos humanos en la unidad. Es un gusto para mí darles la bienvenida a ellas y ellos y saludarlos a todos ustedes. Adelante. Gracias.
Bien. Pues buenas tardes a todas las personas que nos acompañan el día de hoy en este panel de construcción de paz. Primero que nada, pues agradecer a todas las organizaciones convocantes, muy en especial a México Evalúa por esta invitación y la organización de un tema tan importante, ¿no? La innovación en la justicia. ¿Y por qué este tema es tan importante? Pues porque alrededor del mundo y en distintas naciones estamos viendo cómo nos empezamos a enfrentar a distintos tipos de conflictos, a distintos tipos de violencia que muchas veces no encajan en lo que la teoría o la academia nos ha enseñado que son, que estos imponen grandes obstáculos para los países sobre cómo lograr acercar y cómo garantizar el derecho al acceso a la justicia de las personas que los habitan, ¿no? Como en escenarios tan complejos como pueden ser redes de macrocriminalidad, países con recursos económicos, técnicos y humanos extremadamente
limited resources, both economic and human resources, scenarios in which the efforts to create these policies tend to be very centralized, and they don't reach the places they should be and don't happen in the way according to the reality and the context of several places are non-centralized. And how can we innovate from experiences in other places, in countries that live through conflicts that are similar or maybe different, but they have something to teach us? So I want to congratulate you for this effort in bringing these conversations to the table, because in our country, in Mexico, we still have yet to define what type of dispute or conflicts or violence we have. And it might seem obvious, the answer might seem obvious, but here in Mexico, even building peace is an innovation per se. This idea of building peace is for maybe countries that are in an armed conflict or at war, and that is not necessarily the case for all countries. And the second aspect is, how can we continue to bolster these models? Because in order to innovate and to apply public policies that are focused on justice, we need to apply public policies that will take us to decrease the levels of violence, to bring about this positive peace that will not only be the absence of a conflict or violence. And for this purpose, we have a panel of experts with us that I would like to introduce to you. We have Eleanor Thompson, Director of the NAMATI Innovation and Empowerment, Legal Empowerment, all the way from Sierra Leone, which I believe she will have a lot to say about this from her country. Perspective, we have Carlos from the Mexican Institute of Economic and Peace, with a lot of experience in initiatives that is very linked to the prevention of conflict, to the prevention of violence, integration of relegated populations. We also have Karen Gallego, who is from Colombia but resides here in Mexico. She is a specialist in the attention to violence and from civil society, but now from the Secretary of the Interior is now working on this topic. And at last but not at least, we have Jimena Medellin, professor and researcher of the Economic Sciences Institute, the CIDE, who has a lot of experience in terms of human rights, international human rights, and everything that is linked with building peace. So without further ado, I would like to give the floor to Eleanor Thompson. So Eleanor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Daniela. Thank you to the organizers for the opportunity to discuss the ways in which we are innovating for justice and this important topic of the role that peace-building processes play in justice innovation. So I'm going to talk about peace building, probably not in the way that most people are going to expect me to talk about it, not in the context that usually comes to mind of war and civil conflict. I'm going to talk about peace building in the context of the everyday legal problems and conflicts that arise for the majority of Sierra Leoneans who live in rural areas. The majority of Sierra Leoneans live in rural areas. And so I think it's important to start from understanding the Sierra Leone context. One of our greatest assets is our land. But for a long time, many Sierra Leoneans, especially those in rural areas, would fall into the category of those people, those 1.5 billion people that Micah DeLongen in an earlier session talked about, that the Justice for All report mentioned, who don't have civil and administrative justice, access to civil and administrative justice centered around resolving their land problems. And one of the problems that we've faced is that it is where people can actually get access to justice and solving their land-related disputes. An estimated 70% of Sierra Leoneans depend on local courts for resolving their justice problems, and those include land disputes. But there's been recent research that's emerged. There was a study recently done by the Center for Alternative Policy Research and Innovation that suggests that communities are shifting away from the state-backed local court system. So the local court system is actually part of the formal court system, the formal justice system. And they're shifting away from that to relying on paralegal organizations like Namati to solve their legal problems. So Namati Sierra Leone is a legal empowerment organization, and we're made up of legal empowerment advocates or paralegals, community-based paralegals, and lawyers that help communities to know, use, and shape the law in order to protect their land rights and their environment. And this model of legal empowerment through the use of paralegals is an innovation that didn't just begin recently. It was introduced in the years following the decade-long civil conflict in Sierra Leone, when our justice system had been completely weakened and there was a dearth of lawyers in the country. So there's a parallel here that explains why peace-building processes are important to the innovation of justice. Just as imposing top-down supply-side justice solutions like building more courts or putting technology in courtrooms have not proven effective for improving access to justice for Sierra Leoneans in rural areas. Likewise, peace cannot be imposed, and effective peace building is not a top-down process. It's an effort requiring participation by those who are likely to be adversely affected by conflict, especially including conflicts in land. And so innovation of justice is about finding new or different ways to solve justice problems and create an ecosystem where the greatest number of people are able to access justice for all of their legal problems. And peace building does not mean that people still won't have differences or disagreements, but they'll be moving toward the same goal. And they won't try to put additional obstacles to justice in the way. So when they're able to at least address some of the, for example, family to family disputes, they can then focus on, okay, how do we govern our land as a community? What rules do we want to put in place to ensure that an investor or an outsider coming in or anyone does not infringe on our land rights, our collective land rights? And so that is the way in which peace building processes really are important to this type of innovation of justice, with this legal empowerment model. Maybe I should just, I don't know if we'll come back to it, but maybe I should just touch on a bit how the work that we've done in terms of community land protection has represented an important innovation for community peacemaking. So Namati Sierra Leone's community land protection work focuses on creating peaceful and economically empowered rural communities in Sierra Leone by securing customary tenure rights, land tenure rights, and improving access to the management of land and natural resources. All of this is within the framework of a very, very progressive national land policy. And that's important because the existence of the policy framework, government-backed policy framework, allows for these processes that I'm going to talk about that are really each of them has a peace building component in it. And that's important for essentially bringing about justice, land justice, and land reform in the form of land justice. So one of the initial, there are basically 4 aspects of the process: setting the rules of engagement, visioning and valuation of land, establishing local land governance structures, and boundary harmonization and mapping. These are the main 4 components of the community land protection work that we do. And it's, instead of trying to build more infrastructure in rural areas that remain accessible to people who want to try to resolve their land disputes, the community land protection model taps into non-judicial, non-tech community-based structures that are facilitated by community-based actors, the paralegals who I mentioned earlier. In the process of setting the rules of engagement, peace building is so interwoven into the fabric of community land protection work that it's not an output. It is even part of our approach. At the outset of engagement with any community in which we're implementing this work, Namati and the communities set the rules of engagement. So communities are empowered to see themselves as the central drivers of the process, and the terms of engagement essentially set how we're going to work and also solve disputes. And these initial activities sort of set the stage for peaceful engagement during the implementation of the entire project, because it refocuses people away from their differences and instead toward the bigger picture and the common collective goal of protecting their land and natural resources. The second step of the process, or stage in the process, is visioning and valuation. And these sessions are designed to raise the community's consciousness of the value and relevance of their land and natural resources. So we saw, as we were working with these communities, disputing communities became united in their vision for using and managing their natural resources. So for example, 2 neighboring communities
Eleanor, 1 minute, sorry.
Okay, sure. Two neighboring communities had repeated disputes over a stream that they shared in common, but during the visioning process, they realized how their unhealthy relationship had led to indiscriminate fishing, depletion, and pollution of the stream. So they collectively decided to suspend fishing for a specific time, plant trees along the stream, and co-manage the stream in the interest of future generations. So that it shows how even in a process of just visioning and valuing their land, peace building played an important part. Also, paralegals spend a considerable amount of time with communities on formulating community rules or bylaws. And these include rules on peace and social cohesion that cover a range of issues, social, issues, including, even just some simple as using abusive language or, rules promoting women's rights. And the bylaws immensely contribute to peace building, both in preventing and resolving conflicts. We saw that even in draft form, community members were already abiding by the rules and altering their behavior. And most of the bylaws prioritize community structures as their first mechanism for resolving emerging disputes. So again, instead of going to a formal court, you have a mechanism right within the community that's there to, build peace and also maintain peace and also implement community rules. I know my time is up, so I'm just going to add one final thought on this, and that's how peace building plays into community, the mapping of land, which is important for people to be able to secure their land tenure rights. We observed in a number of communities that when local authorities, such as chiefs, understood this process and the steps involved, they not only helped to mediate land conflicts among landowners, but also they served as useful ambassadors to ensure that companies who are operating agribusinesses in the area also cooperated with landowners as they were mapping their lands, as they were working together, neighboring communities were working together to harmonize boundaries and demarcate their lands. And these are all important peace building aspects that come naturally with this model of community-based, paralegal-led justice solution.
Muchas gracias, Eleanor. Definitivamente es algo muy interesante.
Thank you, Eleanor. It was very interesting what you said. I believe that these formal institutions that we bet on so much, we give them judges and courts, don't necessarily translate to access to justice for the people. And participation from the communities is vital, and how these paralegals from the same community focus their efforts in building peace, which is trying to bring about a peace, a vision that is joint in spite of the conflicts, so that communities can build up sustainability in the long term. So let's carry on with Carlos. It is now your turn, and your 8 minutes are for you to use.
Thank you so much for the invitation. What a pleasure to be on this panel with you. I represent the Institute for Economy and Peace in Mexico. And let me tell you that this institute where I work, what we do in global measures means measure past. It's something so abstract and very seldom do we define it, even if we talk about this phenomenon, peace as well as violence all the time. So the global index, this country ranking, as of 15 years ago, we began working with it. And 7 years ago, the Institute arrived in Mexico. I was already here, but we developed the Mexico Peace Index. The last report we published this year, we analyzed some trends in the short and the long term to try to understand these phenomena. We cannot resolve a problem unless we understand it. And we can't understand a problem until we measure it and analyze in depth the main factors that pertain to it. For example, in Mexico, we have found that despite there being a spectacular impact of organized crime, and definitely it is a major part of the problem. It is not the only problem of violence we have. We see with great concern that the murder rates are very driven by organized crime, but there are other forms of crime that have risen, particularly gender and violence and others. Within violence, these crimes of violence, there are specific manners of violence that go hand in hand with other situations that are on the rise, such as family violence and sexual violence. Now, with the pandemic and lockdown, it is expected that many of these indicators will rise even further. Not to use euphemisms, we have to be very clearly that we are gravely concerned that this sexual and family violence is violence that is focused primarily on women, and that violence against women has grown significantly and alarmingly in Mexico. In general terms, what we say is that interpersonal violence is on the rise in recent years, and we are not dealing with it in the appropriate manner. This interpersonal manner and violence against women in particular that has cultural, structural roots, media roots, and that very often we try to oversimplify and encompassing it in all in violence. The first thing we say is there are different dimensions of violence. We also believe that this peace that we are seeking, while violence is complex and incorporates all of us, the concept of peace must also expand. It is the counterpart, of course. So we want to approach peace in a positive manner. We have stemmed from a model, a conceptual framework that we have called the 8 pillars of peace. And what we say here is based on the question, what do those societies and countries and communities have in common? Those that are more resilient to violence and recover more quickly, what do they have in common? In Mexico, there may be an earthquake. And then 3 years ago, we still have people living in shelters. There is no rebuilding, help. While in other countries, after the earthquake, 6 months later, they have rebuilt and they're raised up houses and building with better technology than what they had before the earthquake. So they arose out of the ashes more resilient and stronger. And we think the evidence shows us that this positive peace has to do with many different elements. There are 8 factors. The good functioning of the government, more fair and equitable distribution of resources, freedom of expression, an economy that offers opportunities for all, a business cupola that is committed to social matters and public problems, access, minimum access of the entire population, particularly the most vulnerable, to health and education services, because a population that is sick, malnourished, and doesn't have a long-term vision because they're only surviving from day to day cannot project in the long term toward a vision for the future of their community. Also, human rights are fundamental. Reducing corruption and raising ethical standards and for the population, government, society, and the way that our social fabric is woven. And we resolve our problems when that social fabric is tightly woven. These 8 elements that I have talked about that are quite intuitive, we were already familiar with them, we must look at them from a systemic approach. Each one of these factors is interconnected and feeds back mutually and is constantly intertwined. This complexity is what we want to share with you with our reports and our investigation, because we have been stagnant in this paradigm for a very long time that peace is the same as public security. We're talking about more complex and more integral things that include all of us in society. And that is how we have found that this positive peace is an effective measure of social resilience. Certainly, we could not think about improving the government if corruption unless we have education play a crucial role, and the media and families themselves. So we build a comprehensive, integrated approach. And what we have seen is that all public policy and all strategies are focusing on one of the factors, as though it were a linear phenomenon where one cause generates a consequence and that's the end of the story. That's not it. This approach demands multi-sectoral and multidisciplinary strategies. We need to become creative. We need to be objective so that what we have done so far will begin to bring fruit. Every 3 years we do this. This is the 4th year that we are bringing in all of these historic facts. The pain of families, although we work with families, we must recognize that each person murdered, each person who has disappeared is a fracture, another fracture in our social fabric. And until such time as we can recover that trust in between citizens and authorities and between citizens and other citizens, we can't develop these initiatives that we have been working on. I will stop there and I will add more to my ideas in my next intervention. Thank you. Thank you. I was just about to tell you that it was time and you were just in time. I think that what I take away with me now then is that vision of how we have to think about violence in a holistic manner and solutions holistically as well. Not just violence where we spot it, but everything is interwoven. And I think you hit the nail on the head. And I was going to use a Mexican phrase, but let's say you hit the nail on the head. And I think that many of our societies where we have weak institutions, there are no opportunities for development or education, and corruption has overridden everything. And I thank you for touching on these points. And we will move on to you. Got it. Thank you to all of the participating organizations and to Mexico for this invitation. Let me share my screen with you. There it is. Very well, you can see it. As Dani said, I have lived in Mexico City for some years now, but I am from Colombia. Let me tell you a little bit about an experience and an opportunity I have to share in Bogota, and talking about the demobilized population that we have in Bogota. And this was a project of the Ministry of the Interior. I guess I don't have to explain much about the Colombian context. It's in the news. But let me tell you that around 2013, the presence of mobilized, which is the term we use, is saying that people who are in an armed group like the FARC and ECLN would come in to occupy peripheral parts of the city, and the ministry decided to intervene because it was generating a lot of conflict, particularly because, as we know, there are many stereotypes here for people who are forced to be right in the middle of war at all times, and theft and all sorts of situations. And that is why this project arose. Very quickly, let me tell you that reintegration is an offer that the government of Colombia has in about 6.5 years through administration of the National Reintegration Organization for people who are disarmed or demobilized, and groups that have not committed crimes against humanity and who wish to reintegrate and become a part of social and economic life. This is what we call the demobilized and disarmed people. And we seek to proffer skills and competencies to these demobilized people, and at the same time proffer spaces for harmonious living and actions of reconciliation. Very quickly, this is the map for reintegration. I won't go into detail because of time constraints, but let me tell you that this is a very comprehensive project. I am very proud to have been coordinating this with my team, and I think it's an example for many countries. Perhaps the time hasn't come for it to be adopted by others, but number one, the path to reintegration begins with people who drop their weapons and they receive a code that is called CODA by the government of Colombia. And then the process begins for reintegrating into society and being the subjects of rights once again. This code is given to them, and it will be used for them to locate where their children are, their parents, to regroup the family. And then we go into the health aspect. The agency guarantees that the health services will be provided for them and their families, entirely covered. And there's psychological and social care. It's mandatory, not voluntary, so that they can continue on this path to recovery. If we are affected by news of war or violence in Mexico, imagine being within the framework of this or in the jungle bearing arms and committing atrocities that perhaps we would not dream of. So there's psychological and social care provided for demobilized persons and their families. And then we move into the fifth one, which is education. If you want to study, if you want to become an employee and require specific know-how, they will support you in acquiring this training. And then if people can go back to criminal activity or become involved again, the help from the agency ends then and there. Now, in education and financial assistance, many are under a salary as a criminal, and then when they're back in society reintegrating, many companies will not hire them, and this happens to people who have been in prison. So we understand it, and it's a complex matter. So we try to make sure that they are efficiently put back into a way of earning money in a legal manner. And then we also provide social services. People are trained for work and they are reincorporated into the economy. And then social services allow them to have this interlocution with communities so that you don't come back like at the first time you come back from the conflict and there's murmurings and in the community and people are talking. You can participate in community projects and other aspects of participation. And then we go into social services and then demobilized. Look, you are a murderer, you come from an armed conflict, and having undergone this process, you have certain, you are ready to be reincorporated into the economy and into society. Let me tell you very quickly what we did with our program, and I hope to have a dialogue with those entailed in this process. And I'm talking precisely about the FARC, the armed revolutionary forces in Colombia. And there was a very strong quarrel here because a lot of what I experienced is that they drag with them the problems from the war. It's a difficult process to overcome this, but at the end of the day, it was wonderful to sustain these dialogues and reach some basic agreements to work on the project. And then the design of the project that encompasses all of the phases that we talked about. And what is new here is that we included the gender approach, because in war, the war touches on women in different ways, as it does on children as well. So we incorporated the gender component and then we carried out the social aspects of the project with allies and the life stories of the people who are demobilized. And perhaps they didn't become one of the guerrillas because they wanted to, but perhaps it was the only opportunity available in their community. It was either be a guerrilla fighter or go to the military, and the guerrillas would pay more. So we were able to have conversation and participation with the private sector, the business sector, and those who continued financing the project and were very motivated with what we were doing. And in implementation, I'll tell you a little bit more later on, but basically what I wanted to share was that for the implementation route of this project, it's very important to look at their life project, that of demobilized people. We're not going to offer what I say, government, and you have to obey, but rather the importance of this reintegration is what is it you would like to do with your life? What's the status of your family? Do you have a home to live in? Would you like to go back to school? We want to keep them from crime again, because we want to make sure that they stay in the mainstream of society. And this is the emphasis that we're doing in our project. And the component, the personal, the productive aspect, family, habitat, which has to do with housing and society, health, the education dimension, citizenry, and last of all, security and safety. And that one is important because, thank you. We bring it to mind because when you leave a group that has been outside the law and they continue to look for you, they go after your family. So that aspect of safety is very, very important. Very quickly, in half a minute, let me tell you what my learnings have been from this project. Certainly, it has all of the monitoring aspect to it, but from my standpoint, it contributed to building peace. The first thing is that reviewing the context is very important, knowing what led them to be part of a group that was outside the framework of the law. The second, the gender component is of the essence. Third, the work with boys, girls, and adolescents, not only prevention, but and care. And what we did here was we would go to these demobilized people, take them to schools, and through dialogues, they would talk about their story. And we had very good results with boys, girls, and adolescents there. The fourth, work together with the government and civil society, not just having the OECD telling us how to proceed, but I think that reconciliation was the key to build a lasting peace. Thank you very much, Karen. Very interesting, without a doubt, a process that here in Mexico, we are a long way from attaining. Thinking about children who are soldiers, we have children who are hitmen in Mexico, and we have not worked on bringing them back into the mainstream of society and working with them. So this is a very good project, an excellent one, but very concretely, we have to look at the macro and the micro aspects, make sure that they have health and education opportunities, schooling, help them psychologically and emotionally, and not just from the standpoint of violence, but dealing with the root cause that leads to these uprisings. So thank you very much, Jimena. We go to you now. Thank you, Daniela. And I thank you and thank the speakers before me, the people who convened this forum, particularly Mexico Evalúa, for the invitation. The truth is that this was just what I needed to hear, and I needed to be the last speaker. So that worked out great because I can take up a lot from what was said by those who are with me on this panel. To try to give a little more context to my subject, which is more traditional processes of justice in periods of peace building, which are the reflections that we are, or part of the questions that we are asking ourselves in Mexico. Understand that in Mexico, we are experiencing a process of exacerbated violence in many ways, as Carlos said before me. Certainly violence that we call systematic or macro criminality violence that we have faced in recent years is something that has marked and transformed Mexican society. And there is a constant revisiting of developing justice processes to clarify the facts and to determine responsibilities, which leads us to think once more about justice, or at least criminal justice, which is what we understand it in normal terms. But something that we were able to do at CIDE, the Intelligence Center in Mexico, was a preliminary study on how we might develop public policy in terms of transitional justice for Mexico. We asked ourselves many questions regarding these assumptions or bases that we declare or beliefs that we state for our systems of justice, and thinking about to what degree we should rethink in more innovative terms about justice, and to be able to grapple with the worsening violence as we have experienced. I won't go into this report because it's very, very long, and there was a broad group of professors working on this report. But I do want to mention just some of the central points of this report, and that is why I so enjoyed the interventions before me. One is to begin by understanding that the system, the criminal justice system, the traditional one, was not designed or thought of, and in most cases it's not going to have the capacity, even if it's an incredible justice system, to respond to macro criminality, generalized crime, and systemic violence. So in itself, this leads us to a discussion on how we can match these justice processes that might have an objective that is more specific within the framework of building peace, and tie it into parallel processes for conciliation of criminal justice systems. This is something that we've come up against in Mexico in the framework of strengthening law enforcement institutions, and particularly the Office of the Attorney General and the state offices. So how do we complement one another, and how do we separate? How can we strengthen, but how do we not get? That's the first process, not just with the Office of the Prosecutor, but with other institutions as well that have been created in the Mexican state, such as the Committee for Victim Service and the Human Rights Committee. So we must take those into account as well. Something else that I believe is of the utmost importance, and we need to underscore in our report, is how it is that justice processes, however we conceive of them, are linked to other elements that are needed for an integral peace process. Karen and Eleanor, I believe, both mentioned this, and that is to recognize that to carry out trials or investigation of a criminal nature is just one part of the puzzle. If we believe that that is where a peace building process ends, we will fall very short of our goal, as Carlos said. When we think about peace processes, we need to think about holistic systems that exceed the traditional one of driving investigation and going after cases, and no matter how good our strategy is, and no matter how good our paths for participation are, none of that will ever be sufficient compared to the social challenge that entails building peace. In the third term, I would also add public participation. It has been said several times by the three who preceded me, but also at other points today. There is something crucial here, particularly if we think about the justice mechanisms that are being adopted being different from traditional justice mechanisms, and even so far as requiring spaces or selection criteria for cases, prioritization of cases, possible measures and criminal benefits maybe, reparations. We have all that. The legal groundwork has been laid in the Mexican system, but it's very important for people, particularly the victims and who have directly experienced violence, participate in the design of this type of protocol or mechanism. So I would say that point of participation is something that will make a difference between a perception of impunity where you are selecting or prioritizing cases as compared to a system where you genuinely see strategic conduct that brings with it results in social terms. Before that, and beyond that, we cannot resolve every case individually. We cannot investigate and process every single case of disappearance, execution, etc. So I think that social participation there is a crucial piece of the puzzle, so that a process is left up in the air, but is conceived of as strategic conduct of the justice and law enforcement institutions, and is linked to all of the other elements for the peace process. So there may be an integral process in the hands of society. And the last one would be to link not just to other institutions that are out there or other elements of the peace process, but with other levels of the conflict and the response that we begin providing. And I will go back directly to Eleanor's intervention. I think was fundamental to understand that macro criminality, or the system criminality that we are seeing in Mexico, is part of a deterioration process that Carlos spoke to, exacerbation of violence, personal gender violence, and whatever we can do to tackle this or face these processes of macro crime or systemic crime will be void and very weak unless we can bring it in and tie it into all of the other processes that originate and at the same time feed from these macro criminality processes. So those are the four major points that I think give us a certain framework, and we in the study gave us a certain framework on how we need to start thinking in innovating justice process and stray perhaps from the traditional justice approach. Thank you, Jimena. Very much on time. Thank you so much for that, sticking to your time. We succeeded. Very well. I have been thinking about what you have said, and I think all of the interventions have complemented one another. From the study of traditional justice systems, that's just one part of the building peace, and how, in the case of Mexico, we are lacking these other experiences, and we need to bring them in, these other factors that we're going to need in order to bring down the levels of violence and work on this jointly. What's going to happen to the people who are part of organized crime or cartels, and all of the factors that we need to work on, the development of the economy, the companies, businesses, the respect of labor law, the rights of workers here in Mexico as well. And how local concept from the local standpoint, and in Colombia too, there was an issue with this because of land tenure, and begin to feed into other channels, and it ends up being huge. So there are some questions from our audience, and there are some specific for Eleanor, and I would like to begin with you, Eleanor. The first is, have you been able to measure the impact of empowerment in the community, in the organization that you work with, and the activities you carry out? And the other question is there resistance from formal institutions in light of these practices, these activities that you carry out? These are your two questions, Eleanor.
Okay, thank you for the questions. So I'm going to start with the second question. There's absolutely resistance from formal institutions because anytime you are, first of all, land is a very sensitive issue anywhere. And anytime you are engaged in a process and empowering people to be able to address conflicts that some people don't want to solve because, you know, they somehow benefit from the absence of peace or the existence of conflict, you will come up against some opposition. And so we see that both in the form of some traditional authorities at times. So we have some very old laws in Sierra Leone that currently govern land acquisition in the provinces, in the rural areas. And they essentially give power and custodianship of land to traditional authorities, to the chiefs. And so this new system in which people, one, know their rights, their own land rights, and are able to, assert them and use them, feels like a challenge to some of those traditional authorities, even though it's really just them securing their people securing their own rights. And so there's some tension there, there's some opposition there, but I think at the end of the day, as I explained before, when the traditional authorities understand the process and how it actually benefits them as well, how empowered communities and informed communities who are able to make their own decisions about their land actually benefits everyone in the community, including them as chiefs. And then in terms of evaluating our impact, so we do that. So one of the other great things about this model of community-based paralegals who directly engage with communities in these processes is that they are constantly collecting data. Everything they do is well documented. Each step of the process, who they engage with, the number. They're taking both quantitative and qualitative data as they go along the way, and that data is essential not only to evaluating impact and being able to give you some of the findings that I gave earlier about what we observed in a number of communities where the presence of chiefs or our work with women-only groups increased their participation in the process of creating bylaws, of formulating bylaws. So because of the data that the paralegals are collecting throughout the process, we are able to do that evaluation of impact.
Thank you. Bueno, aquí va otra pregunta, que esta me gustaría.
Thank you so much. Here is another question, and this one is for Jimena. What tools can be used to innovate in human rights? 2 minutes, please, to try to answer that question. This is like a whole seminar, but I'll try in 2 minutes. I think that one of the things that we have to identify first is the context in which we are innovating. It's not the same thing to carry out innovation in high levels of conflict, local conflict, small levels of conflict. We need to contextualize because it would seem like there's a rule across the board to solving disputes and everything goes through litigation and better do it this way, or the inter-American system. The truth of the matter is that there is so much more to look at of the different ways that we can settle disputes and how we can face problems that arise in human rights. And I always say the quickest solution, the most comprehensive one, will be the best one, even if it's not a major decision ruled on by a court. And here in innovation, there are 2 things that I would add specifically. One is, how is it that when we are thinking in an innovative manner about conflicts in human rights, in general terms, or in terms of responsibilities by those most affected, we also have to think about when we are acting in societies with high levels of conflict, how we approach reparations, damages, and restitution that Karen talked about, or processes of restitution of lands and properties, as Eleanor talked about, because these are critical elements within the peace processes, which can come back and either become an opportunity or provoke greater conflict. And I think there is constructive dialogue here where reparation will determine or act as it were a court ruling or in a manner that is alien to the parties in conflict, but it would open the door for the people themselves, communities themselves directly involved in the process of damage reparation would think of solutions and reach these decisions on their own. That would be fantastic to look at this as an innovative approach for justice processes in Mexico. There are experiences here, but this could be the experience from criminal justice processes, the classical ones, and to compared to what has been done in some other countries where reparations, where the judge suspends the process, delegates to social stakeholders the processes for mediation to arrive at an agreement that is then endorsed by the judge. But then it is no longer an order from the top of the pyramid down, but it's something that's built by the parts themselves. Very interesting. And the last thing that I would add, and then I will finish this intervention and coming back to what was said, and I think that it's hard to talk about this in peace processes, but something that was said many years ago, and it has become one of the important things that I think about is to be very careful when we talk about justice, particularly in terms of criminal justice. Normally, at high levels of violence, the problem is how the relations have transpired. Traditional criminal justice processes generate a narrative in stone. These are the good guys, these are the bad guys, these are to blame, these are the innocent. And that doesn't really capture social processes that run a whole lot deeper than that and with a greater conflict levels. So I think that it's a warning. Let's focus more on determining how justice focuses on relations and building social connections and not just determining innocence and guilt in the traditional sense of these words. Something else that is very important here for maintaining or being aware of when we are coming up with new mechanisms to protect human rights and to determine responsibilities and eventual forms of preparation. Thank you so much, Jimena, for trying to give us an answer to such a tough question. Karen, 2 minutes is what we have until 4:35, so, and then I'll move to Carlos.
Existe una propuesta de reinserción social planteada en la Ley
There's
Nacional
a proposal of social extension for penal criminal law, and its compliance has been very hard because authorities have yet to harmonize themselves to comply with all the access. So what would be the commitment that would be interinstitutional nature in order to comply with this particular mandate? Thank you, Daniela. So it was a process, a lot of dialogue, a lot of cooperation, a lot of talking over the table and laying it out in the field to talk about everything. And of course, this is not a 2-day process. It wasn't short. This is extremely complex and mostly because it has to do with police authorities, Attorney General's office, prosecutors, society at large, even the private sector. So it is quite the ample scope. Every single idea was presented beforehand, but the central topic or axis of it all was that it's not the victims per se, but that you have to look to the other side. When you're building peace, you don't just stay or remain with just one side. It has to do, of course, with the context, the needs that the state could not fulfill, and many other structural problems that at the time were relevant and are still relevant. You know, corruption, lack of access to basic services, impunity. So dialogue is a priority. We have to keep in mind that we have to articulate cooperation between victim and criminal, and participation, and also have training for authorities so that they know the processes. It is important to talk about building peace, but if you do not have everybody involved, then it won't work. Especially what we do here in Mexico, the victims themselves have to know how things are being done in other countries, and the authorities also how things are being done elsewhere. And at last, but not at least, Carlos, and this is a question that has to do with everything. What are the main challenges in the implementation and articulation of these policies, keeping in mind that we have to create dialogue spaces between civil society, academia, and the government? Well, a rather complicated, loaded question. Uh, I believe that the main aspect is to understand, other than what has been said before, to understand that building peace is a process. And like any other process, it takes time. And building peace is a process that looks both at the effects and the causes of violence, the roots of said violence. And that is to look into the relations between individuals, between people, institutions, actors, and factors. And sometimes the focus is just in the interactions more than the relations, and also to look into the damages, the original damages, the groups that were damaged. Jimena has already touched upon transitional justice. It is important to heal these wounds, if you will. And this same process of building peace takes time, because the violence that we're going through, the current crisis, is not something that came overnight. It took decades, even a century of corruption, of neglect, of social tolerance to many faults and many social negative aspects. And this process looks for the transformation of these relations, and it looks for new balances. And there is an unbalance of power, unbalance in the distribution of resources. So the peace that we're trying to build has to include every single person. Nobody can be left out. Nobody can be left behind. And this forces us to look into vulnerability. Who are the most vulnerable people? Usually the usual suspects, the people who suffer injustice, the people who are victimized and suffer violence. These are the victims of it all. So simply thinking about the challenges, I believe that in our country it is a due time to have an agenda of building peace. After 14 years from the beginning of this crisis, we still don't have a chart as to where to go to. We would build an agenda for every new tenure, for every new administration, presidential administration, but the governors themselves don't have a specific agenda. They usually focus on their self-image, on their self-serving, and they don't focus on other things. The agenda has to be in the hands of civil society, the academia, and the government, but also private institutions, churches, the families. We have to have an ample vision of peace for every single actor, many actors, if not all of them. We cannot build a wide agenda that is long-term and that actually covers the array of people if you are divided socially. And what I would say, the current challenge is that we need to resist the polarization that we're being subjected to here in Mexico, in Latin America, and the world. Social actors, political actors, and every single stakeholder, media, entrepreneurs, families, and we are all called upon to consider each and every single one of us as unidimensional. It doesn't really matter who you voted for, if you're a feminist or you're not a feminist, if you're a man or a woman, whatever, that doesn't matter anymore. Everything is up for a debate, and only then can we begin to build this peace that is very similar to positive peace and this social resilience that would make us more resistant to crises of violence, that would make us more resistant to natural disasters, and even more resistant to the pandemic. Thank you very much. Let's hope that this is not the last of the many dialogues that we will engage into in the future in this agenda of building peace. Eleanor, Carlos, Jimena, thank you so much for having us and for joining us. And once more, Mexico Evalúa, thank you, and every single person that joined us in this very difficult hour after our meal here in Mexico. So thank you for paying attention to every single panel because they truly give us a lot. Thank you and bye-bye. Greetings to everybody. Bye-bye.
Panel de procesos de construcción de paz. Por supuesto, son temas muy complejos para el tiempo del que disponemos. Sin embargo, queda claro que somos capaces de lograr articular un llamado urgente para la sociedad entera. Muchas gracias a todos ellos, a todas y todos. El siguiente panel se llama Innovaciones contra la violencia de género. Y sus participantes son Alejandra Padilla. Ella es la cofundadora de Tu Historia Importa en México. Nayeli Sánchez Macías, coordinadora de Spotlight en la oficina de ONU Mujeres en México. Amílcar Romero, fundador de Ancagua Global Group del Perú. Michelle Dayan, abogada y presidenta de Lawyers for Women en Francia. Y ellas serán moderados por Estefanía Vela. Es la directora general, como saben, de Intersecta en México. Intersecta es una organización feminista que se dedica a la investigación y promoción de políticas públicas para la igualdad. Muchas gracias a todas ustedes por su participación. Las dejo en lo que será el último panel del primer día del primer Foro Internacional de la Innovación en la Justicia. Gracias.
Buenas tardes, bienvenidos y bienvenidas al primer Foro Internacional, la Innovación en la Justicia. Estamos por comenzar un panel dedicado a innovaciones contra la violencia de género. Soy Estefanía Vela y tengo el honor de moderar este panel, encabezado por 4 personas con trayectorias impresionantes. Me permito brevemente presentarlas. La primera de ellas es Alejandra Padilla, cofundadora de Tu Historia Importa, que nos acompaña desde México. En segundo lugar está Nayeli Sánchez Macías, coordinadora de Spotlight de ONU Mujeres México. En tercer lugar nos acompaña Amílcar Romero, fundador de Ancagua Global Group desde Perú. Y por último nos acompaña Michelle Dayan, abogada y presidenta de Lawyers for Women desde Francia. Como mencioné, el panel el día de hoy está enfocado en innovaciones relacionadas con la justicia y la violencia de género. De hecho, esta semana, el miércoles, se conmemora el 25 de noviembre, que es el Día Internacional para la Eliminación de la Violencia contra las Mujeres. Sabemos que en México, pero en muchos otros países, el problema de la violencia de género contra las mujeres es uno que amerita no solo una atención urgente, sino yo diría sobre todo innovar precisamente.
Innovation in and of itself, and the ways in which this problem has to be understood, the ways in which this problem has to be tackled, and the ways in which this problem has to be prevented. And this includes, of course, how this all translates in the environment of justice. There are three great questions that have been brought to the table to the panelists today. And I'm going to ask them directly so that you know where we're going to with these discussions. So first off, why is innovation in justice so important to combat gender violence? The second one, this is focused specifically on the work that the panelists do. What aspects do you consider to be important for your project in decreasing gender violence? Because the panel today wants to present projects that actually aim at doing this type of innovation. And within the project, if you would like to describe three key aspects that from your perspective have promoted this innovation in particular. I'm going to add a bit more as to the people who are working with us right now. We have Alejandra Padilla. She came out of the UNAM University in administration and teacher in general from the London School of Economics and Political Science. She has worked in the government and civil organization societies in topics related to access to justice, gender violence, public policies, and work inequality. She is a co-founder of Recreac, building strategies for equality, a consultant company that provides consultancy efforts for inclusion and equality of work. She collaborates with two other colleagues in the creation of the YSM platform that aims at providing information to women victims of gender violence and sexual violence. We will have Nayeli Sanchez Macias. She is a teacher and a professor in cooperation by the Institute of Research José María Mora. She has a degree in mechanisms for ruling for women. She has worked for civil society, and over the past 10 years, she works in the United Nations in Mexico, where she has coordinated relevant programs in gender, access to human rights for women at the United States Development Program and the prevention of crime in Mexico. She's currently the coordinator of Spotlight for Women, and a joint initiative between the United Nations and the European Union, the association with the Mexican government, an initiative that is focused in the prevention and elimination of feminicide. And in third place, we have Milka Romero, founder, president of Ankawa International, which is part of the Ankawa Global Group. Ankawa International has developed an algorithm that allows the prevention with a probability of 80% the occurrence of violence against women, facilitating then the development of public policies against said problem. And at last but not least, Michelle Dayan, lawyer and president of Lawyers for Women in France. She's a specialist in family law. She came out of the Lawyers School of Paris. She has participated in several colloquia, including those for women in France, Bulgaria, Spain, and Mexico. She is co-founder and president of the Women's Bar Association, which was born from the society's needs and also strengthening international cooperation in combating any form of violence against women, and also in improving the current systems in France and their implementation. As you can see, we have four people that have a long trajectory, both in gender violence and the intersectionality of access for justice. So without further ado, I give the floor to Alejandra so that she can tell us about the importance of specifically talking about gender violence, and in second place, a project that she has developed in order to tackle this problem. And one last clarification for those of you who have joined us, there will be a first round with about 8 minutes of interventions per panelist, and then we will have a second round of about 3 minutes of interventions per panelists, and at the end we will have a round in which they will reply to the questions that you will send to us through the several media. So without further ado, I give you the floor. Thank you, Mexico Valua and Stefania. It is an honor to join you in this panel with colleagues with whom I have shared other spaces and colleagues with whom I'm sure we will create strategic alliances. I would like to begin by presenting the project I am working with right now alongside several colleagues, and by telling you that we're trying to achieve use of technology as a strategy for innovation. Now I'm going to delve deeper as to why I consider that technology can be key in certain cases, specific cases of violence. The past week, we launched at a global level the YSM platform. Your Story Matters. You can find that at the ysm.com, ysm and it is a platform that aims at providing information to victims and survivors of sexual violence. It is focused specifically on women, but it will also have tools and specific information for men as well. And it is a platform that aims at being global. It is constantly being built on, and it aims at providing information that would be useful to victims and survivors to understand what happened to them. And this is very relevant because the way in which sexuality is brought upon in society, and because sexual violence is usually surrounded by these feelings of shame and guilt, it is important to us to show information to understand what actually happened, information that is key, that covers any type of sexual violence, all the way from rape, being stalked in public and educational spaces, and many others. We aim at providing information as to where to go, not only in thinking of state organizations, but organizations and collective groups and networks. And registering, also bringing a register of what happened, because sometimes we know that the survivors and victims of sexual violence, due to this situation and PTSD, there is a short-term and long-term memory loss. And sometimes it's important to register what happened, both for a psychological standpoint and from an emotional standpoint, also from a legal standpoint, should the victim pursue that, and also provide useful information in terms of psychology and emotions. And the innovative part of this platform, and the reason why it aims at being a global platform, is that it is an open source project that invites every single person from everywhere in the world to generate content that is specific to every country. Currently, the platform contains information from the United Kingdom, is being piloted in India. And from Mexico, a group of collaborators and myself are working in the translation and adaptation of the context for Mexico. But it is a platform that allows for this adaptation. And something that is key is that the information being given there is from victims to victims, which we believe is very innovative. And it also aims at finding information, collecting information to us in just one place that is usually dispersed in the internet. It's not like we are discovering the wheel here, but because if you looked for information in Google, you would find it all disseminated. And what we want is to collect the information in a single source for people who want to browse it. In the case of Mexico, my colleagues and I are focusing on creating two specific tools that are key for Mexico. One of them is a route map for institutional attention. That is, from what happens if I go to a hospital, what happens if I go to a prosecutor's office, if I go to a center for women, or if I go to the police, and what happens currently in many countries, and in Mexico we know that it happens too, is that justice is a black box. So we have the institutions saying, well, you have to make your complaint, and nobody tells you that making a complaint is the first step of entering a labyrinth, because it has a very long process, and the victims of sexual violence and other crimes are usually face this very daunting task of entering the system, and they learn as they go and they become experts. But I would like to have this knowledge being shared with other women as well, so that they don't have to go through the first thing the first time every single time this happens. So this is where we're creating this sort of a route map that needs to have a very honest information, because we know what should happen, what the state should do. We know that what the state should provide, but we also know that it is failing, and we want to make a contrast between what should be and what actually happened with experience from our victims. And we're also creating a network of survivors and victims to question what we understand as justice. This is what brought us into this proposal by YSM Global, which is being developed by an organization in UK, which is called Chain, which means that we have to develop justice in the way we understand it. In order to create these processes, we need to bolster them, but we also need to rethink justice for their victims, because sometimes the state is no longer finding answers. You have to rethink justice, rethink reparations, and open up dialogue for everybody. I believe that my time is about to end, but I just wanted to close by saying that the platform, I still have 3 minutes, okay, the platform, because I have 3 minutes, I'm going to delve deeper into rethinking justice. We know that this is a proposal that focuses on attention, but we have something very clear. Now that we have organizations that are working on strengthening institutions and improving the capabilities of due diligence for every prosecutor's office, we also think that people that face these types of systems, should they decide that or not have all the information available, any person that lives through violence must take informed decisions, must make informed decisions, because sometimes they can't do that because there are loopholes and there's voids of information. And the first thing when you have to go through the justice process is to have information. And if they decide to go through the process, we have networks in Instagram like YSM Mexico, and there we will announce the release of the platform that has been adapted for Mexico, which will happen in about 4 to 5 months. Down the line, we're working with victims, survivors, and lawyers to generate these materials that we believe are key, and we will announce how this platform works. Thank you. On Instagram. Thank you, Ale. You still have 1 minute, an extra minute. Nayeli, the floor is yours. Thank you, Stefania. I'm going to show my presentation and share it. And just like Ali, I'm going to tell you that I'm so very thankful to share this screen time with such an exceptional group of people, and to express my gratitude to Mexico Valeo for this invitation. So more than speaking about the initiative Spotlight, which was created by to eradicate feminicide. This is a worldwide scale effort, and it is relevant because it is one of the first elements of innovation. It is focused objective number 5 of the UN agenda, which is equality of gender, and this objective has a specific component in this new 2030 agenda, which is not only an objective in and of itself, but it is a transversal or cross-cutting axis for everything else, which is very relevant because there's always this temptation of only having it as a single objective, ending violence against women. But in this new platform that evolved after the objectives of the millennium, we created this as a cross-cutting element of every single objective and goal for the 2030 agenda. The Spotlight Initiative is an alliance between the European Union and the United Nations to eliminate or eradicate violence against women. We're working in 5 continents in parallel fashion, and every single one of them has a priority depending on the conditions of violence for the region. For instance, in Asia Pacific, it can be more focused in mutilation, genital mutilation, in human trafficking, in Latin America, and feminicide. In the case of Latin America, these are the 5 countries that we're working with: Argentina, El Salvador, Mexico, and Honduras. So we have also Ecuador, Guatemala had to leave because of certain reasons, but in the concrete case of Mexico, we decided to include Mexico, which, although is a country of medium development, due to the high levels of feminicide that had to be included. Within Mexico, we work specifically in 3 states and 5 municipalities. And jointly, we work with six different agencies from the United Nations, the UNIDES, UNICEF, and UN Odyssey. The next element of innovation that I believe was very important to mention due to what we're talking about is that although it is a global initiative that has a regional scope, at the same time it focus on municipalities and states. This happens because there are problems that when you zoom into the problem, things change. And then although it is a national dynamic in terms of feminicide and violence against women, and it can have certain characteristics, it completely changes if we zoom into the specific municipality, not only in terms of attention to the needs or the type of problem or the context, but also the capabilities of a government or the reaction time of organizations and society at large, all the elements that can compose violence against women, and they change, they shift. And this program has six pillars, the same around the world, and the objective is to generate a possibility, a benchmark, so that they can be a model of a piloting models that can be scaled up. So the Spotlight initiative in and of itself is in a box of innovation. We're looking into problems that are part of the feminist agenda that managed to be put into place by women and organizations, but how we can see each and every single one of these problems from different visions and how can we face them directly. So in a detailed fashion, the pillars I can share with you. First up, we have a judicial framework and public policies. Pillar number two, institutional bolstering. Pillar number three, prevention and change of social norms. Pillar number four is essential services, and pillar number five is data. So this is the hypothesis of Spotlight. In order to integrate all the problems, they can be more manageable or understandable compared to treating them separately, because what fails maybe in approach is not necessarily that the project is not correct, but that there are other elements that are contextual in nature that affect the results. So this is an innovative element, working with the agencies in a joint manner and working with the pillars comparatively with the rest of the world, and finding ways that we can scale up the models. Functionally speaking, when it comes to legal framework, we have a few hypotheses of innovation. What we're wanting to try to find is to retake the agenda in terms of judicial frameworks that are normative and public for at a level, federal, state, and municipal levels, and specifically some essential mechanisms that are focused of defenders for the rights of women. The relevant aspect of it all is that we have found that several women's groups and from reference in the states that have participation with the municipalities, and we have involved the voices of the victims directly, mostly mothers and grandmothers, to identify not only the elements that have sentences, but other elements that could have been left on the wayside. So what we're trying to strive for is trying to find a reform that is not only focused on creating the actual a crime, which is feminicide, which has been done in Mexico and the rest of the country, but other elements that have been left on the wayside or that have created contradictions. And although we have the actual crime that could give a provide specific result, maybe the regulation in the penal code or any other bylaw is not consolidated, and then therefore they cannot make use of that right. And this is part of a work we are trying to achieve with this particular pillar. And pillar number two, institutional strengthening, where we're trying to recover is the voice of the victims. We know that we have to train the people from the public administration services and departments and the three powers, and with a gender perspective and how strategically they can tackle the problems and pragmatically tackle these problems and provide justice. So this is why we have created several hypotheses and worked with organizations, and the objective is to have an integral agenda that, although can be changed, it can be improved upon, and close the gaps that we have in terms of training. And in the same way, in this pillar, where we're looking for is budgeting so that the institutions can have a learning of what's strategic in nature, what is the most urgent in terms of budgetary needs, and establish the concern of increasing budget from institutions that have a relationship with violence against women.
Que es el pilar número 3, este pilar
The next
fundamentalmente
pillar, that is the third one, touches on the change in social norms. And what we're working on here is directly in the community with the transformation of conditions. And we're going to carry out more prevention in our training and working with the media so that the media can change the storyline, the narrative, or join efforts urgently in light of denouncing disappearances or sexual abuse. And we're going to spotlight Spotlight published a series of cards addressing boys, girls, boys and men and young teens. There's a series of concerns regarding feminist because violence against women and girls is very urgent. And as you know, we are in the understanding that the priority and in terms of impact of statistics, of law enforcement and judicial endeavors, it's also important, and I am running out of time, to make sure that the storyline is shared with the communities. And I will go faster, but the essential services in our fourth pillar, how is it that we can make sure that they are more interconnected? The fifth pillar is quality data, and for record keeping, we have a clear route, but we have worked in depth here with who are generating statistics and with users of statistics as well to make sure we can figure out how to unravel those knots that still appear in data and systems. And regarding the sixth pillar, we've worked with movements of women, with reference groups in civil society to determine how we're going to take this to the national level and to listen to the solid work and make sure that it is resounding in our new spotlights. And then the last is in response to COVID. COVID was a variable that nobody expected this year. So the initiative has tried to become involved and to generate mechanisms for improvement. So what's important here is that we're trying to generate many hypotheses and parallel models that will allow us to propose things that will come out positive and help us in our work. Thank you, Nayeli. In the second round, you can tell us a little bit more. COVID is of the essence to discuss as well. America. Good evening, all. Amilcar. Greetings from Peru. I'm Amilcar Romero. I'm the chair of a group, CAWA, and I'll tell you a little bit about what we have done in the defense and promotion of women's rights within the organization, the feminist organization that works not just on human rights, but all rights as a whole. And we have a specific program and theme line on women. We began in Peru, and this began through a legal clinic that proffered attention to women who were victims of gender crime, and we provided guidance and defense, legal defense for them in national courts, if that were the case, and international courts, which, if that was applicable by the Peruvian state. What we have done here has simply been to ensure, as one of the speakers before me, that the authorities that were dealing with this situation would complain that there was a lack of information, of data, to measure and quantify what specific elements played in favor or against gender violence according to the locality. Now, according to this, we have data mining engineers, economists, etc. This is an organization that groups together different specializations, a little bit like what Mexico Evalúa does. And what we did was determine if we could analyze this, and we began to map all of the information available either in Peru or locally, globally, or public and private sources. So what we did was develop an algorithm and software that allowed us to read the information. I'm not talking about just one or two sources, but multiple sources of thousands of data. And that based on the parameters, we were able to determine what elements specifically were in favor or against gender violence according to the location. We fine-tuned the tool and were able to identify patterns that took place in streets and in cities. And we had the potential here in the interim at our Center for working with women that were victims of gender violence. And within the center, what we did was to present the proposal to the Forum on Peace in Paris. It's carried out in November of every year in Paris. And I will show you who is participating on this occasion. On this occasion, we talked about our initiative to heads of state, as you can see here, with the President of Estonia, with President Macron, and with other international organizations, and with our counterparts directly, such as civil society agencies and organizations. We have human rights and the rights of women were our special themes, and we were able to develop this together. So this is one of the expos, and we saw the interest that there was on behalf of international agencies and from the state of Peru as well, that was somewhat reluctant at first with the ambassador of Peru here in France, but they came around, and this is what we were able to present at the Paris Forum. So what we have done is make this tool available to authorities, primarily to the Ministry of Women in Lima, in the central government, that has an observatory. In fact, they needed information, and with the data specifically, we were able to assist the authorities and the local government and regional governments as well were able to use this. The central government allocates funds for those who can participate, but without results, without knowing what to do. But they were able to fine-tune some of the practices that they were carrying out and guide the action of the government. So what I can say in this regard is that we intervened in two sides. One was legally, and the other through this tool, through orientation. This is what we have been doing, and the tool is here, and it is ongoing, in an ongoing manner being perfected. And what we expect is to be able to export it to other countries, for example, through partnership with organizations such as Alejandra Padilla or Nayarit Sanchez, and implement it in Mexico as well, but also in African countries where many of the African governments and the Rwanda government have an interest in implementing it. This is what we've been able to do so far, and through technology, this tool has proven that it can strengthen the rights of women at the state levels. Thank you so much. Without further ado, I give the floor to Michelle to come full circle with this first round of interventions. Michelle.
Tienes el mute.
C'est bon, vous entendez?
Yeah.
Hola, bonjour à toutes et à tous. Même s'il est très tard ici, puisqu'il est presque minuit ici à Paris, et qu'habituellement à cette heure-ci, je suis sur le point de m'endormir, je suis tellement enthousiaste et honorée de participer à ce panel et à ce forum international que je suis totalement réveillée. D'ailleurs, je ne vais pas dormir de la nuit, je pense. Alors, je souhaiterais tout d'abord remercier l'ambassade de France et en particulier Madame l'ambassadrice, enfin ex-ambassadrice de France au Mexique, Anne Griot et Juliette Billy et Vincent Guimard, qui travaillent maintenant en collaboration avec Lawyers for Women, L4W, depuis presque 2 ans, pour mettre en place des programmes concrets et innovants pour lutter contre les violences faites aux femmes au Mexique et évidemment en France, parce que l'idée c'est un partage de bonnes pratiques et d'essayer de travailler en coopération. Pardon de ne pas intervenir en espagnol. J'avais promis à notre ambassadrice de L4W à Mexico, le docteur Patricia González Rodríguez, que j'apprendrais l'espagnol. C'était il y a 1 an, ma promesse. Et puis là-dessus, il y a eu le confinement. Et je n'ai pas eu l'occasion de revenir au Mexique. Mais je promets que la prochaine fois, je parlerai l'espagnol. Mais la langue que l'on parle toutes et tous est une langue maternelle, universelle, qui est la langue de la défense des plus vulnérables. Et en l'occurrence, les plus vulnérables, ce sont les femmes victimes de violences. Alors, vous posiez une première question, Stéphania, qui était la prise en charge spécifique de la violence faite aux femmes et qui est nécessaire pour ne pas invisibiliser cette violence. Et en France, je ne sais pas si vous savez, mais le terme féminicide, qui est né, je crois, au Mexique, le terme féminicide n'existe pas en droit français. Il existe dans le langage courant. On parle maintenant depuis 1 an, c'est très très récent, 1 an ou 2 de féminicide, mais dans le droit pénal, dans le code pénal, dans le code civil, le terme féminicide n'existe pas, ce qui est dommage parce que ça ne permet pas de donner la dimension systémique de ce fléau et du fait que c'est une violence sexo-spécifique et comme toujours, si l'on ne prend pas en considération la particularité d'un fléau, alors on ne peut pas lutter de façon particulière et donc de façon efficace contre ce fléau qui a été longtemps l'angle mort des politiques publiques. L4W, rapidement, c'est une association assez jeune qui a 1 an et demi de lutte contre les violences faites aux femmes en France et à l'international par le droit, est composée, et c'est un des, à mon avis, des axes innovants pour lutter contre les violences faites aux femmes, qui est en interprofessionnalité entre des avocats, des magistrats, des policiers, des professeurs de droit, et on travaille vraiment ensemble à chaque stade du parcours de la femme victime de violences, notamment avec les policiers. Vous avez eu dans un panel précédent Audrey Prindès qui vous a parlé de toute autre chose, qui est commandante de police et membre active de Lawyers for Women, et l'interprofessionnalité était très importante. Alors, l'objectif de ce forum et de ce panel, c'est donc l'innovation pour l'accès à la justice. Et je crois que d'ailleurs, on est dans une sous-partie qui est la simplification de la justice. Parce qu'on a toutes et tous fait le constat qu'en réalité, les femmes victimes de violences avaient peu accès à la justice. Soit parce que leur parcours est rendu trop difficile, notamment on les dissuade, on refuse de prendre les plaintes, on les dissuade, soit parce qu'elles-mêmes s'auto-censurent et sont découragées à l'avance d'aller porter plainte. Et puis, seule une coopération véritable, je vous l'ai dit, était nécessaire. Donc, si on veut avoir une véritable effectivité de lutte contre les violences faites aux femmes, on peut avoir les outils les plus innovants, le système législatif le plus perfectionné. Si les femmes n'ont pas accès à ces outils et accès à la justice, alors ça ne sert à rien. C'est pourquoi La justice doit aller vers ces femmes et non pas les femmes aller vers la justice. C'est le constat que nous, on a fait. Et pour ça, ce qui a été innovant, je vais vous parler de ce qui est innovant en France en général et de ce que, pour L4W, en France et au Mexique, nous avons travaillé pour innover cet accès à la justice. En France, Portail des violences sexuelles et sexistes, qui est un chat en ligne, anonyme, gratuit bien sûr, de la police, du ministère de l'Intérieur, où toute femme victime de violences sexo-spécifiques peut rentrer avec une possibilité en plus de masquer, en appuyant sur un bouton, de masquer et d'effacer l'historique Google de ce chat pour que, évidemment, si son mari est là et arrive au moment où elle est en train de chatter avec un policier, parce que l'interlocuteur est un policier, elle puisse le masquer. Et ça permet de créer un véritable lien entre cette femme et un policier qui est formé spécifiquement à la violence sexuelle et sexiste. Et aujourd'hui, L4W travaille en partenariat avec les policiers de ce portail pour les former et pour leur donner notamment un réseau d'avocats dans chaque département, dans chaque région, que ces femmes pourront ensuite appeler avec une permanence H24, 24 heures sur 24, avec le Conseil national des barreaux, qui est l'organisme représentatif des barreaux. Donc ce portail, ce chat des violences sexuelles et sexistes, c'est très important. Et puis au bout d'un moment, ça met la femme en confiance et ça peut l'amener enfin à passer la porte du commissariat, à aller porter plainte. Deuxième innovation extrêmement importante, c'est une innovation qui n'est pour le coup pas technique, mais qui est législative, c'est l'ordonnance de protection en France. En 6 jours, vous pouvez obtenir, non pas au pénal, mais au civil, l'expulsion d'un mari violent ou d'un concubin violent et l'organisation du droit de visite pour les enfants et de la garde des enfants. En 6 jours, c'est une innovation de 2010 qui a été renforcée en 2020. J'ai plus beaucoup de temps. Vous avez aussi quelque chose qui a été également créé pendant le confinement, mais qu'on peut pérenniser, qui a été les SMS, le SMS Stop Violence. Vous faites un numéro, pareil, anonyme, gratuit, pour signaler une violence. Et puis, L4W, nous travaillons sur les cliniques juridiques. Nous avons créé une clinique juridique avec l'UNAM, l'Université de Mexico, l'Université de Chihuahua, avec Madame Rodriguez, pour permettre à des informations de droit de ces femmes victimes de violences, avec une clinique juridique virtuelle à cause du Covid, mais que l'on pourrait pérenniser après le Covid. Et c'est une plateforme en ligne sur laquelle les étudiants en droit proposent une assistante juridique aux femmes en situation de violence qui permet et de proposer un accompagnement et de former les futurs professionnels. J'arrête là, je suis trop bavarde. Vous voyez, je vous disais que c'est le milieu de la nuit, mais je suis complètement réveillée.
Muchísimas gracias, Michelle. Creo que, a ver, ya han platicado a grandes rasgos.
I think that we have talked primarily about what the projects that are being implemented are. In the second round, I think that everybody has been able to share key crucial ideas about this violence, and secondly, how interventions can be carried out. And if we had to sum this up to a certain degree, those who are designing public policy and in their experience, what would be those 3 key messages that we should take into consideration? In my perspective, this is not focused on victims at the center, and I'm talking specifically about cases of gender violence, but this applies for other crimes as well. And I'm thinking about the justice systems. We're constantly talking about the prosecutors and judges and those who are doing this work to take into account the gender perspective. But how do we put the victims at the heart of this? because victims are just an element that is secondary, and the criminal system is not putting them at the heart of the needs for this broad discussion about what justice and reparations should be. I know that the topic is much broader than this, but I'm talking about the justice system particularly. Thank you. Now, Nayeli.
Muchas gracias, Estefanía.
Thank you,
Pues
Stefania.
desde la perspectiva Spotlight, la
From
verdad
the
es que
spotlight
aparte de que coincido con
standpoint,
Ale de que el centro de las
which I
víctimas
represent,
quisiera
instead of just
algunos
putting
elementos que
the victims at the
podrían ayudar.
center, I would like to delve
Tener
into
muchos más
priorities.
servicios
For example, to
sociales
have many
virtuales
more
y
legal
accesibles,
services that are
porque
virtual
esto que
and
decíamos de Colombia al
accessible,
final de mi
because
participación anterior,
COVID, at the end
no
of
es algo
the
de 6
earlier
meses como
participation, is
pensaba,
not a
pues idealmente
6-month
el inicio
thing,
de la
as we
pandemia
thought
es algo
at the
que nos
beginning of the
acompaña
pandemic, but
por
it's
lo
something
menos
that
hasta que la
is going
vacuna
to take us until
esté
such time,
universal,
at least
general
as the
y en muchísimas
vaccination
condiciones que ahorita
is
no vemos países que tengan
universal
vacunas.
and there are
Entonces, o sea, sí
clearer
es importante ahorita
outcomes.
mismo pensar cosas
So it's important
innovadoras
to think
que estén
about
basadas en la
innovative
tecnología, pero también de
ideas
manera
based on
accesible.
technology,
Entonces, por
but
lo menos
in an
desde
accessible way.
Spotlight lo que nos
So at
estamos
least from the
planteando son
standpoint of
3
Spotlight, what
meses
we are
para
proposing is
profundizar
that it is
o ampliar los
necessary
servicios
to
disponibles de
expand
manera
the
presencial,
services available,
no solamente
not just
para temas de denuncia o de seguimiento de
for
procesos penales, porque
denouncing or
muchos procesos
following
o
up
sea, se
on
fueron
the criminal
pues,
processes,
con
because many
la
times
jornada de sana distancia muchísimos
they,
tribunales y
many of the
no
courts went
generaron los
into
mecanismos para
safe and
facilitar el
healthy
proceso
distancing
a
and
la
have
justicia
not been
organizada
able to
en negocios del
facilitate
proceso judicial
the
penal.
judicial
De
criminal
igual
process.
forma, nos parece
In the
esencial
same manner,
que
we
un
think that
elemento de
it is
innovación para
essential that
generar
an
cambios
element of
sumamente
innovation
tecnológico,
that
pero que sí es
truly
esencial,
is
es
imperative, though
generar
not
más vinculación
technological,
entre
is
los
to
procesos penales y los
generate
procesos civiles,
more
porque la mayoría de los casos
linkage
están
between
muy
civil and
correlacionados en materia
criminal
de violencia contra las mujeres.
processes, because in
Muchísimos
terms
casos
of
de
gender
violencia
violence,
feminicida han
very
pasado por un
many
divorcio
of these
y
cases
simplemente no se le
have
dio
been
la
based
gama de
on
feminicida
a
otorgada,
divorce.
¿no? Y ahí también siempre hay una
So
triple
there is a
responsabilidad, no
triple,
sé en qué número vamos de victimización con el tema
I'm
de
not
hijas e
sure,
hijos, porque
but with
ellos
children,
vieron la violencia,
they
vivieron
saw
la
the
violencia y
violence, they
luego encima
experienced
tienen
the
que vivir
violence, and then
eso
on
con
top of
el
it, they
agresor
have
o
to
asesino
live
de sus madres
with
o
the
sus padres.
attacker or the
Entonces,
murderer of
ese es,
their
o
mother.
sea, la vinculación ahí es esencial. Y
So
ya me
there,
disculpo, Estefanía,
this
que
is
estamos
an
on time,
imperative
pero
to
sí.
bear in mind. I'll stop there to be on time. Amilcar. Regarding the questions, let me point out that an instrument that we have worked on and developed called artificial intelligence for prevention and handling gender violence. And so as what we have done is a type of software that analyzes the amount of data, allows us to identify patterns, localities, and where and what is happening and what might possibly happen. We need to identify where something might have occurred in gender violence and what the profile of the women who the possible victims are going to be are. And so we need to anticipate, we need to forestall what is going to occur. And so at the local level with local governments, we identified the intervention required. And so fighting gender violence is not an abstract thing. We know that in Mexico and in Peru as well, there's a lot of gender violence, but we need to revert the situation. How to revert this in childhood? I think that this is very closely linked to school and education and teaching from a gender approach. Many countries in the region find this taboo, and this is the case in Peru. And they have to work on establishing education with a gender approach from elementary school, primary school, and this has to be done immediately. And I think that education is a very big element here. Lastly, I consider that the response, the answer to this phenomenon doesn't necessarily have to be only legal. In fact, that is the progress that we have made. The problem is so large and so multifaceted that we cannot just deal with it from a legal standpoint. That has always been the answer. And something else is that the new key here is for good. You can tech for good, that you can innovate technological tools for collective efforts to stop this situation. So that is my closing remark.
Muchas gracias. Finalmente,
Thank you
Michelle.
so much. Michelle, 3 minutes.
Merci. C'est vrai que la période du confinement, c'est parti durer, nous a permis de faire marcher notre créativité et notre imagination pour lutter plus efficacement encore contre les violences faites aux femmes. Je vous disais tout à l'heure, il y a des numéros qui ont été mis en place, des SMS gratuits. Il y a également des possibilités qui ont été mises en place d'aller dans les pharmacies pour les femmes. Lorsqu'elles allaient pendant le confinement à la pharmacie pour acheter un médicament, elles pouvaient, avec un signe, un mot, un chiffre, qui était le chiffre du 114, elles pouvaient faire alerter les services de police par le pharmacien. Ça, ce sont des choses qu'il faut pérenniser et qui nous ont permis, de façon plus éthique, philosophique, de comprendre que tout le monde était concerné par ce fléau. Mais évidemment, on peut aller plus loin dans l'innovation avec les applications dont on vous parlait. Je rejoins ce que disait Amilcar sur l'éducation. Évidemment, il faut aller plus loin. On a cet outil qui a été développé avec le confinement de cours en ligne, d'applications. On peut imaginer évidemment des moyens ludiques pour lutter contre les stéréotypes de genre, puisque bien évidemment, la violence faite aux femmes, elle prend sa source dans les stéréotypes de genre, et c'est la forme la plus grave, paroxystique de l'inégalité culturelle, notamment entre les hommes et les femmes. Et puis, il faut continuer les cliniques juridiques et il faut continuer d'aller vers les femmes avec notamment ces permanences dont je parlais. Nous avons organisé avec L4W des permanences dans les hôpitaux maintenant, où il y a des avocats et des étudiants en droit et des élèves avocats qui sont à l'hôpital public. Lorsque les femmes viennent et qu'elles sont pour un court séjour aux urgences ou pour un plus long séjour et qu'elles puissent préparer un dossier et avoir accès au droit. C'est essentiel, l'accès au droit. Il y a en effet les smartphones, il y a en effet les applis, mais il y a aussi les lieux, tout le parcours de cette femme, les lieux où elles sont, et notamment l'hôpital, le médecin, ce sont des lieux essentiels où la justice et le droit va vers ces femmes au lieu qu'elles aillent vers la justice et le droit. Voilà, je terminais.
Muchísimas gracias. Ya casi
So
estamos
much. We are reaching the close of this first day and we have a round of questions from the audience. And they ask things that are incredibly important, but you each have 2 minutes to answer, and this is the last panel session of the day. I have 2 questions that were posed for all of them at this time. One has to do with what happens with budget. How do you overcome the problem of budget when we know that one of the most common problems, particularly when we have so many authorities and instances and services, if we wanted to use the spotlight vision of comprehensive or integral attention for violence, then we're going to come up against the issue of budget. How does one deal with the little problem of budgets in countries such as ours? The second question, I think this is important, particularly for Nigel and Michelle, and intervention authorities, it's indicated that one of the strategies has to be training and professionalization of authorities. And how do we assess what is being done? What type of messages do we have for our training? And then at 10 years after, then there are still no results. Basically. There are some other questions for Alejandra, 2 specifically, and I have some in private. For example, for Alejandra, does the platform allow for support groups, information for victims can share experiences, and how can you guarantee that the platform reaches more women. I think this is important for all public policy. What good is there to have an intervention if nobody knows about it? And for Nayeli, the same. There were several specific questions regarding Spotlight. For example, what are the main obstacles that you have faced by law enforcement agencies? So, Ale, go right ahead.
I know that for budget, that's not very related to what I brought to the table, but I would like to say that I don't know if anybody has an idea of how to sort to avoid that. And the only thing I can think of is pressuring the government. It's not that you're going to limit policies, but also that there is an impact in the working conditions for people, and we have to take into account that this also has an impact in public policies. It's not just per se the public policy that would be limited. There will be budgetary limitations, but with the actual things that this policy will execute. I believe that it is quite the challenge, and I don't see any other way in which we can get out of this, but to exert pressure to the government. So, and regarding training, I know that it is more focused into what Nayeli and Michelle said, but I would like to point out that I am convinced that one of the many ways in which you can know that whether these trainings have worked or not, and you have to point it out. The studies that have been conducted in others countries have put out the information that training usually is not the answer, but they have to accompany the processes. And another way in which you can know is how you can attend to the needs of the people, and you have to directly monitor these processes from the point of view of the people that come to the institutions. Now, regarding the question as to how we think that information can come to us, I believe it is quite the challenge. We are contemplating two specific ways: the social networks. We know that we can't reach everybody through that, but also alliances with the baseline civil society organizations who attend to the needs of victims of the several types of violence. And from that benchmark, we can relay that information to the platform so that you can go from ear to ear. So the question related to the support groups, we are considering that the platform will have a blog that will relay information from stories for other women, which is something that survivors had talked touched upon. They would like to have this information. They would have liked to have this information or reading stories from other women, and it would have been a very important process in the for their healing. And we are also taking into account this information to rethink justice, and it is set to sharing experiences and even basic strategies as to how you can go with your process and generate relate information with other people.
Muchas gracias, Estefanía. Pues voy a tratar de ser súper rápida.
We're going to be, I'm trying to be very fast, and when it comes to training, I believe that there are some indicators that can be as good for that, but and other processes that we can generate. But I believe that the trainings, because they happen by themselves, they need to rethink the way institutions think of themselves. But it is important to continue to train people because we believe it is a process of continuous improvement that has to be permanently checked by the victims and the cases, and it doesn't necessarily have to be just irrelevant cases, but it has to happen continuously. And this is a process that we need to work on and find ways in which the victims can be more informed of their rights, not only in terms of the great right that we have as women of having a life free of violence, but like knowing exactly what types of rights you have when it comes to access to information to make it more effective throughout the entire process, not at the end of maybe a sentence or maybe knowing that there's coverage. No, no, no. The entire continuity of things and knowing that you have preemptive possibilities for everything. When it comes to protocols, though, they asked me on the how to homogenize these protocols. These are very difficult to do because it is important to have it clear that communication in Mexico, the crime of feminicide and sexual violence depend on the legislations of every state because they are federal. They're not federal. They're not felonies. They are considered state crimes. So at the same time, however, they are still crimes. So it's not as easy to get out of it, the woods, if you will. And so we have to insist on homogenizing the legislation and understanding that the protocols have to be based on the capabilities of the states themselves. But we believe that there's a way in which we can guarantee access to justice for the people. There's no problem to, there's no point in make me thinking of just the processes themselves. So the last question, because I don't have a lot of time left, is well, the keys again when it comes to the budget, we have to find ways to protect the baseline organizations. This is a fundamental organization. When I'm a victim, I cannot call the bigwigs at an international and national level. I have to call whoever is close to me, which is usually the baseline organizations. In the end, we have to protect the women. This is what we have to do. It is important to keep that in mind, to have a priority, because the budget is limited. We do not have money for everything, because this is a situation of crisis and there's a recession right now. So we have to protect somebody, and this is fundamental to have this in the mind. Because sometimes what happens is that the budgets are usually not geared towards the needs, and we have to help the victims directly with those budgets. Now, regarding the questions and everything that has to be with the budgets, I can say that the organization has always sponsored the victims so that the budgets can have a focus on gender, and that we increase the budgets that are geared and aimed directly at legitimizing these types of problems and making sure that people are aware of them. This is something that the country has to tackle directly. And it is also about understanding that we need to empower the citizens. In the case of Peru, the citizens can participate in the elaboration of their local budgets. And when we tell them that they can do that, they do a better scrutiny as to what things need to be spent on or not. And they are more vigilant as to where the money goes. We have to understand that. And of course, when it comes to the budget, some countries have to pay more than this one. It no longer applies that well. This is maybe a budget that Germany has and we don't have it. No, I believe that Peru and Mexico and other countries need the exact same amount of money to face these things, and we should not delegate our responsibilities to third parties in the end. When it comes to training, I believe that training has to happen and be focused in the operation of justice. Mainly when we face this reality of complaints, and we understand that not a lot of people understand what's happening in the country. And sometimes even specific instances of the government have to want to absorb the entire responsibility, but we also sometimes actually have to delegate them these responsibilities to, so that certain aspects of justice can take a case from the very beginning. And even the police officers themselves, when you go to the police department and you lay your claim, you re-victimize the victim by not providing them proper access to justice. So there has to be an effort in terms of the budget, and the training from specialists like ourselves should happen as well. Thank you. Michelle.
Alors, sur la question des budgets, comment pallier au budget, même si en France, notre président de la République, Macron, a déclaré lorsqu'il a été élu, que la lutte contre les violences faites aux femmes était la grande cause nationale de son quinquennat. Et même si nous avons eu il y a un an un Grenelle des violences conjugales qui a été très efficace, parce qu'on en a parlé. Donc, c'est sorti de l'angle mort. C'est très important. Il y a eu des moyens qui ont été alloués, il y a une loi, je vous en parlais, en 6 jours maintenant, on peut obtenir l'expulsion d'un conjoint violent. Il y a eu des avancées, mais évidemment, le budget de la justice notamment, qui inclut le budget de la pénitentiaire. Donc, quand on nous dit en France que le budget de la justice augmente, on sait que dedans, il y a le budget des prisons. Et donc, ce n'est pas ce budget-là qui est alloué à la lutte contre les violences faites aux femmes. Et donc, il faut bien évidemment pallier par des initiatives privées. Vous parliez du commissariat, c'est très important. Nous, à El Fort de Belliou, avec une clinique juridique parisienne, enfin, de la région parisienne, on a mis en place une cartographie de l'accueil des femmes victimes de violences conjugales dans les commissariats, avec un questionnaire remis à la sortie des commissariats. Il y a eu une initiative qui est la gouvernementale, où 60 commissariats en France sont maintenant équipés d'une assistante sociale et d'une psychologue, parce qu'on connaît la spécificité de ces femmes qui portent plainte, qui vont, qui repartent, qui abandonnent les plaintes, qui hésitent. Et donc, toutes les initiatives privées dont je vous parlais, notamment dans les sociétés privées, c'est très important. Nous, on met en place avec L4W des permanences juridiques, commence à avoir des collaborations avec des gros groupes privés, des entreprises qui, parce qu'on sait aujourd'hui, comme une entreprise est éco-responsable et que c'est un label et une vitrine d'être éco-responsable, de plus en plus, l'égalité homme-femme, c'est également une vitrine, et la lutte contre les violences faites aux femmes devient, pour beaucoup d'entreprises, quelque chose qui va avoir un impact économique positif. Et c'est là-dessus qu'il faut jouer, puisque en termes d'image, pour ces entreprises, pouvoir dire qu'elles ont mis en place un dispositif de lutte contre les violences faites aux femmes avec des partenariats, notamment des lawyers, c'est extrêmement valorisant. Et donc, nous, on peut l'utiliser dans la lutte qui nous occupe toutes et tous contre ce fléau. Je pense que c'est un des axes. Voilà, je crois que s'il y a une seule femme à qui on a pu libérer la parole, parce qu'en effet, on libère la parole, mais il faut libérer l'écoute. C'est bien de libérer la parole, mais il faut libérer nos oreilles après avoir libéré la bouche. Donc, s'il y a une seule femme, à chaque fois, chacun de nous formé, vous parlez de la formation, Estefania, évidemment, c'est très important, la formation. Il ne faut pas que la lutte contre les violences faites aux femmes soit laissée à des professionnels du droit qui seraient de seconde zone ou de seconde catégorie. C'est pour ça, nous, au barreau de Paris, au Conseil de l'ordre de Paris, nous avons mis en place des formations spécifiques, qualifiantes, qui permettent, même quand on est inscrit sur l'aide juridictionnelle, à l'aide juridique, il faut avoir passé un examen et une série de formations de plusieurs heures et de plusieurs journées pour pouvoir prendre en charge les femmes victimes de violences. Je pense que ça, c'est très important. Et je crois que voilà, et ces initiatives-là, ce panel-là et ce forum-là ont fait avancer. Il faut penser grand, mais avancer petit. Je crois que c'est ce qu'on est en train de faire.
Muchísimas gracias, Michelle. Pues
Thank you, Michelle. So we've reached the end of our panel. I believe that all the work that you do can be found online. So any additional information that you would like, please check the projects. We still have 2 extra days of the forum. Go log into the social networks to see the program for the day. And without further ado, a good night to those of you who are in Europe. Good afternoon to those of us who are on this side of the world. And we'll see each other around tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Au revoir.
Au revoir.
Hello.
Rico en conceptos, discusiones y análisis este primer día. Espérense para el día de mañana. Mañana nos enfocaremos en el tema de modernizando la justicia y tenemos 6 paneles y 2 conferencias magistrales. Una probadita, innovaciones en prisiones, modernización de la gestión de la justicia enfocada a grupos en situación de vulnerabilidad, denuncia de corrupción y el papel de los denunciantes, innovaciones, justicia y seguridad. Vamos, un tema que puede parecer más enfocado en lo técnico de la justicia, de la procuración de justicia, pero que en realidad va a ser tan interesante o más que el día de hoy. Y no me queda más que agradecerles a todas y todos su presencia. Nos vemos mañana, ya lo saben, a partir de las 10. La charla del día de hoy quedó ya en nuestro canal de YouTube de México Evalúa, pueden buscarlo como México Evalúa. El programa del día de mañana y también el tercer día lo encuentran en mexicoevalua.org o bien en Innovación en la Justicia.mexicoevalua.org. Ahí encuentran todo, en realidad, y nos vemos mañana. Gracias por su presencia.